from the days of the early suns. Through walls of lost belief, laid waste and buried deep. Summer to be set up to fall. But there's no fear that lives inside this soul. Yeah.
Fnatic have the priority over the first pick, it will mean that G2 are forced into very similar bans to what they did in Game 1. Likely to see the Xayah, the Swing, and perhaps the Skarner once again. But then you run the risk of leaving the Tristana open.
Of course, Fnatic can ban the Olaf this time around. Ban Trundle as well in the first game we saw here, and then had focus on trying to just get a tank jungler for Broxah and Sejuani. But if you are G2, this Tristana thing is still going to be a champion to look at. Normally on red side, you run out of some of those pocket pick bans, and you have to just get rid of general OPs. They can still ban the Tristana here instead of the Skarner that we saw banned for them in Game 1. But if you're G2, you got to decide now. Is it focused on the late game so you can try and win team fights? I really like this ban, the Braum itself, because I think that's been such a key part of Fnatic winning late game fights.
It has indeed, and of course Caps showing up against Perkz. We talked about how we want to see those carries come out. Let's see what Perkz decides to lock in. The Skarner first pick, and now G2 got a response.
You can see the Danish Moon giving the Danish mid laner extra powers to shut down Caps in the middle lane, securing a confident mid lane pick, and it looks like that with the Karma locked in, you can flex it between mid and support.
That's going to be a key thing for them. G2 Esports on his side. I still think Zach could also be an option if they want to continue having Jankos on something where he can gank a lot. He played well on it in that first game, and it actually forced a lot of great early kills for G2 Esports, and I like the choice. And of course, as you highlighted there, the flex karma is important.
You've got to remember though that Tristana's open again. Sivir, unlikely going to be an early priority, but given how confident Fnatic are, we could see it. But with the Braum banned away, they might not feel as confident locking in a blind Trist.
And if they do take it, you might have kind of asked for the Caitlyn earlier today. Caitlyn Karma against it is fantastic for winning the bot lane. G2 now needs to be able to punish Rekkles in the early game. They already have Jankos on Zach as well, where we know he can be very proactive, especially after level 6. So there is good tools for G2 to try and snowball against what we already know is going to be more focused on scaling with this Tristana pick from Rekkles.
And of course, the Scion locked in once again for Bwipo. So tank duty all series long. His engages have paid off. G2, what is the response? It is Sivir. Sivir Karma could be equally as annoying in that bottom lane.
Of course, a lot of pushing on their side. Clearly do not value the Caitlyn pick, as we see from other European teams, but it's perma shoving in the bot lane if it is going to become a support, which is likely at this point. Let's see what Perkz can play, and if he gets to counter pick against Caps. And I agree with this Zoe
I was
ban.
thinking about the Zoe ban, and I was like, maybe he just misplayed, maybe Caps is just really good at this champion. And either way, they're showing their respect. Karma's still undecided as to where it's going to go. Rise is still available, and is something that G2 could look for if they want to have that kind of playmaker for G2.
Let's see if Fnatic want to ban GP against Wunder, and once again remove most of his carries. And then want to mention one pick that in the past he's tried to pull out a few times. It's going to be Kled. And it's risky, he can get shot down. It's not great, early laning phase. It kind of hurts you a lot. But it's the kind of pick with Karma and Sivir and Zach that can just force fights so effectively. And if you can snowball with it, you can just shut down the enemy team quickly.
What would need to happen for Fnatic's draft for G2 to confidently lean into that one? I might not get a chance.
I just want to mention it, but it's such a risky choice if they go for it. It's just if they really want Wunder on a carry, it's going to be more engaged. So it's a little bit like the Kled, but not really, because it's just a big long-range ult from Ornn.
Got my hopes up for nothing to Fishio. But we'll have to see the mid lane matchup. Of course, that Karma could still go mid, could go for support in G2. It will allow Perkz the option to counterpick whatever Fnatic put down.
So part of me thinks that that Caps will be looking to pick himself up the Talia, and then G2 could answer with something like a Cassio, something that we did see from Niski yesterday. But remember that the Cassio is still available, so even with this Rise locked in for Caps, I feel like that it is a pretty safe answer for G2 if they do want to give Perkz a little bit more carry potential.
It's also interesting they banned Thresh on the side of G2, obviously hinting towards putting Karma bot lane and don't want to get shut down by Thresh from Hylissang specifically. This is another champion that can all in against some of these ranged supports, but this is now where it's good that you could have the flex option with Karma. In worst case, you could put a mid lane. If you are G2 though, you're looking at Fnatic's late game team fighting once again being very scary.
And I'm remembering back to the quarterfinals last year, gentlemen, where Perkz pulled out the Cassiopeia in the Game 5 do-or-die situation against Splice, and he had a phenomenal flanking play in the late game. That star MVP level performance that helped G2 get through that series and advance on to win the summer split. will need to step up once again.
It's going to be extremely important for him to do that as well. He has the winning matchup with the Cassio into the Rise. They have a Zac they can look to play through the middle lane. Things should be set up to allow Perkz to succeed. And if he was going to carry any game, this is the one that he has to do.
Exactly. Very important for G2 as well with the bottom lane here. Try and see if you can actually push in Rekkles in the early game. Try and see if you can delay him from getting to that late game. And the Ornn on top side from Wunder, adding in even more engage for G2 Esports. So it's kind of set in stone for them. Once you start playing around that Baron, where you've been struggling to actually get the correct fight, you now bring so much mobility and engage that hopefully you can actually just run over Fnatic.
That's what G2 are going to have to do, and they're going to have to do it a whole lot more. Their backs are against the wall. They are down 0-2 in the series. They are down at least a few thousand fans here in Copenhagen in the Royal Arena. And ladies and gentlemen, as we load into game number 3 of your Spring Split Finals, Copenhagen, I want you to make some noise for G2 Esports and Fnatic.
What do you need to do early to set up this late game teamfight comp?
Sorry, the crowd's really loud.
I'm gonna do it again. What do you need to do early to achieve this late game teamfight comp?
Honestly, in this series, the games have been going pretty late in general. I just don't think that G2 is good enough of a team to close the game. So.
All right, but we'll see. Let's send it over to the Rift. Fnatic versus G2, game 3.
It is indeed. Wunder's already forced to use his flash. Did you see the cheeky howling gale through the Baron pit? Fnatic's level 1s have been unique all split long, and this time around gets an early advantage.
Very true, and also hard to argue against what Dylan Falco, the coach of Fnatic, just said there. G2 Esports have not been able to close out with the advantages they've been getting, but by bringing more engage, now bring more carry potential for Perkz with the Cassiopeia here, maybe this is it. It needs to be what G2 can actually use to snowball with.
And for G2, this is a very rare instance. They've never been in this situation, but look, the ward spots Fnatic out.
Level 1, level 1, level 1. Here comes G2! Hylissang forced to flash, burning down with the poison. Summoning heal will buy some time. How many summons? 1, 2. Bottom lane uses their flashes for Fnatic.
But now G2, they want to take away this red buff as well. They want to start off with a very early game lead. Rekkles gets spots out by the ward. Let's see, more action.
Oh my word, it hasn't even stopped. Perkz and Jankos trying to push away Caps. Red buff is the focus right now.
So not only did G2 actually get the summoners here, they managed to deal a lot of damage onto both Caps and Hylissang, giving a lot of advantage over to G2 Esports early on here in the laning phase.
So where will Jankos look to take now? He's going to steal away all of Broxah's bottom side jungle. Given the amount of damage that Perkz was able to get onto Caps early on as well, he's already taking control over the middle lane. G2 off to a fantastic start, but now I want to see Jankos continue with this proactivity. No flash down in the bottom lane. That is a Janna. And with the Zac, this could be a good angle for G2 to look to try and capitalize on.
Always have to look at how much experience you lose, however, when you're the one invading and staying around. Perkz got a little bit late to his lane, but there is a big minion wave hitting Caps' turn.
Level 2 gank top.
Okay, there's no flash on Wunder.
And this time round, it's Wunder that's being ganked, not Bwipo. Broxah is going to look for some CS. Remember, Wunder forced to use that flash much earlier on. Gets caught up by the CC, 250 HP. The shield keeps him alive for a little while longer. Volcanic Rupture comes out, they knocked out. Flash forward from Bwipo.
Oh,
He gets minion block, and it trades 1-for-1. Compliment to the creeps.
Good gank there from Broxah in the top side, trying to punish the flashless Wunder, but he's able to get the outplay. He's able to trade it back. Bwipo uses his flash, and he loses his life. G2 still hold on to the early lead.
And what an exciting start to what could be the deciding game. Here's a replay of that gank.
I would actually love for Bwipo to not use his Q here to try and land the knockup. Just let Broxah set up the very easy stun, and then you charge up your first Q, so Wunder never gets close to his turret. But now, because he actually missed the first one, this is the second time he's doing it, and now it's under the turret. And sadly for him, it is G2 minions.
Oh, unfortunate for Bwipo.
He does get the cannon, though. Bright side for that.
Oh yeah, but it's not the same patch on live. It's not worth quite as much, Phidias.
Look at bot lane though. This is exactly what G2 wants with this early Karma pick here, with the Sivir, and why they're giving Rekkles Tristana. They know it's gonna suck late game, but it's gonna suck no matter what they're playing against on Fnatic's side. So now they just want to try and win the bot lane as hard as possible.
And G2, they have pressure bot, and look at where Zac Zach is on the mini-map, hanging around topside, clearing out his Krugs. They know where the ward is, but we know how so far this series, Jankos likes to gank top, and with a flashless Scion, this could be the next opportunity for G2.
Yeah, of course, it's so important for Wunder to step up as well. Look at this, 4 minutes in, by the way. The bottom tower is being obliterated by Hyanin and Wadid. A lot of damage coming down as Hylissang moves forward. He's already used that Ignite to try and push Hyanin back, to try and stop the damage being dealt to this tower.
Hylissang still sitting without flash. If he gets hit by some quick poke from G2's bottom lane, he might go down, but now it is Skarner moving down to the bottom lane. It was noticed by the ward, so they actually have full information of where Broxah will be on the map, and you can see G2 instantly step away from the turret, move up mid to see if they can actually find Skarner.
Blue buff still hasn't even been cleared out from Jankos yet. Broxah dropping a bit of deep vision to keep an eye on where Jankos is and what he's up to. With how low that bot tower is, there's always a risk of a potential 4-man roam forcing to take a very early objective and then start moving the Sivir around the map, which is ideally what they would want as we see another trade in middle.
Trading back and forth, flash from Caps. Perkz is going to win that one out after he landed the damage.
This is what we wanted to see after the last game, where it was Caps controlling the mid lane, Caps shutting down Perkz on that Karma. He couldn't have any impact in the game, but on the Cassiopeia here, he's in a matchup where if he's playing well, he can try and shut down Caps, and it's a good start from him, getting that early flash. Hylissang shows himself mid as he's just been roaming.
He roams on every champion, but regardless of what it is, he's like, I can gank this lane.
Now, let's see what Hylissang can actually do to help out. Remember, it's flashless Caps. And I want to go back to what we were talking about a little bit earlier. Wunder, being one of the main important players for G2, he's going to find himself the recipient of another gank. Level 1 invade into his tri-bush, and now Broxah has repeatedly shown top.
And of course, is a way for Fnatic to get further ahead. Meanwhile, around mid, Caps without that flash. Jankos hopes to catch him now.
Let's find out. Jankos, stretching strike, finds one. Caps is able to break the range, and this time around, Jankos will not pull him closer.
I knew Broxah was on top side, but they will find each other again. A lot of early action happening here. Also, Wunder getting level 6 is huge, because it's a lot harder now to tower dive Ornn with that giant AoE ulti.
You can also see that Wadid has moved up towards the middle lane. Ideally for Perkz, he wants to go back, pick up that tier so we can start stacking up and then reach that point where the Cassio gonna have so much damage when she's got around 2 to 3 items fully completed.
Now, of course, still the goal for G2 is get down this bot lane turret here. It's so low already. We're just 6 minutes into the game, and it's under 50%.
Look at the CS differential already being built up for G2. In the bottom lane specifically, it all started with that level 1 invade, getting those summoner spells out from Rekkles and Hylissang. You also give them the pushing, winning 2 versus 2. Ban away the Braum, give Wadid the Karma, and just allow Hyanin and Wadid to have constant pressure. Rekkles is now suffering in this early game. This is exactly what we wanted to see in the draft.
Yeah, and I'm honestly really surprised about the Janna pick as well from Hylissang. Typically not the kind of champion he favors. It doesn't really help too much here for Rekkles in the early game. And late game, champions like Ornn are really good against Janna because of their very long-range giant ulti that he uses to engage. Janna's own defensive ulti to knock people away doesn't really do a lot. Zach can also become untargetable. So it's actually really difficult for Hylissang to execute this champion, and it's not providing enough for them in the early game. As we can see, they're currently losing this bot lane turret very early on.
Now, control has just been placed in the rear brush from Wadid. They know that they want to set up a potential gank or counter gank towards this bottom side of the map. So Wadid preemptively making sure that they have control over the bottom side, and you can see both junglers posturing around.
I mean, look at the damage onto that tower. Hylissang's down to 200 hit points as Hyanin and Wadid continue to step forward. Boomerang Blade goes out, not going to find the damage, but Jankos jumps in with the elastic slingshot. Rekkles manages to buffer that rocket jump flawlessly, but with Jankos showing his presence, the tower's going to be the focus. A couple of extra autos here from Hyanin will take it down for tower first blood very shortly.
You can see mid laners trying to roam down, help out their respective teams, but Perkz is the one that got into the river first. Zones Caps away, that means his ulti is not available, and G2 secure the first tower.
Exactly what we talked about in the pick and ban phase. Punishing this Tristana early game with the pushing bottom lane. Smart to early pick that Karma on the side of G2 and then able to move it around. They will get an Ocean Drake as well, adding even more value here in the early game, and they won't even lose too much from it because it's just Rekkles sitting bot lane at the moment. Top lane, Wunder respects that he might get killed, but he doesn't know, of course, that Broxah and Caps are doing their own blue buff and not actually ganking the Ornn.
I like the respect there from Wunder. Playing back a little defensively. He doesn't know where the enemy jungler is, and he's paranoid about a potential dive. So he's going to back a little bit, take the damage to the top tower, and interestingly, we're not actually seeing the swap from Hyanin and Wadid towards the top side. They just want to kind of keep some of the pressure onto Rekkles and Hylissang.
I mean, this gives them the opportunity to push in the bottom lane even harder and then move towards mid, rotate up with Perkz, and then actually swap to top side once Rift Herald spawns. It's still going to be a minute.
That's very
because
true,
they're
yeah.
so early in killing a bot lane 30ers. They still got plenty of time to further snowball here with their draft.
All right, talking about snowballing, G2, they've got this advantage already, and the first big item sort of for Perkz after the TI, he's picked up the QSS immediately. What do you make of that?
Well, I think it's interesting because yesterday, what we saw from Splyce was a very early gank in the middle lane when basically Xayah picked up the Skarner, he ran mid the moment he hit level 6, and he just camped that lane. He snowballed Niski very effectively, and Perkz showing like, I can see how easy it is for you guys to gank me. I do not want that to happen, so I'm going to get this early defensive choice.
Allows him to potentially continue the snowball, having the defensive ability. It's plus 1,300 gold for G2. And of course, the game now has slowed down somewhat from the chaotic start. Rift Herald has spawned, and I'm looking at Hyanin and Wadid's positioning. They were pushing towards mid a moment or two ago, placed a couple of wards just behind the Dragon Pit, and now they're back down bottom.
Yeah, the goal is now to just get the push on bottom side so that when they go to top lane, Rekkles needs a bunch of time before he can actually push the lane back and threaten this bot lane turret. So G2 can take a top lane tower and a Rift Herald, and all Fnatic gets in return is eventually a turret. And that obviously, again, further snowballs it for G2 Esports. Right now, Hyanin, great advantage in terms of items in the early game. Rekkles is trying to get attack speed so he can push the lane. Good start from G2 Esports bot lane.
And of course, the man on your screen right now, Wunder, the only man that's been really sort of kept down and held back. Let's talk about Wunder and his impact for G2 Esports. All split long, he has been one of the carries. We've looked at the focus that the team has placed around him. His gangplank at the previous game, while it was good, it wasn't enough to carry because the team didn't facilitate it enough. What does he have to do on this Ornn over these next 10 or so minutes, Vinny?
Well, I mean, over the in the early game, his responsibilities aren't going to be that big, but he will be one of the primary engage tools as we're seeing an engage in the river.
I never get to go story time as all of a sudden Broxah is going to be the focus. He's going to get burst down, a lot of damage. Flash over the wall from Jankos. He's going to get caught up by the Impale. Now Perkz is looking to shut down Hylissang. Throwing out Twin Fang after Twin Fang, but G2 unable to find the kills. Fnatic escape with their lives.
Yeah, 2 flashes used right there from G2, both Wadid, and then Jankos tried to follow over. A little bit of an awkward moment when he tried to ult onto Broxah, but actually completely missed it. Meanwhile, top lane Caps is roaming.
All right, Caps, Realm Orb's gonna come out. The threat alone will mean Wunder instantly flashes away, but it's a trade again where G2 are winning the bottom half of the map and Fnatic continue to win the top half.
Exactly that, quick shot. They had so much control over the top side river. This gave Caps a very easy avenue to just walk up towards where Wunder was and see if he can set up a gank. While he doesn't get the kill, he will force the flash, enabling Fnatic to play towards that top tower as the game progresses. 2
games ago, we talked about how the strengths of the teams could be leaned into, and let's look at this. Rift Herald has been started by Fnatic.
Yeah, that should not be allowed. G2 Esports should control the top side at this point here with how far ahead their AD carry is. And of course, G2 are on the way to stop Broxah from doing this after pushing in the spot lane. As we mentioned much earlier, push in the bot, then make your move on the map so you are far ahead of Fnatic in terms of when you can actually get to an objective, and that's exactly what they're doing. Now Rift Herald will go down eventually. Let's see if Fnatic actually wants to fight for it, because it's currently 5 members of G2 topside. Caps is sitting bot lane.
I feel like it would be very risky given the item differential between the 2 AD carries right now. You can see that Rekkles has been struggling. You already talked about how he funneled a lot into attack speed, only sitting on the pickaxe versus the BF sort of Hyanin. I'm sure G2 would be more than happy to take a fight.
And because Broxah was trying to kill a Rift Herald that he was never going to complete before, it actually means he's not on bottom side fast enough to instantly force Wunder away. He's running, he's trying his hardest. Because right now, if you're Fnatic, you give up top side, but you control bottom lane, and they're gonna do it. Broxah did make his way down towards it, and Caps and Hylissang will just eventually take down the turret.
It's good to see Wunder not overstepping his bounds. Multiple times this game, his lane has been under pressure. He is not at risk of being dove. As Broxah moved into the pit, we've already seen the Rift Herald being popped in the middle lane. Broxah and Rekkles now going to try to clear out this wave as quickly as they can, and a potential fight will ensue. The boop onto the tower goes down as the Impale will pull Wadid backwards. The Ornn engage comes out from the mid lane, and Wunder has already picked himself up a kill. The tower falls as well. The Karma falls in the background of the fight, and things are getting a little messy. Fnatic pushing into the red side of the map. G2 are now on the retreat. The petrifying gaze will stun down Hyanin, but not enough to continue. Now Perkz forced to use the cleanse and the flash. Jankos charges the slingshot, but does not pull the trigger, and G2 are running, chasing for their lives. Perkz now continues to get choked and pulled down by Caps. Rune Prison waiting for the proc, looking for Caps. Can he get in range? Hyanin's able to waddle to safety, and messy fight, but Fnatic get the kill, G2 get the tower.
Exactly that, quick shot Fnatic. They felt the need to force the fight when G2, they were in a better position to take that tower down, but Fnatic had the ability to flank. They were able to come in from the angle, they tried to get the collapse down onto G2, and they were always in the better position from the start.
Also, the biggest thing was, instead of it being the AD carries fighting each other where G2 are winning, Caps got to join a fight. He was already sitting with Rod of Ages, and Perkz was just sitting on tier and QSS for the fight itself. So the Cassiopeia couldn't really add a lot of value, and Caps, on the other hand, managed to actually return a lot of damage towards G2. This is the initial engage.
But notice the target focus there for Broxah, because he goes onto Wunder, they squish your target, easier to kill, and then Jankos dives in to save him. This means that G2 is very overextended past the tower line, and Caps can get in for a very easy flank. He then deals a lot of damage, but Fnatic don't want to hard commit yet. It's only when G2 split apart that they feel confident enough to continue the chase.
All of G2 so low at this point. Have to just back away. But obviously Caps still being here, able to flash in and secure another kill. So massive for Fnatic. They get their mid laner in the fight here. I see bot lane, the turret actually did go down from before. And Fnatic trying to even out the gold.
Dead even once again between Fnatic and G2. Considering how strong of a start G2 did have, you would expect them to have a lot more control over the map, but it is Fnatic that are answering back, and a lot of it is coming off the back of Caps and Bwipo.
I mean, G2 wanted to continue playing on the bottom side a few minutes ago and didn't want to completely snowball towards the top lane. Took some time before they got there, and once eventually moved over, they got the mid lane with the Rift Help, but then you lose this fight, and that suddenly slows down your entire game. Perkz now, no flash.
Oh, he gets caught up by Bwipo. There's the engage coming down, and Perkz will get taken out. In the ensuing fight, G2 are still running for their lives. Fnatic have got themselves the positional advantage. It's not done yet. Caps is now under threat as Hyanin and Wunder are trying to run him down. Gonna get rooted down into place by that focused resolve. Caps continues to get smashed down as Hyanin flashes forward for the kill. Fnatic, though, get the tower.
Fnatic again with a good play around this mid lane here. Perkz is being set even further behind. He's down 40 CS already. Hyanin, however, is doing a great job on his own, trying to be the carry G2 needs.
G2 end up trading pretty effectively with Fnatic, but when you think about how much more Fnatic are gaining, G2 constantly struggling to find an edge. Now Bwipo, he does not have flash, 4 members on their way top.
Yeah, and of course he teleported to this tower. G2 have thrown more resources. Wunder and Jankos coming in to help out. Let's Bounce is not available. The tower is very low, but there's not enough minions to work with. Bwipo's going to get chunked down by 4 members of G2 Esports. The kill is secured by Hyanin. The 4th of the game, it keeps the gold close, and they can continue the pressure on the tower, while Fnatic, they get deep vision in the bottom.
And there's nothing else for Fnatic to try and punish G2 with. They don't have any pushing lanes. You see Rekkles trying to steal away some of the enemy jungle camps, but that was a bit of a misplay there from Bwipo TPing up top, but this is where things really kicked off for Fnatic.
Yeah, this Fnatic team that was so far behind earlier in terms of how quickly they could make plays are now able to actually set up a dive in that mid lane with Bwipo just moving in, and the no flash onto Perkz. Lost it, of course, earlier. Meant that he was an easy target for them, and important to also get the mid lane turret. Luckily for G2, they have this Swedish AD carry in the top lane. It's not called Rekkles, it's called Hyanin this time around, and he's actually able to get some kills.
I'm curious as to why Caps tried so hard to stop Hyanin and Wunder from regrouping with their team, because his whole role there was to just stall, prevent them, and instead he ends up giving away his life. But perhaps he didn't need to.
Yeah, and of course, Bwipo, TP'd up top. It's just trading blow for blow as Fnatic takes one back, G2 responds. Still an even game, and G2 are now grouped once again in the mid lane. Wunder does not find Rekkles.
No, one of the big things we said coming into this game was Perkz needs to step up. 0-0 right now, down 50 CS against his lane counterpart. The dude that has won 4 splits back-to-back right now is struggling to have an impact in this series.
And look at the item differential between Rekkles and Hyanin. While Perkz is struggling, Rekkles is even further behind, still working that Infinity Edge. Hyanin's got himself that Essence Reaver and Rapid Fire Cannon, and Fnatic will be able to take the top tower with the help of the minions. Realm Warp, but by some time, Caps will just break the tether and escape with his life.
He was the only player on Fnatic pushing forward. Everyone else was sitting far back in their lanes, but he was so confident in his ability to use the ulti out and then ghost away from G2 that he managed to kill this turret. And this entire early game, which was all about pushing the bottom lane from G2 Esports, it's stopped, it's over. It's going to be all about the fighting now, and that only benefits Fnatic, because they were the ones bleeding turrets, but not anymore.
Oh man, so Fnatic, they're keeping themselves in this game with that lifeline. G2 still marginally behind. We still see those chaotic plays back and forth, and Perkz, you cannot count him out. Vedius, you were talking about the legacy, you were talking about how long he's played. And specifically, I just keep thinking back to those Cassio performances last year. I keep thinking back to Niski's Cassio performance yesterday. That champion is a game changer, especially once he can ground his opponents and prevent them escaping from a potential onslaught from Ornn and Zach.
And while that's true, you have to recognize Caps' performance in this series as well. 2 levels up over Perkz right now, 221 farm. This guy is not going to give Perkz that opportunity, especially as Fnatic look to gain control of the bot side of the map.
And it's Fnatic with the late game scaling who is now dictating the game. They're the ones deciding where the fights are going to happen. They're the ones pushing towards the turrets of G2 Esports, because we're seeing Caps and Bwipo just consistently shove down these lanes, and G2 are forced to just defend. They wanted to be the proactive team, especially around Yanin, but they're not able to at the moment. They're going to need a big, big fight when Yanin is on 3 items and Rekkles can't match it.
I will say that G2 still do have a pretty good late game team fighting composition. You have a really good engage with the Zac and the Ornn. It's just about those setups, which very often we've seen Fnatic really struggle to give G2 those opportunities.
And I 100% agree. I agreed also in game 1, but Rekkles Tristana is here.
Yes,
and that's the one where
I see,
saying we're not going to win that late game. They still have a chance, 100%.
From a compositional perspective, you can see it, but from a player perspective, you always have to kind of look at Rekkles.
But it's just time to prove us wrong if you're G2 Esports. If you want to get this all the way to game 5,
yes,
you have a good draft, you have an AD carry with 2 items already, 2 kills on his side, and they can look to force plays with so much engage and mobility.
And the pressure is on G2 because for the first time in 2 years, they're on the verge of being knocked out. Bwipo rushes in with the ultimate, decides to pull that one, cancels it ever so slightly. And G2, they're still sitting around the Baron pit. They're going to throw down a little bit more of an engage. Stretching strike will pull Bwipo back, but there's just not enough damage to take him out. Rekkles, Hylissang, Caps, they turn around. Jankos is going to flash defensively, and now G2 are routed and running for their lives. Ornn ultimate may turn things around ever so slightly, and the damage is going on to Perkz. He's not taken down. Finally out! Perkz finds the kill! That's a second. It's what did that takes out Bwipo. G2 are keeping their series hopes alive, but how much more can they secure?
G2 Esports finally find a successful fight over Fnatic, who have been dominating this series in the 5v5. They have their eyes on the Baron. With Cassio and Sivir, they will take this very quickly, but Broxah is still alive. He's playing in his hometown, and he wants to secure this Baron for Fnatic.
Oh, G2, they pull away from it. Jankos was very low, so just in case a fight will break out, he would die very quickly. And G2, they win the fight. They might even get Hylissang.
Let's take a look. Hylissang just trying to interrupt. Actually pulls the Howling Gale short. And gentlemen, that was a great example of the engage power that G2 still have at their disposal. They found the carry, they killed Caps, and they won the fight.
I actually feel like this was Fnatic being the team to try and force the fight, because they were the ones that had priority over mid. You can see that while Jankos does go in, it is then Fnatic that's in the better position to get the chase then.
And normally here we would see an Ornn ult come down with Jankos flying in, but all the Fnatic members were too far away. This is the important part. Cassio here is so good once she gets in with a grounded effect onto Caps, so there's no way for him to get out the moment he gets CC'd. And this is something they can continue to do if any of the carries are stepping forward from Fnatic. Zac and Ornn together, plus the grounded effect from Cassio, should be enough to lock them in place.
Caps now does have TP. Fnatic should be aware that this is going on, and it is going down relatively quickly, but G2 have to be so careful.
Oh, the fight.
All right, Bwipo, ultimate is going to not get interrupted. G2, they peel away. Baron has been stopped. A couple of ultimates becoming available, but Caps, he didn't pull the trigger. He's still pushing bottom lane.
Yeah, they have to start the Baron again to at least force the TP from Caps here. Let's see what happens. They go for another fight.
Members of Fnatic, they're grouping up. Here comes the call of the Forge God. It is not redirected. There is no knockup. Hylissang is now zoning away the G2 members. And Caps, he's pushing onto the inhibitor turret.
Exactly. Fnatic are just buying time for Caps to do work in the bottom lane. G2, they're not allowed to get themselves the Baron or the TP, Fnatic are taking everything.
Bwipo just before here, he managed to knock up Wunder, so he couldn't actually connect onto his own ulti and secure a kill for G2. That was a huge play from the Scion, and now we have G2 looking for another fight, but all of Fnatic, they're just running away from them.
Fnatic can taste the title, they can taste MSI representation, and Caps still holds on to that teleport. So does Bwipo, and the 2,000 gold lead will be exacerbated by a Mountain Drake. So Fnatic, they can look to push those towers and play around those objectives as we continue to scale in the mid to late game.
And it's important to note that G2, when they started that Baron, their goal was not, we need to rush this down. It's because Fnatic is running this double teleport setup, and you can't really have the Cassio go and match the Ryze because she's only running the cleanse. It becomes a lot harder for her to follow when Ryze is putting that kind of pressure. So if they drag him towards the Baron, then they can equalize it and they can force Fnatic into a situation where it's 4v4 and then one-on-one on the side.
So we're waiting for the next Baron setup. It needs to be a successful one from G2 Esports. They cannot afford to lose a big 5 versus 5 team fight. They're going to fall too far behind in gold. They won't be able to come back. This is going to be it for G2. Set up the lanes, get your vision control around the Baron, and then get ready to take the big fight. Sadly for them, Yonan is not sitting on edge just yet. He's getting very close, however.
Yeah, definitely going to complete that third item. It's Infinity Edge Static Shiv for Rekkles. Is he backing? Yes, he is. Death Cap not yet completed for Caps either, so for both parties some power to go up, but 3 items on Hyonin is massive.
It's the perfect time now for him to try and carry a team fight and for G2 to try and force it. Jankos has been looking for some engages, but every time he jumps in, it's Fnatic returning so much damage onto him that he has to escape instantly. We need to see that Ornn ulti from Wunder come in with the engagement from Jankos.
My eyes are entirely on Caps. This guy is level 15 right now. He's working towards his death cap. He was a big part of Fnatic's win in Game 2. That Zoe performance was fantastic. And now on the rise, he is once again outpacing Perkz. His impact in these fights is going to be crucial, especially if he makes the same kind of mistake of overstepping and allowing G2 to get the quick shutdown.
Talking about overstepping, Hylissang and Bwipo, they've got about 20 seconds left before those flashes are available. You have to wonder to yourself, is that when Fnatic will feel a little more comfortable maybe setting something up? Broxah dances with death as he looks Yana down the barrel and then backs away, but G2 are so committed to the vision and trying to control this Baron pit.
And they're not able to get enough control. Like, Fnatic still have plenty of wards around it, and Caps still sitting bot lane. Instead of going 5-man to Baron and forcing a TP, they send Wunder back to defend. And Fnatic maintain control around the river.
Rekkles insta-buys himself a rapid-fire cannon, so now both AD carries are at 3 items. The big differential between the two AD carries is the range advantage that Tristana will have over Sivir. And while she can do a lot more AoE teamfight damage, the single target range advantage that Rekkles will have could be a big determinant in these later fights.
And of course, the third item for Caps, being the Death Cap, has just been completed. So significant advantage over Perkz right now. Flashes are all available, and you can see Fnatic very bullish. They just push into G2's territory. They're playing this 1-3-1 relatively well. Bwipo's been sitting top lane for what feels like a very long time. And of course, Caps with teleport, he's been pushing down in the bottom lane for at least 6 or 7 minutes.
And if G2 start the Baron, we have to remember the TP takes 4.5 seconds to channel. That's a lot of time for G2 to pop Sivir ulti, Ornn ulti, Zac engages, and try and kill a target before Caps shows up. They have the engage to do it. They just need to start the Baron to force Fnatic to actually come and fight them. And it's happening now. Let's see when the TP arrives, or if it will even channel at all.
All right, Bwipo is taking some damage from Hyon, and the Baron continues to get chunked down on the back end. It's down to 50%. Caps has not yet pulled the trigger. He's shoving. Keep your eyes on that bottom left. He has the Call of the Forge God. That's going to knock up Hylissang. He's running for his life as the Stretching Strike pulls him backwards. Defensive flashes. Caps has not teleported yet. Hylissang is now down. Fnatic committed for the inhibitor, while G2, they only get a support kill.
Fnatic accept the fact that they're not going to win the fight, so they will just trade it for an inhib instead. Caps is still pushing as 5 members of G2 are hanging around the Baron.
If G2 mess this up, it could be the game, it could be the series, it could be the split. Caps continues to hammer away on the Nexus turret. The Baron is not yet started.
Interrupt.
Yeah,
No flash,
it's
no flash.
playing PvE. Hyonin is stuck inside the pit, but Fnatic have not committed.
Baron's gonna kill him.
Continues to push on the Nexus. Baron is going to take down Hyonin, but Rekkles gets the last hit. Fnatic are winning everything.
They got the Baron now. Caps is still pushing here. It's only Wunder who recalled. He's gonna force Caps away, but now Fnatic gets everything.
Jankos, is he going back to base? He's not even going to try and steal, giving this away. Oh, okay, he's still hanging around.
Watch the HP, watch the HP, 2,400. Not being burst down yet, stretching strike inside the pit. Jankos, no flash available.
Caps is still in the base. He's still trying to do it.
This is insane! Jankos goes inside the pit. The Baron goes down to 1,200. The smite fight is won! Fnatic gets a last hit. They take
TPing
out
into the base.
Jankos, and they're pushing in for the win. Fnatic are about to do it. They've got minions pushing down as Wunder is trying to stall, trying to use the Call of the Forge God. And Perkz, the last remaining member of G2, will hold firm for now.
Trying to defend, but 5 members of Fnatic already pushing for that mid inhib.
Gonna take that one down with Baron empowered minions. Supers in the bottom lane. Fnatic will not make a mistake at the Nexus again, like game 1, like many years past. And they back away to close this out safely.
Fnatic could not have played that any better. So much patience, so much good decision-making in what was a high-pressure scenario. G2 were around the Baron. They were saying, come, teleport to us, come fight us. And Caps was like, no, I know what the better decision is. I know how I can turn this in our favor, and Fnatic pull it off.
Problem also for G2 is they're too eager there to just pull the trigger. They can stay at that Baron for longer. They can force Fnatic to get closer to the Baron bit before they turn. It was just 1 or 2 members walking in to poke and jump away instantly, which is why Fnatic could continue to kite back, which is why Caps had so much time in that bot lane. G2 did not feel like they could stay in the pit, even though they had the chance with 5 members saying, look, if they stay longer at the Baron, more members will come close, but they try and engage when 3 members of Fnatic are already far away from them, and Bwipo is ulting away at the same time. That's why they can only get 1 kill, and why Fnatic actually winning out on this trade.
Now Fnatic grouping up towards the top side. Both bot and mid have been taken down. Super minions are knocking on the doors of G2's base. Xayah left to wave clear. There's always the potential for the severe stall, but with the amount of pressure that Fnatic have been putting down, it's a bit of a stretch.
Oh, that's the case. 10,000 gold, Vidius. The Cassiopeia Sivir is definitely a threat, but it just doesn't feel like it's going to happen. It feels like Fnatic are going to do it. They are going to take down G2, the first team to defeat G2 Esports in 2.5 years. Fnatic with Baron and 1 minute left. Pushing into the top inhibitor. Here comes Call of the Forge God, but it is not synchronized. It's not partnered with Jankos, and Caps once again is pushing in the middle lane. He's not with the team because he doesn't need to be. The inhibitor falls in the top lane, and Fnatic are on the precipice of making history. 3 inhibitors down. The last Nexus turret falls, and the final fight. Jankos is impaled, pulled backwards. He's killed, taken down by Rekkles. A rocket jump forward as Caps takes down Perkz. Wunder follows shortly thereafter, and Fnatic will turn their attention to the Nexus. Fnatic topple G2 and are your spring split champions. Are you kidding me? They are diving for the triple kill. Fnatic rule Europe.
Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. So
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
This is my creed. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. You are your most important champion. To play like a pro, eat like a pro.
That's what we call a wild esports fan.
Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know you. I'm sad, I know you. Who am I? Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know you. I'm sad, I know you.
Will Fnatic win the final?
I'm sure of it.
Do you know anything about Olympic sports?
Nothing at all.
Okay, so shot puts, you know, throwing the rock.
Yeah?
Which member of Fnatic would be the best at shot put?
Definitely Broxah.
Oh, that's it, simple. So why are Rogue not here?
Because Larsen booked some tickets.
Okay, so let's take a look at this. We got Fnatic, we got Gragas, we've got LEC, Daddy Broxah. Hello, Deficio.
Hi, hi.
Hello, you.
Hi, me?
Oh,
you don't like him?
No, I don't. We have history, you know, we have beef.
I want you to join us. Like, what's the problem? I'm the one open to the relationship.
So, listen, the activations look awesome. When will the Origin booth be done?
Hey, you don't like our wall? It's a fan meet booth.
Okay, so what champion can we expect to see that we've not seen yet?
I can't tell you for sure. I've been having holidays for 2 weeks, so I'm just chilling for now, you know, like.
All right, so where are we gonna go next? I can actually see the Misfits booth. Now, I don't know if you know this, but the Misfits booth, they're doing a silent disco. All right, while we're exploring the activation area, are you a little bit nervous that while I'm talking to you, your hair's gonna get messed up?
A little bit, but it's okay.
Sorry to interrupt. Which one of you wrote Caps be my waifu?
I did. He's Baby Faker. What else can I...
Excuse me, Faker is Baby Caps. Moving on. I remember when you were relevant, you were quite an emotional guy. Not that that isn't true anymore. Are you allowed to talk to your team on finals day?
Of course, they want me to. They want me to.
Surely you're a distraction, Carlos.
I definitely am a distraction, but they don't have any other way because I have to approve the payroll, so they have no other option than just...
Carlos, talk to me now. When you were down 0-2 last week, what was going through your mind?
Oh, I was with my daiquiri on the beach, just not caring, you know. No, the truth is that I had a heart attack.
Okay, quick fire questions now, right? Who will win, Fnatic or Schalke?
Rogue.
What will the score be of G2 versus Fnatic or Schalke?
2-3 for Rogue.
Would you bet all your money right now on saying G2 becomes world champion?
Yes.
There you go.
For the event of the summer, a dream final between G2 and Fnatic. The whole world is watching tonight as the reigning champions in the LEC face off against the most winning team in EU history. Hello everyone, I'm Shox, joined by Ender, the Fishio, and Yamato Cannon to bring you all of the action right here from Athens. Woo! We are really underway now. A lot of loud people, a bit louder than yesterday still, and why would they not be? What a day.
I mean, I don't know, because we've got Fnatic, who caught the attention of the world last year at the World Finals, and then G2, the team that caught the admiration of the world at MSI this year, clashing today. It's going to be incredible.
Absolutely, and I do want to take a moment to emphasize the importance and the momentum of today. The World Championship is only a couple of weeks away, and 17 teams have already qualified. Champions have been crowned all around the world, but now everyone is looking at Athens, is looking at this stage, is looking at all of you and at G2 and Fnatic, two of the best teams in the world fighting for the crown and fighting to show what EU is made of. Fantastic. Can I just say for everyone here in the arena, Efkaristo, that you are all here.
Oh.
It is difficult. Quite a difficult language. But thank you so much for being here. Let's get into the action and also go over what we saw yesterday, the Fish Show. It was Fnatic that reigned victorious over Schalke 04 in quite a simple fashion, I would say.
It was very one-sided.
It was one-sided.
That's very safe to say. I think, Rekkles had a great series, specifically down in the bot lane together with Hylissang, but overall, it was a Fnatic team who didn't have to show anything new. They actually just have to go and improve. They are just better than Schalke in every single way, mechanically and also as a team.
I think the big question mark as well was, where is Fnatic's mental strength? And they showed up big time, 3-0. They showed good form, which makes me very excited for this finals.
And I just loved the strategy we were seeing out of them. In typical Fnatic fashion, early game strategy. It was the level 2 play in game 2, the level 1 that was almost picture perfect. That same move they went for 2 games in a row, and they just unwound and demolished Schalke with it.
And I think looking at the last week, you couldn't ask for more right now setting up to this final. Fnatic get G2 all the way to 5 games. Fnatic then 3-0 what is the 3rd best team in Europe yesterday in this arena, which really shows the top 2 teams right now are a level above the rest. And whoever wins today, for the first time ever, we can say they're going to be favorites going into Worlds.
That is incredible just hearing that. And indeed, Fnatic is locked into Worlds because of their win yesterday. G2 is also already locked into the World Championship. And Schalke 04, they will go into the regional qualifiers. This is the bracket. It is almost completely played out. And I think at the beginning of everything, I'm so sorry to Fisho, I'm so sorry Yamato, but many people wanted to see this best of 5.
Everyone's just been waiting, Fnatic versus G2, because these are our two best early game teams in the league, the biggest fan bases, the biggest history behind these two incredible organizations. It all comes down to this.
I think ever since Caps left Fnatic for G2, this is what everyone was waiting for. Fnatic had a rough start in Spring Split, and now we're here in the finals to round off the entire European split.
And all the players on Fnatic are going to step up, and they did yesterday already. The player of the series was Broxah. Broxah, the same guy who we saw on stage after the reverse sweep last week, put his head in his hands and just tweeting afterwards, "This hurts so bad." Well, that is one way to answer back. It is playing a series like that.
Absolutely untouchable yesterday from the early game strategies that Fnatic implemented. The games were always about Broxah. Game 1, very Rekkles focused, but after that, it was Broxah securing early game leads, and off of those first few kills, just snowballing the games incredibly.
Yeah, and you mentioned snowballing. I think Broxah, when his team is actually getting hit often through him, he's snowballing harder than any jungler we have in Europe. The amount of plays he pulls off on things like Lucian, it's absolutely crazy.
I think the main takeaway with Broxah is that he has these 3 champions he's very, very comfortable on. He has the Lucian, the Gragas, and of course, the Elise. If he has something in store for us, maybe a Sejuani after that 1v1 yesterday, I would be excited to see that today as well.
Yeah, Broxah has really also stepped up as kind of the captain, and people are looking at when you look at this Fnatic squad after the hole that Caps left. Are you guys impressed with the new dynamic that Fnatic has found with that very good mid laner, maybe best in the world, not being in the mid lane anymore, but then having Nemesis and having all the other players step up?
I love this new style of Fnatic because in 2018, it was all about coming to mid lane and making sure Caps was the carry, Caps was getting ahead. I think in 2019, we've seen different styles. It's much more on Broxah to move around the map with Nemesis. When Nemesis can play champions with the ability to roam, it completely has transformed how this Fnatic squad can play the game, and now they put carry resources in top lane, bot lane, mid lane, they can do it all.
All these players stepping up, and throughout the regular season, we saw many individuals step up, but in the end, only one was worthy of the title as MVP, standing next to some of the best in the world. This guy keeps reaching new heights, a true LEC legend. Here is your Summer Split Most Valuable Player.
Goodbye, Rekkles now going to be in trouble. The shield not going to matter too much, but he will be able to retrieve the ulti. Connects over the wall, the long shot. Jankos finds his mark, the double drop for Pyke, and money in the bank for G2. Jankos will not come out on top of this 1v1 match. It needs to make it out to safety. Where's he going to go? Will step forward, will go right into Humanoid, and the 3-0. That's going to be the shutdown for Jankos. Leader and Dust now run. Leader could be forced. The double kill coming in. Jankos might want to make it a triple, but Dot will leap out to safety. Jankos, perhaps another dot.
Oh, that was a fantastic cocoon locked inside the baby cane. Now Jackson gets caught on. Jankos reflection of the wall. Cocoon and a venomous Pyke will secure the kill. Jankos isn't done yet though. Finds another cocoon.
Jankos on the pal. He dodges from the ulti, and they're going to find Jackson.
Oh man, Cocoon manages to connect. Jackson gets pulled backwards. Another death from below.
Jankos steals away the ult. We'll watch this. Oh, wait, does he walk into it? What is going on? No way!
Jankos, congratulations on being the 2019 Summer Split LEC MVP! You had the most amazing year. First EU title, first international title, and now first MVP title. How proud are you after all these years?
Well, I'm really happy that after so many years, I can finally show up and play against the best players on the international stage and actually beat them. And at the same time, be really valuable asset to my team and get the MVP.
Watching all these replays you saw, which one will you remember the most? Which was your best moment this year?
Maybe one of the Sejuani games, I don't know.
You know what? Thinking about it, was it worth it for you playing Sejuani the whole year?
I mean, I don't really think that I played the whole year, but as you could see yesterday when she 1v1 Broxah, it's pretty OP, right? So, I mean, I think it's a good champion, but hopefully today I can show up on something that can do more plays.
Did you know that the first and only time a jungler was awarded MVP was Trick, when we also was at G2? How proud are you of following his footsteps?
Well, I mean, I guess G2 has pretty good junglers, but I'm pretty proud of myself. My brother Trick is out since yesterday, but I will avenge him.
What is the most challenging thing when you are the jungler of G2 with such talented players with you?
I think the most annoying thing is that all the laners require a lot of attention, but at the same time, all of them are great players, so it's a pleasure to jungle for them, but sometimes maybe they could wait for me more.
All right. What would you say to people who think that maybe some other members of G2 deserve this award? Why is it yours and yours only today?
Well, I mean, I think I performed really well this year, and this split as well. And I was the only one playing Sejuani, so I guess that's why.
As the MVP, you will have a big task tonight. You will have to shine and bring your team to another trophy. Broxah said some strong words yesterday, but why will these finals be yours once again?
Well, I mean, Broxah wants to steal Carlos' lunch money, but the victory dinner after today's finals is on me.
Any last words you would like to say to the fans who watched you and supported you the whole year?
Well, I'm really grateful to all the fans that did support me. I'm grateful to our teams for, all of the people being here today, and I hope you guys will cheer for both teams. But G2 will be on top.
Congratulations once again, Jankos, and of course, good luck on today. Now back to you, Shox.
Thank you very much, Long. Also, a big congratulations from all of us here on the desk. An absolutely deserved MVP in Jankos Yamato. You know him very, very well. It must also feel good for you to see him get this trophy.
I'm very happy for him, very proud of him. I got the pleasure of working with him back in the Rocket days, which was a very long time ago. And even last split, he was considered the best player who has never won a split, and now he has the MVP title. He went from the first Blood King to the most diverse jungle in Europe. So this growth has been immense, and he had that special thing already in the Rocket days. So I'm very proud of him.
He deserves it all, and today he is going to play that all-important war on the Rift. But there is another one going on, and that is on Twitter. Now, if you follow G2 Esports on Twitter or Fnatic, you might see that they like to banter back and forth. And we thought to get us in the mood for this final, we wanted to rehash some of the tweets that we have seen. And the first one coming up is from G2 Esports, I believe. It says, at Fnatic, what is this called in your country? Holy moly, taking some inspirations from some double lift there.
Yeah, I guess a little bit right there. Grease, do you have an answer for this guy, for G2? What is this?
It's hard to make out. I think we're 50-50 split on G2.
Brave try.
Like oh, man.
Is it weird chip? Is that possible?
I'm pretty sure that's usually what they say.
No, okay, let's go over to the next one as well. What is that tweet? All right, so, okay guys, I think we have memed on Fnatic time, so maybe we should relax things a bit. Well, that time won't stop me because I can't read. That is one of my personal favorites. Yamato, there's a lot of words about banter and if it's okay or not and what it does. What do you think about G2's strategy to get in their heads?
I think this is the G2 way. They're very loose with their words, loose in their play, and it's something that we come to expect by now. So I'm very happy that one team has that boldness and back it up as well.
Yeah, it helps that they just win every time as well, Shocks.
Are we getting a Fnatic tweet?
I'm not sure. See, the thing is, we were curating them, and Fnatic was a bit more, I would say, less trash-talking overall on Twitter. It was G2 who threw out more. I know that Origin does not approve of this kind of name-calling, but we're still going to take a look at it.
I mean, we're 9 teams who are basically getting attacked by G2 these
Yeah,
days.
that's
So
true.
I think we're all in this together.
Let's take a look at the next one. Okay, Fnatic, they have the best bot lane. LEC, so Perkz and Mikyx have no chance. Plus, Broxah can deal with Jankos, and Fnatic solo laners can definitely...
These are basically just win conditions you're
These are
going
win
through.
conditions, it's perfect. I mean, all of them were true for 2.5 games last week.
It's true, yeah.
So I'm not sure if they have to be so funny.
So I'm pretty sure the clown is supposed to be a Fnatic fan right there, saying why Fnatic's gonna win.
Oh
I saw that guy earlier.
Yeah. Did you? All right, final one, so that we're all warmed up for today, is coming from, I think, someone from the broadcast crew. I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah, you know, I was a little disappointed in G2, honestly. I just think it was kind of pathetic that G2 could not get every single award this split, and I really just hope they bounce back in 2020.
So basically, next time you want them to get a rookie, so they can also put the rookie in for enough games to actually vote for that
Promise
rookie.
rookie? Huh?
I guess there's a minimum of amount of games you can play, but this seems like a mission for Ocelot.
I think it's
Just
like
put
4 games,
someone
3 or 4 games
yeah,
you have
put
to
someone
play.
in to play 4 games. Great. Well,
Actually, I
yeah.
believe in the current rules, if you put Ocelot in now, he would count as a rookie.
He would count as a rookie. Oldest rookie
but he
ever.
played already.
Love it.
Yes,
okay,
too many years
cool.
ago.
Yeah.
Oh, we can be rookies.
Yeah, we could be rookies too.
Well, G2 and Fnatic, they're very busy battling it out on Twitter. And meanwhile, Wunder, he's running around in Azeroth. So, Jankos, how is it going with this World of Warcraft account?
He's level 51, and he has an epic ring.
Fantastic. Glad that we have that.
What does that even mean?
All right, now that we know basically everything important, right? We know who the MVP is, we know who has the hottest Twitter banter, we know what level Wunder is. We're gonna really dive into this best of 5 because tonight we get the dream that that fans have waited for months. Europe. I'm gonna try it over. Tonight, we get the final that we have all been waiting for as Europe's 2 Titans battle for the LEC title and that first seed for Worlds. Thank you for the support. Sometimes it goes wrong. G2 Esports versus Fnatic, and they are both nothing less of super, super impressive. The winningest team in EU history, starting off with G2 Esports, who started all the way back 5 years ago and now finds themselves here.
Yeah, and it goes back even further than that too, right? With Fnatic in 2011, all the way at the beginning, winning titles before I even knew League of Legends existed. This team has been around from the very beginning, and it's always been the rest of Europe looking up to this team.
Which is also why it's very fitting that it was G2 Esports who really stopped the dominance. You know, Alliance got one win in there, but it was G2 who said, no, we can take more than a single split. They got 4 in a row, stopped Fnatic from dominating in Europe, and now, again, this year, G2 are back on top.
I feel like, you know, as an LEC competitor, Fnatic and G2 are the teams that you always have to chase and overcome and beat. And I feel, you know, I'm thinking about the World Championship, knowing that these 2 teams qualified is going to be a banger, that's for sure.
It's going to be absolutely fantastic. 5 titles versus 7 titles. Also, the Golden Road, still a possibility for G2 Esports if they win both European titles and MSI and Worlds. But that seems like we're going a bit too far before we've even played the final.
Depends on who you ask. If you ask Carlos or anyone from G2, they're already looking towards that World Final.
Yes, and last week, of course, we got a taste of what this best of 5 is going to look like, as in the round 2 of the playoffs, G2 played Fnatic in the Kings match, and it was such a great match, all the way to 5 games.
Yeah, and at the start, it looked like Fnatic was going to 3-0 G2. Such a huge surprise from this team, who used incredible early game pressure and strong skirmishing to get out to a lead. But in game 3, everything turned. Crucial team fighting around the Baron, and Wunder stepping up so massively.
Yeah, and it was almost like they kind of broke Fnatic, you know, when they didn't finish that one game, G2 realized, okay, there are certain things we have to remove, and they also started playing better individually. We have to highlight that. First couple of games, Fnatic were just better on the Rift if you look at each player in each lane against each other. But I think the last couple of games turned back towards G2. And that's why you're kind of sitting now, being a little bit confused of going into this game. Like, what level do you see G2 at? We know Fnatic will play well. Will G2 match that or beat that instantly?
The mere fact that mechanically Fnatic went blow for G2, even that they lost the series in the end, does that instill you with a lot of hope for this best of 5 and the rematch?
I think what's scary is that I feel like at the end of the first best of 5 that we saw, I felt like G2 figured them out completely. And looking at the series from yesterday, I didn't feel like Fnatic had to show anything. So it all comes down to what has Fnatic in their pockets, what are they hiding?
Is G2 a team that generally does well with information from these teams, maybe even the best out of any team in the league?
I mean, this team, we've seen it. They've gone to international events. They've done so well. They know how to prep for their opposition. But I do think there are still options for Fnatic. You know, we look just at that game 3 when they weren't fully relying on globals to get an early lead. There are tools to fight back.
Yeah, but the odds seem to be stacked against Fnatic. But Fnatic, they have 7 titles for a reason. What is there in here? What do they have to focus on today?
I mean, we know there's some key picks for Fnatic that they really want to use and actually used against G2 last week. You know, looking at things down the bot lane, like Yuumi is most successful for them. G2 actually banned that away. I think that can be a big one. I'm also looking at things like, you know, Aatrox that get banned away every game, Hylissang getting Rakan. Like, there are key picks for this team they can use to dominate with. And we've seen all split long that some of these picks down here are very successful.
Right, I think we also have to focus in on the Twisted Fate, which I expect to be perma-banned here from the side of G2 because Fnatic plays so well with that champion, and especially with globals, because the way G2 like to play is very fast, very loose. They like to fight you and scrap you all around the map. If you have a global tool like the Twisted Fate, you can instantly respond and shut that down. That's what we saw in the first 2 games when he constantly went top lane and didn't allow Wunder to even play the game.
I wouldn't be surprised at all if Nemesis Twisted Fate is banned for the rest of the season. I'm looking at the picks that G2 brought to the table. I remember the Kled that brought them to that Game 3 victory that was so clutch. And all these picks that are overlapping. We think about Hylissang Pyke and the Hylissang Rakan, but Mikyx Rakan is just as strong. And I think G2's champion pool is so vast, and I'm expecting more picks today even.
But it's also very fascinating with Nemesis and kind of like what playstyle do you bring to the table when you play against Caps? You know, he was successful on the roaming, the push and roam style. I actually look at him as well saying that is your strength right now. Having to try and win pure 1v1 against Caps is often not the greatest call. If there are other champions where you can get priority in pushing and then go to top lane, go to bot lane. That's what Fnatic does so well. They use pressure in lanes to roam.
It's so interesting knowing that we've already seen 5 games, and we even saw in that 5th game, Fnatic was pushed to their limits in terms of what they picked because G2 just brings so much
They ran out of picks.
They ran out of pick, just put it that way. So that does concern me for the draft phase for them, and I'd love to see what they're going to go for in the first game. A couple of matchups we do also need to talk about is in the jungle first and foremost. Jankos, he was just crowned the Summer Split MVP, but Broxah is right behind him. How much is this going to influence the best of 5?
It's going to be such a crucial matchup here, Shocks. And for me, Jankos on your screen, the best jungler in the LEC. There's a reason why he won MVP. And I think there's a misconception commonly when you see a team like G2 with such stacked roster, it's easy to play jungle. That's what people say. That is not the case, because when you have 3 different lanes that want to fight and want to go in all the time, you need to be so smart and efficient with your time, and Jankos is exactly that.
For sure, as you're saying, you have to play perfect, and on top of that, you have to be able to play every champion. Because sometimes in champions, they're like, all of a sudden, your solo lane is like, I don't want to play this one. You play Pyke, you play Qiyana, you play Sylas, and Jankos is delivering in all of these champions. You always think of his Sejuani thing, but he has played many, many different ones this split.
Now, we're talking a lot about champ pools, you know, both for Fnatic as a team, now also in the jungle matchup. I want to highlight that the fact that Fnatic got all the way to 5 games last week, have had a week now to figure out, okay, what else do we need to add? It's just 1 or 2 more picks per player. That's all you need in a best of 5 extra. If you're Fnatic now, you don't need to add 10 new champions. So I think for them, having a week to prepare could be huge for them. I expect G2 to play somewhat the same as they've already done.
Yeah, that's a great point. Of course, they had some more time. And when we look not only at the picks, but just at the players, the icons, and the legends that are on stage today, it is unbelievable what 10 players we have playing in this 5v5. But 2 that we want to highlight specifically is Perkz versus Rekkles. On the one side, a guy who hasn't played marksman for longer than a year and already has an international title to show for it, versus Rekkles, who is fantastic and still chasing that biggest trophy.
For so long, it has been Rekkles on top of Europe and all the other AD carry players looking up towards him as the best in the region. It's been a long time since he's faced a legitimate challenge, but now in the finals, it is Perkz looking down on him.
For sure. I remember the last one, which was Sven versus Rekkles, the OG versus Fnatic series that went to 5 games. And that the big question mark was, who is the best ADC? And we can ask that same question today. We have Rekkles versus Perkz. It's going to get really, really wild.
So many interesting matchups. Is there a person we've forgotten? Is there anyone else that you say, I'm going to put my money on this guy to perform out of his mind today?
I mean, we haven't talked about Wunder really, except for the Kled pick. He's the best top laner in Europe. We have also not talked about a guy who's won multiple MVP titles. A lot of people consider him the best player in the West. That's Cap.
Yeah.
So there are a lot of names we're missing out on the G2 side, but I think Fnatic, you're not going to win this game individually. You're actually going to win it by having more pressure in the early game as a team.
As we get there, then tell me about the win conditions. Fnatic, slight underdog, big underdog, depending on who you ask. How do they win this trophy?
I think for Fnatic, it must start in the bottom lane, and we need to see Hylissang on comfort picks. I want to see him on the likes of the Pyke or the Rakan. He is so good on those champions and can carry games for Fnatic when he is on those. And also, through those types of picks, you can control the mid lane. Fnatic, all the time, look for these 3v3 plays around the mid lane where Broxah and Hylissang team up to attack. If they can do that, they can shut down caps and start controlling from the center of the map.
For sure, and also something that what were showcased yesterday was a special Fnatic homemade meal, which is just carry through Rekkles, pick the Karma, play around them, and just put Rekkles on a pedestal to take over the game, and that was showcased big time yesterday.
As we see the players here, they're about to take the stage for the opening ceremony. Tell me about G2. How do they win today, Deficio?
Well, I think the big thing, remove globals, Twisted Fate, take it away. If there's another global showing up, maybe look to remove that as well later on in the series. And then kind of the counter to Ender's point about, Hylissang specifically, is actually counterpick support. I think Mikyx, if he counterpicks support and he doesn't play like he did in the first couple of games last week, then G2 can win the bot lane, and that shuts down Fnatic hard.
I also want to add, they can focus on that 2v2 mid. If they enable caps, all of a sudden he can take over the map, and he can be the roamer instead of Nemesis if he gets the space to do so.
Which then actually sets up, if you win the mid laner as G2, then you can have stronger side lanes with Wunder, obviously,
Are they going to keep going these win conditions for G2?
So then your 1-3-1 can actually be super strong.
And on top of that, everyone in this team can carry. We talk about who we want to highlight. We could have talked forever about every single individual. And Mikyx with those engages, Wunder, when everything falls apart, he's the one that carries with the Kled, with the Rise, with whatever. So everyone can carry on this team.
It's unfair. He gets 1 or 2 win conditions for Fnatic, and you have 7 for G2.
All you need is 1 or 2. You don't need 10.
1 or 2. Let's take a look at predictions as we get closer and closer to the opening ceremony and kicking off our finals for G2 Esports versus Fnatic. There we go. 2 Fnatic votes and 2 for G2. We are split down the middle on the desk.
We got to hear the Fnatic.
Yeah, go ahead.
Look, I think Fnatic should have 3-0'd last week against G2. They were in the position to be able to do it. They proved they could compete on a mechanical level. They had the early game strategy to beat it. Now it's their time to do it.
We'll see. Tonight is a series years in the making as 2 fierce rivals fight for the title in the City of Champions. Ladies and gentlemen, join us in counting down towards the LEC Summer Final.
This AD carry versus AD carry. The Rekkles says not today!
Growing up, I always watched LEC, and seeing the Eastern teams always smashing my favorite pro players was kind of sad. Now, more than ever, we have the best shot of actually proving that Europe actually wins the whole thing.
Chunked out a number of autos. Take a look at that! The Hex Trigger shield! And Caps turns it around! G2's dominance has been truly challenged, but they were not conquered.
So who wants to kill the king?
I'm going to do everything in my power to make sure that we can get our revenge.
Get some plates. They now have their eyes set on mid. Fnatic trying to match the play, trying to look for a little bit more. The flash out to Broxah is too clean.
The only proper way to end this summer split is having a G2 Fnatic final.
But may just be caught out again. No, Jankos once again can't find the opportunity. The kick flash from Broxah is too clean, but he's running for his life. The 80 carries are still alive. They're still untouched. Bwipo goes in. He's trying to save the day. He does so much damage. The resets are there for the Pyke.
We didn't come here just to beat Schalke. We're here for one thing, and that's to beat G2 and get our revenge.
I dare you all to come and challenge me on the edge. That's where I have the most fun.
I don't think G2 is the best team in the world. I don't think anybody's the best team in the world until they go off on that world stage and prove it.
I don't think we're gonna lose this split. I already visualized myself lifting the trophy.
When we enter the stage in Athens, we're going to have a 6th man on our team, and that's going to be the fans.
We're going to prove exactly why we're G2, why we're the team that won MSI, and why we deserve to represent Europe at the biggest stage.
League of Legends is European, and this is what it looks like. "12 weeks in the making, 8 teams defeated and discarded, 2 challengers survive, 1 your champion. Today is bigger than a final, more important than Fnatic and G2. Today, the world is watching, and we are going to send a message. We are EU. Athens, your history was forged in battle. Athens, you are the birthplace of competition. Athens, this is your moment. Europe, this is your signal. Are you ready for the LEC Summer Split Finals? Today's final features the best teams in Europe, the most successful organizations in our region, and only one will be victorious. Etched onto this trophy is G2 Esports, and today, Fnatic are going to stop them. Athens, shall we meet your combatants? In the top lane, G2 Wunder. Fnatic Bwipo. In the jungle, Summer Split MVP, Jankos! Fnatic's Broxah! In the mid lane, G2 Caps! For Fnatic, Nemesis! In the battle for the bot lane, G2 Perkz! Fnatic's Rekkles! In support, G2 Mikyx! Fnatic Hylissang! G2 be your champion? Or will Fnatic reign supreme? Fnatic versus G2 in form in Athens. Grabs, there is a lot of support for Fnatic.
You know, Trevor, the crowd is usually wrong, so today's the same. In general, let's try again against him.
Oh, some fighting talk against the general. Young Buck, how do you respond to Grabs and the G2 army?
Last week, we went very easy on you guys. Athens, do you want to go hard on G2 tonight?
Ladies and gentlemen, your LEC Summer Finals, G2 versus Fnatic starts right now.
Thank you very much, Quick Shot, and it is my profound honor to be joined by Vedius and Foskuin on the caster desk for this. The first time we've ever had Vedi for a final, and Foskuin is just the icing on top of the delicious cake we have today.
And what a wonderful final that we will have the pleasure of casting. Fnatic versus G2, both teams on form. Last week, we got all 5 games. And today, expectations are that we can get the same again.
And that's kind of the question. Have G2 figured out the blueprint on how to take down Fnatic since the last time they formed? Or, as Deficio said on the desk, have Fnatic got something secret up their sleeve rumbling? They said that they got better practice, that they're in better form, and they're ready to take it to us.
That's always going to be the question after we saw such a barnstorm-over series last week. Are the teams going to be able to bring the same form into the finals in Athens? Are they going to have prepared anything different in the week between? Because these are our 2 most successful organizations in the history of the LEC, battling it out consistently at the top of the chart.
And frankly, I think the expectation is everyone buckle up, because this is going to be an explosive, bloodthirsty match. These are 2 best early game teams in the region. Fnatic had G2's number every single time that last best of 5, except for the final game where G2 made the largest gold lead Europe has ever seen at 15 minutes. This will not go quietly into the night.
It was only yesterday we saw Fnatic demolish Schalke. Seems like the fans in Athens are hoping for another Fnatic win, but we are just on the cusp of jumping into Champion Select for our first game, and I know G2 have a lot to say in this best of 5.
I'm just so excited to see these 2 teams go at it once again. We know it's going to be a bloodbath. We know that both these teams are going to be looking for early game plays. We got to see some great creative level 1 strategies from Fnatic yesterday. Have G2 prepared something? Because let's not forget the last final that G2 was in, they set an international record. The last European final they were in, they set a European record. These guys break records when it comes to finals.
And looking forward to the draft, it was G2 that selected for the blue side. Now, that was also what they took in that best of 5, and the strategy was, okay, deny the Twisted Fate, take away the Rakan with a priority pick. And I'm wondering if G2 are going to run that exact same strategy as the Game 1 tester. Push Fnatic, see if they've got anything else or if they've already figured them out for this best of.
I feel like Twisted Fate is definitely going to be on the ban table from the side of G2. Last week, they left both the Twisted Fate and the Yuumi up in the very first game. They came prepared with the strategy that did not work in Game 1, but I would imagine that G2 will either be playing and practicing the Yuumi a lot themselves coming into this week, or will have a special answer to it. Perhaps maybe not the Mordekaiser Pyke this time.
I don't want the Mordekaiser Pyke again.
Hey, it could work though, you know. We don't see Perkz teleporting up at level 5 to the top lane. Maybe G2 will run it back and try and use that combination. But all I know today is there's going to be bloodshed. There's going to be early game fights. Only yesterday, Broxah demolished Schalke in the early game on his Lee Sin. Has some incredibly strong matches, and we'll see if he can bring that form into today.
And I don't think you need us to tell you that this crowd, little bit Fnatic heavy. Broxah said it himself yesterday that they're going to have the 6th man of the crowd behind them, the 7th man of their 7 championships behind them.
But don't let that count out the G2 fans that are very vocal in the crowd as well. They are here, they are supportive, and they want to see G2 make the run for the Golden Rose. Have the spring split title under their belt, the MSI title, the summer title, and last but not least, the world's title to round things out.
Well, G2 are a team to set records, and the Golden Road has never been done before. We'll see if they can take the next step along it with a victory today. But we're going to jump on into Champion Select. G2 on the blue, Fnatic on the red. And we'll see if that Twisted Fate, if that Yuumi gets banned away, because so far, we only have an Aatrox and Qiyana banned.
So it looks like that they are continuing with the bans that they ran against Fnatic in the last few games against them last week. Aatrox and Twisted Fate taken off the board. Fnatic copying the same strategy that they had last week, again with the Qiyana and Yasuo. They do not want to give G2 Esports these picks.
But now you have 3 picks and one of them will slip through. That's the Akali, the Sylas, as well as the Yuumi. With the Rakan being banned, does this put priority on a Yuumi first pick if Fnatic don't pick it here, or will G2 get their flex pick of the Akali?
And that's the thing, because G2 have had this week to practice the Yuumi to make sure they are adept at it. It makes it very difficult for Fnatic, and you can see them saying, okay, we can't risk Mikyx picking up that Yuumi. We're going to have to ban it away, but that unleashes so much power for G2.
Ah, the curveball here. We know that both Mikyx and Hilly, incredible, accomplished Pyke players, and I just said Mikyx and Hilly. I need to throw in the rest of G2 while we're at it.
This was something in the second time during the regular season when G2 and Fnatic met, where Fnatic, following that game, said, we can't afford to leave Pyke open against this team. Every time it is up, Mikyx is terrifying on it. Now, while they were able to get the better of them in game 1 of the best of 5 last week, it is still something you always have to respect when it is in Mikyx's hands.
But that now means that giving away this priority pick, prioritizing the Pyke, you allow the Akali to be picked up, preferably for Nemesis. You have things like Broxah's Gragas available. The Xayah is still a possibility. Kai'Sa with Flash. There are so many power picks that Fnatic can grab on 2 and 3.
Remember that Fnatic could not ban out the Sylas this time round, which means they may have to put a priority on it this round in the draft, and that's exactly what they do. They're trying to limit G2's answers to the Akali, and now they're the ones saying to G2 Esports, what have you got left in the tank to answer our double, even triple flex pick?
Well, straight away, G2 are going to lock in the Gragas. Expect that to be going to Jankos in the jungle in their pick. That Wunder shone on so much last week. The Kled locked in before that second phase of ban.
And we do suspect that it will be a top lane Kled after Wunder's performance, but I will remind everyone in the LPL, it also is flexed into the mid lane position. And
in the LPL, everything's flexed for us.
I've seen some crazier things come out. So again, that question that Vedius brought up, this idea of what do G2 have into the Akali Sylas, potential triple flex if that Sylas goes into the jungle.
We will see the Xayah locked in for Fnatic as well. Not too surprising, rather, given that Rekkles put a lot of value on this not only yesterday, but also last week when they played up against each other. So you can see a lot of strong picks locked in for the side of Fnatic. And if you're looking at many teams around the world, you see this draft from Fnatic, you're thinking, okay, this is already looking very good, but they're going up against G2, who have got a lot of comfort picks of their own.
And now we expect to see that mid lane pinch, so you can already see the Syndra go through. If they also want to get rid of the Corki, a very safe champion into both the Sylas and the Akali that can survive it and try to hyper scale for that late game.
Pinching the mid lane here by Fnatic does mean that that AD carry will be left open. The Kai'Sa is still a very viable option for G2. We saw them flash it earlier on. G2 trying to remove some of the stronger supports from Hylissang with the Thresh ban.
I think it's really easy. Perkz has so many options he can go towards. So not necessarily just the Kai'Sa, but also the Ezreal, especially if that is going to be Mikyx's Pyke roaming around. Ezreal will be a very safe pick, which is why I'm glad that Fnatic say, no. You will lane against us. You don't get to just sit back and farm with Q and allow Mikyx to cause terror everywhere.
Yeah, it looks like they want to try and put Perkz on the Kai'Sa. Fnatic could be looking at a Nautilus pick for themselves, save the flexibility until the final rotation on red side. We'll see what G2 look to ban away, and it will be the Shen. So they want to try and deny that both in support along with on the top side for Fnatic.
Yeah, getting rid of the Shen, getting rid of one of those globals that was so impactful in the series last week. Now, Fnatic have a couple of options here. Could look to pick their support, so they have a counter pick up last, and that seems to be where they're going.
The Morgana and the Nautilus are kind of the 2 picks that stand out. How much safety do you want versus how much engaged you need to break?
Ooh, the Jax. This is actually something that was banned heavily. Oh, okay, they're going to make an immediate pivot towards the Leona. very lane dominant champion, provides a lot of crowd control in team fights as well. But the quick response from G2, going for the Lucian, and this could be Caps' LeBlanc.
You have to bring the mobility. Now you're dealing with a long-range engage tool, because that's what Fnatic were really missing, which is why I didn't like the Morgana hover. They need the Leona ultimate to really kick things off for them, because otherwise it's so hard to start fights. But that means in response, G2 grab things with dashes, the LeBlanc, the Lucian. It's going to be very difficult to lock them down and to find that ult.
I mean, the great thing for Fnatic there was they knew that LeBlanc had been locked in. They knew where G2 were taking these champions, and so they had that counter pick for last. They lock in the Jax. They say, we'll take Sylas in the jungle, we'll take Akali in the mid lane, and we'll try and have some of these scaling threats later in the game.
But outside of just the scaling threats, Fnatic have a very well-balanced composition. You look at that, you can easily see the 1-3-1 capabilities at the post-level 6 as soon as Sylas is 6 in that jungle. But also, first item Akali, super powerful. First item Xayah to 3 items Xayah, incredibly powerful. I think they've got every single base covered, no matter what point it is of the game.
I feel like we're going to be seeing a lot of skirmishing. I'm looking at this draft from G2 and I see so much mobility, as Frost was saying, and I feel like that they don't need a huge amount of items to be strong. They only need that level 6 mark. Once they get those early levels under their belt, they can start looking for fights, looking to try and shut down this Jax. And I think that's going to be extremely important for G2, because if you just freely leave this Fnatic composition to scale, as you said, Frost, they have those options, they have those items, they have the champions and the comp in order to challenge G2 in these mid to late game fights.
Which is why I'm looking at a pick like our MVP, Jankos, having something like a Gragas, the ability to get off those early ganks, and he can attack any lane he wants, especially when he starts pairing up with Mikyx. We expect this to be about roaming jungle support.
Well, we are almost ready for game 1 of this best of 5. Fnatic versus G2, the final that everyone expected, the final everyone was waiting for. These two titans of European League of Legends clashing on Summoner's Rift once again. We want fire and fury, we want fights and failures, we want bloodshed. Fnatic G2, this is your moment. Europe is watching, the world is watching, and they are waiting to see just how much you've got.
And what better way to do it than with locking in some of the signature picks for both of these teams. The Pyke for Mikyx. We get to see Hylissang's Leona. Now, admittedly, not one of his signature picks, but something that I'm sure will create a lot of chaos, especially once he hits that level 6 mark. One of the big things about Leona is that while she is skill shot reliant, her chain CC, her ability to stack on top of setup for the Xayah's feathers, means that if a single one lands, you're likely gonna die.
It also means that if Mikyx does pick his moments to roam, Fnatic have brought tools to punish Perkz if he's ever alone in the lane with that chain CC and with that zone control that you're talking about that Xayah and Leona can bring.
And as much as Leona is a champion that you can see Hylissang playing, the aggressive playstyle, the ability to make plays, he hasn't played it since 2015 on Unicorns of Love. He's only played it 4 times in LEC history. This is a callback for Hylissang, and we'll see just how effective he can be on it.
We're also going to be looking at this top lane matchup as well, because every time Bwipo played against the Kled last week, he was struggling. He didn't get jungle resources, he was left on an island, and Wunder got the better of him every single time. Now, he's on a matchup where he can actually skirmish and fight him in the early game, and he outscales the Kled later on into the game. You can already see he's getting a lot of successful trades down against Wunder, and this is going to be a big point that Fnatic can look to leverage early on.
Hylissang trading here onto Mikyx. The Zenithite lands, Ignite goes down onto Hylissang, and Mikyx flash away, but the Ignite is taking it back! Perkz tries to answer back, but Fnatic strike first.
And 2 minutes into the game, Fnatic's bot lane again pushed G2's bot lane around. This is what happened all series the last time these teams faced. But here comes Jankos.
Jankos coming in, the root call is going to land though, and Perkz just about able to escape. Jankos flashes forward, looking for the slow onto Rekkles. Perkz will take the kill, and now Hylissang has to walk away.
This was the bloodshed that we all came for. This is G2 versus Fnatic already. The 2 versus 2 kills coming down bot. Jankos has now hit level 3. Broxah is back in base, so the likelihood of a counter gank not going to come down from the side of Fnatic.
But again, just to re-emphasize, it was Mikyx the last time these teams faced.
Jankos going back in, Rekkles, base check straight into it, but he'll take down Perkz, and here comes Hylissang, the TP comes in! Jankos takes down Rekkles, but Hylissang's going to get counter kill, and now double TP is coming in. Bwipo and Wunder join the fight in the bottom lane, Hylissang trying to survive, flashes forward, stuns up Mikyx, it's a double for Hylissang! And now Wunder and Bwipo are going to fight, Wunder has the red buff, but Bwipo can keep chasing in, Wunder's going to get dismounted, now Bwipo realizes he can't fight anymore, Broxah was on his way down, but he can't find the connection.
G2 recognize that the jungler could be in the bot side of the map. Bwipo does have a level advantage right now. They don't want to try and dive Wunder. He's too difficult on the champion. Already 7 kills, 3.5 minutes into the game.
And the important thing being that all of those summoners are now down for those bot lanes. So I think it's only going to continue to snowball from here. I see no reason for either of these teams to let up on the aggression in the bot lane. The TPs are down, the flashes are down, and you have so much CC and setup for these junglers.
So Wunder will be able to back first, start making his way up towards top lane, and he needs to do that because if we have a look at the top lane wave, there's actually a slow push, and while Broxah looks for a gank in mid.
Broxah going in, Caps poured out a little bit here, Nemesis looking for the shuriken, but won't quite connect, and Caps is going to jump back. Should be able to survive this pretty easily.
So with the information that Jankos has on Broxah, he's able to invade towards the top side and actually steal away some of these Raptors. A huge wave is going to be stacking up towards top lane, and I wonder if G2 could look for a gank. Bwipo does have his flash available, and you can see Jankos pathing his way up top.
And you already briefly mentioned the dive potential of Kled. You were talking about his safety, of course, his ability to juggle the aggro with Skarl, so they could look for a play like this.
Jankos has been spotted out, teleport available for Nemesis. Broxah coming down towards the bottom lane as Mikyx will just jump away. Jankos is behind this, but not looking for the dive yet.
It's too dangerous now that Nemesis has reset and has access to the TP, so wisely G2 say, we're gonna let it crash, we can't follow the Akali up, let it go.
So as we crest the 5-minute mark, it's been action-packed, but let's have a look at exactly how these early kills have affected the game. There's only 600 gold between the two teams. Fnatic slightly ahead. You've got the remnant of the aspect finished on Hylissang. His support item is up there, but in terms of AD carries, they're still both pretty even in that bottom lane.
Really, a big difference was also the fact that Mikyx, having gold to go for the boots, didn't get to upgrade any of his support itemization, so we'll see if he's able to either get back to the lane faster with those boots, keep himself topped up, or start making more plays, kind of skirmishing in this early jungle with the added mobility.
Broxah is investing a huge amount of time towards the bot side of the map. He's here to offer some support towards Fnatic. He recognizes that they're pushing in this lane. He wants to be there so that they can push it underneath the tower and get the bounce back. I don't think they should go for a dive, even though there are no summoners. Jankos is in position, but Nemesis is making the row.
Especially because that cleanse on Perkz just about to come up.
They're looking for it. Better to pop here by Jankos. He starts to run away, but G2 want to defend that tower. Don't want to lose these plates too early. Zenith Blade doesn't quite connect, and that is G2's go signal to try and get back to the tower. One plate forward for Mikyx. Could look for the Stewart. Hits Hylissang. The rest of Fnatic can't hear anymore. Hylissang so tanky, but at the moment, Perkz is just shredding through him. Nemesis coming in from the side, has that level 6, but won't come in for the gank.
G2 are just wasting Fnatic's time right now. Nemesis is in between two lanes, not really sure whether he should come and help for the fight. Meanwhile, Mikyx is continuing the chase.
Now, while Fnatic didn't get anything off of that, and I agree with you that G2 did buy up a lot of the time on the play, Fnatic also didn't really lose anything. They got the plate, the wave had been pushed in by Nemesis in the mid lane, so he had room to make the roam, and Bwipo is continuing to be a terror up into that top side. You can't see anything reflected in the CS, so overall, I still call it a win for Fnatic.
Looking at Hylissang right now, something that he often likes to do every time he resets is look for a roam. But given that there are no summoners towards the bot side of the map, it looks like that he's actually just going to head straight towards bot lane. I think he wants to respect the fact that Nemesis does need to reset, pick up a couple more items, and respect to him in this matchup, even though he's looked for a couple of roams and has struggled in terms of the 1v1 against LeBlanc, he's staying relatively close in the farm.
And speaking of roams, we now see the mobility boots on Mikyx. Frosky mentioned it earlier on. He does like to look for some of these ganks, help out Caps, try and get some of these skirmishes early on.
It's mid-time, boys.
Now Mikyx has hit level 4. This is usually the level around which both supports like to roam around the map, but because Hylissang prioritized upgrading his vision trinket, he's not going for mobility boots, so instead he's focusing more on playing around Rekkles and helping him get through what has been a pretty chaotic laning phase.
And really, he's just clearing out a nice pathway for more ganks. Jankos now slipping in underneath this lane, but Mikyx has gone all up and down that river and knows that it's clear for now with Fnatic vision.
So let's have a look at what summoner spells are available. Flashes have come up for Perkz, Mikyx, and Rekkles. None available on Hylissang right now. TP's unavailable, and Wunder is making a roam towards bot. G2 heavily investing in this play.
Great flash away from Rekkles. Hylissang will be able to tank this up for the moment. Mikyx's going to land the skewer, the pullback. Jankos there with the belly bump and then shut down. Hylissang is going to fall. Rekkles underneath the tower, but they could look for a further dive.
Beautifully executed from G2. No flash available on Hylissang. He tried to use the minion to avoid it, and then the smite comes down from Jankos to allow Mikyx to land the bone skewer. G2 find a kill, they equalize the kill score, and they're going to grab themselves some plates.
But they still have pulled Wunder. He's walked all the way here, now probably going through mid lane to get back into the top lane as the wave's crashing into him. Bwipo will pick up another plate and has so much more CS underneath him.
Look at Mikyx.
Waited in the bush. Broxah is just around at the corner. Rekkles maybe thinking that he could be in there. Mikyx will just about complete his back. Bwipo still in the top lane, pushing in, looking for that second plate. Wunder is on his way up, and early on in this game, it has been absolute chaos, I have to say.
Now we can see a gold difference starting to be built towards Fnatic. A part of it is up towards the top side of the map, but it's also being built in the bot lane thanks to those early kills that Rekkles picked up. Wunder actually coming out pretty ahead in this trade.
Just gonna use the bear trap on the rope. Now he has the pocket pistol. Bwipo's gonna jump away, but Wunder still has the flash. Bwipo has a flash of his own if he wants to try and get out of this. We're looking for the counter strike. Nemesis kills Caps in the mid lane and 1v1. Wunder flashes away. Bwipo chases him down, and Fnatic find 2 quick kills.
Fnatic answer immediately as Bwipo comes up huge and Broxah finds a successful kill in the mid lane. Fnatic showcasing what they showcased last week. They can go toe-to-toe against G2 in the early game. They can match them individually, and they will punish them when they make these mistakes.
And it goes from bad to worse for Wunder up in this top lane. He made a very long roam as we take a look back at this mid lane play, and now Bwipo's just getting further and further ahead of him.
Caps tries to use his fancy feet to avoid this situation. Mikyx does what he can to assist, but the mobility of Nemesis and Broxah and the fact that Caps was so far up in the lane made it easy for the Fnatic mid-jungle duo to secure that kill, and now Fnatic extend their gold lead to 2K.
And some questions we asked coming into Pick and Ban was, have Fnatic got something new? Will G2 be able to read them like they read them in the final 3 games of the best of 5 last week? Well, Fnatic are showing us just how strong they can be in the early game as they go for a fight in the top lane. Jankos goes golden for a second, Bwipo's on the chase, but he doesn't really have too much mana. Broxah with the Kingslayer will heal up, Wunder's on his way, doesn't have the charge, but Broxah's going to be slowed up, and Jankos is just looking for the belly bot. Broxah able to get behind the minions. Bwipo stuck underneath this tower, but I don't think G2 can go for this. Maybe they can. Caps on his way. Bwipo just needs enough to leap strike, but he's caught out, and Caps will get his first kill of the finals.
And you can see there, Wunder dismounted from Skarl. They were always going to go for that dive. They knew they have a perfect champion like Kled to empower that ability, and now they're going to force out the TP from Bwipo.
It looks like Bwipo overstayed in the top lane, and that allowed G2 to reset back on the map and set up for that dive. Broxah, unfortunately, was not in a position where he could really help, and Caps was able to find a successful roam up towards the top side. We can now see a lot of level 6s coming through for the supports, some cresting the level 9 mark as well, and those first items slowly getting closer to being completed.
And once again, thinking back to last week, as we go through this replay, we'll see just how G2 execute this dive, because at this point, I thought it was pretty much over.
Yeah, but the key thing to note is that Caps is setting to roam up towards top. Nemesis wants to try and answer, but he can't. He has to catch this mid-wave, so G2 have the time to overcommit to the dive.
There's a fight going on. Mikyx's caught out. Rekkles will take him out. And Perkz underneath the tower can do nothing to help his support. Jankos was coming in. The Cullen comes out, and Perkz just chips away at Hylissang's health bar, but he is way too healthy. He can stay around. Broxah actually working his way down into this bottom bush, maybe looking for the 3-on-1 dive. We'll see if Fnatic can execute as the Oracle's lanes is being popped here by Broxah. No ward in the second bush. Perkz might not know what's coming. Nemesis on his way down. Jankos waiting around the corner to try and defend his AD carry. But it looks like for the moment, Fnatic will be satisfied with turret plates. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Bwipo and Wunder are trading. Bwipo's looking for the plates as well, but Hylissang's going to go in. The cleanse away. Perkz there. Mikyx looking for the stun, will land it. And Hylissang's caught off guard. Shutdown comes out from Jankos. The MVP of the split shows his worth for G2. And Mikyx comes in just in time to equalize the score.
And while Bwipo was trying to keep Wunder locked down in the top lane because there is a TP discrepancy, the rest of G2 did collapse onto that bot lane terror and finally punish Fnatic for their aggression.
G2 able to answer back. The kills continue to remain the same, but it is Fnatic that are coming out ahead in the gold. Oh, we see Caps looking for Nemesis.
Got straight onto Nemesis, who's in the Twilight Shroud. Nemesis will jump away. Caps goes back, but Broxah now caught off guard. 3-on-1. Jankos takes the kill.
The bloodshed just does not slow down. G2 find themselves another kill onto Broxah, and now Perkz is top
Perkz
lane.
in the top lane for some reason, and Bwipo was not expecting that. Wunder with a bear trap on the rope will take the kill, and G2 have just put their foot on the accelerator.
And Fnatic just lost track of the back timer. Suddenly Perkz is now up into the top side of the map, walking all the way up there, and he gets involved. Bwipo has been in Wunder's face this entire game, again, trying to keep this Kled locked down. He also forced out the TP exchange, and I think the bloodshit's gonna continue. That's a teleport.
here we go.
That's Hilly.
Teleport comes in, they're looking for Perkz, it's Rekkles, it's Nemesis, they're both here for the party. Jankos and Mikyx down towards the bottom side, but Perkz stunned up. The solar flare comes down and he eats it all. Rekkles will take him out. And Fnatic have found a pick in the top lane.
And another great punish from the side of Fnatic. I love the fact that they too are not slowing down with their aggression. Great utilization of the teleport from both Nemesis and Rekkles. The punish, the overextension.
Oh, G2 just find the catch.
G2 answer with another pick of their own. They find another kill. Fnatic now pushing up towards the top side. If they can secure this play, it's still overall worth it for Fnatic.
And you're still continuing to funnel gold exactly where you need it to be. Broxah in the area, shadowing underneath Hilly and Rekkles to make sure that they can do this safely, because if you step out anywhere, someone's going to find you and kill you.
So thank you very much, observers, for bringing up the gold, because we need to take a look at some of these differences.
Look at
AD carry,
Rekkles.
Rekkles is 1.8k ahead of Perkz. Caps is ahead of Nemesis by about 700. Jankos is miles ahead of Broxah, 1.3k there. But we'll have to see how Fnatic are able to translate this large sum lead on Rekkles into their mid game.
This is what's so important for Fnatic. The fact that they've been able to match and answer a lot of the skirmishes from G2 means that they can transition quite cleanly from the mid into the late game. We already talked about how their team fighting can be so strong, but they also have great tools to be able to 1-3-1. If they set up pressure on the side lanes where they are stronger than the G2 members and then collapse, it's very easy for them to continue looking for fights like
Rekkles
this.
puts the feather storm to try and dodge away. Caps locked up, and Rekkles takes him out!
That's from bad to worse. If you are a G2 fan, that is the last thing that you need to have happen. Rekkles is going to be so much farther ahead on this back. They have to kill him.
Skewer doesn't land, but Jankos able to knock Rekkles back. Knows he doesn't have the ultimate for now. They'll back away. Fnatic satisfied with top and bot tower, but Wunder's coming in. Looks like he just wants to defend this mid-tier 1.
Because now here's the thing. Rekkles can just be moved from point A to point B. He's already an item, or a half an item ahead of Perkz. On back, he's going to be a full item ahead of Perkz. So you just walk this fed ADC, especially Xayah, into any team fight and just win.
Hylissang face tanking onto all of G2, and Perkz is on his way. Broxah coming in from the side. Nemesis on the top as well. Watch that, Akali. See if you can jump into the backline. Not quite yet. Won't go for the engage. Fnatic happy enough. Just pushing G2 away. They're grouped up as 5 around this mountain Drake. It seems that that is their next objective.
Notice again on the mini-map how Fnatic have the top wave pushed in and the bot wave pushed in. They have these 2 strong solo laners that can maintain this level of pressure, which means that when they collapse and find a successful fight, it's easy for them to translate that into an objective. G2 are forced to catch these waves. They lost too much health in the mid lane, and now they're on the back foot.
Fnatic should be looking for a moment to take the resets if they don't find these picks.
Hylissang goes in double solar flare as Mikyx jumps into the middle of it all. Jankos there as well. Broxah will take out Mikyx before the death bug from below can connect. And Fnatic equalizes at 10 and 10. Bwipo's trading into Caps here, and it looks like Caps is taking the wrong end of that bargain.
And again, now that Fnatic are finally going to take these backs, they've gotten the Dragon, they got so many waves funneled into Rekkles, a lot of kills. They are going to be very rich and very powerful when they get back onto the Rift.
The important thing to note is just like yesterday when we saw a lot of fighting in the early game, Fnatic is the team that is converting all of these skirmishes and fights into advantages. They're the ones that have 2 towers up over G2. They're the ones that have the gold on the correct carries, and they're setting themselves up much better transitioning into the mid game. So G2, they need to regain a little bit more control over the map, because the more skirmishes that they take, the more it's hurting.
And in draft, we talked about the strength of scaling coming out from Fnatic. If you're getting into the mid game ahead, that only gets exemplified. Look at Rekkles, already has the Essence Reaver and the Rapid Fire complete, on his way to an Infinity Edge.
Which means there's this tiny window where during this reset, G2 were trying to see what they got. They got some damage on the top tower. They didn't push it down. They're getting some damage on the bot tower. We'll see if they're actually able to put that one down. But right now, as soon as Fnatic, again, get their feet planted back on the Rift, start setting up for the next play, they are in a very strong position. G2 have to be creative about how they're going to get their foot back into this. And again, it's about the skirmishes.
Bwipo jumps straight onto Caps. He tries to distort away. Jankos is waiting just around the corner, going to join his teammate. Bwipo able to survive. Oh, look at the damage onto Jankos. Jankos has to use his ult just to get Bwipo off his back.
The Trinity Force is now completed for Bwipo, and he's working towards his Spear of Shojin. This guy is exceptionally strong, and you're seeing what he's capable of doing in a side lane. It's already got to a point where no one on the side of G2 can handle him. So they need to be finding 3v3s or 2v2s without Bwipo being there. But again, because of how easy it is for Fnatic to generate pressure on a side lane, it should be easier for them to group up and force fights that should always be in their favor.
This is the Rubik's Cube. You know, where do you force the skirmish if you don't want it to be around Bwipo? And Nemesis also having completed the Gunblade, you have to be very careful about that lane assignment as well. Fnatic, they have so many tools about how they want to execute on this map, which is why it feels like at this point in the game, any objective that they walk up to, G2 are looking to try to trade.
Now Fnatic will take the Rift Herald. G2 not going to find a trade anywhere on the map. Both Nemesis and Bwipo had pushed in the side lanes. And we saw last week how devastating Fnatic can be with a lead. They are not a team that slows the pace of the game. They are a team that continues to accelerate through the mid game into the late game if they ever get hit there. And with this Rift Herald, you have to expect they're going to do that again. Hylissang flashed in, wasn't able to find his mark. And now G2 will continue just to try and defend their mid tower. The Culling comes out, won't connect onto Rekkles. And Perkz really not having the impact so far in this game he'd want.
It is a bit dangerous for Fnatic as they approach this mid tower to try to push it down. If you had something like a Gragas, which is what G2 have capable, then approaching mid tower becomes that much safer because you can kind of sweep people off of it. So it feels like Fnatic are going to be more reliant on either Broxah using the Gragas cast to defend it or getting a pick in this mid.
Well, Caps is looking for the pick. He jumps in, but Rekkles will pop the Feather Storm straight away. One of the strengths of Xayah is the ability to get away from dodge when you need to, and Rekkles has shown a couple of times how happy he is to pop that ult to make sure he doesn't take any damage.
So Fnatic, we're approaching the 20-minute mark now, and they sit with a 2k gold lead. The Jax is incredibly strong, just hit that level 12 mark, and as both of you were saying earlier, the Gunblade being completed for the Akali as well means that she is a potent side lane threat. And notice how G2 very afraid to push past the river. They recognize that if they overextend, it's very easy for Fnatic to collapse, especially with all of their teleports up and available. With the Baron spawning relatively soon, I feel like we should start to see vision and priority shift towards that side of the map. Not necessarily to start it, but to use it as an objective to force the opposition into a fight, which is mainly what I think Fnatic is looking for, considering right now how strong they feel.
We'll see if Fnatic can use that Baron, the next objective, to draw G2 into a 5v5. At the moment, they have a 2,000 gold lead, but G2 are sieging their mid lane tower. Hylissang trying to act as that front line, gets pulled back. The solar play comes out, though, and it hits on two. Mikyx has to flash away. Jankos uses the barrel, but Wunder gets caught as he charged in from the side.
And that is so many key ultimates from G2 used to try to break this mid lane tower, but it doesn't falter. Fnatic have to reset their cooldowns, but I expect this game to get stalled out. Again, they're really going to struggle to try to break this. I think they need to utilize their side lane strength that Vedius was talking about, you know, kicking out the Akali or kicking out the Jax into one of those side lanes, using them as a pressure point to leverage, because if you just continue to walk at this mid lane tower, we're going to continue to A-ramp, push the waves back and forth. There's just too much wave clear.
Yeah, you need to split G2 up and then threaten a potential flank. So you have to set up a deep push, but in order to do that, you need deep vision in the enemy side of the jungle, which right now is what Fnatic is not investing into. But at the same time, they don't need to accelerate this game. They feel very comfortable. They're quite happy to just slowly stack this farm, and they also have the Rift Herald. So this is the easiest way to secure that mid tower. Now we see Bwipo getting collapsed on, but he has nothing to fear. Jax is just going to jump out to save.
But using the Rift Herald in tandem with that pressure point.
Hylissang scored out. Yeah, he went a little bit too deep trying to protect the Rift Herald.
Using the Herald in tandem with the pressure point of Bwipo into that bot lane, making sure that they didn't have all 5 members of G2 under the tower and that the Herald would secure pushing down that mid lane. So important to take that on the objective because now Fnatic can really start speeding this game up again.
See if they can. G2 are going to answer with a mid tower of their own. 3-3 in the turret score. Fnatic have a couple of dragons in their back pocket. Rekkles pops the Feather Storm, but the hook, it still pulls him back, and Jankos goes in. That was beautiful from G2. Perfection in a nutshell, and now Fnatic fall on the double team keys to try and get back into the fight. Wunder was coming in the side, but Fnatic cannot answer for their AD carry's death.
Mikyx makes up for his early game blunders with a beautiful hook onto a Rekkles that had already flashed away. Great pick, results in a tower kill in favor of G2, but they can't convert it into much more.
But the key thing that I want to underline is the flash being down.
Look at the Jax. Bwipo chasing down Perkz. Perkz doesn't have flash anymore, but he has got a blast going, and he hasn't got a light. Bwipo shuts down Perkz.
Got him. And now both AD carries missing their flash. That means that when we fight over this big Baron that both these teams like to take between 23 and 25 minutes, Rekkles and Perkz are playing on a knife's
Caps
edge.
is going for this, straight onto Rekkles, but the solar flare will land, and Caps dived into his former team and was denied his kill. Now Fnatic going to start up the Baron. G2 trying to answer it, but Fnatic have found the fight they want. They found the pick already. Perkz already dead. He's down for another 13 seconds. Nemesis on the front line, and G2 can do nothing about this. The first Baron of finals goes to Fnatic.
Or I guess Caps is just going to jump into his death, and Fnatic will be like, this is free. We don't even have to 5v5 for this.
G2 are faltering just like they did last week, and Fnatic are more than happy to punish. While the kill score is even, Fnatic have continuously come out ahead in the trades, and they do so once more. It all starts with here. Perkz basing next to a ward, and Bwipo flashes on top of him to help secure that kill. Nemesis is in tow to help secure it, and this just gives them control. They think that by having a numbers advantage, it then gives them access over the Baron, and they can get mid-prio. But then, G2 should have just conceded this. Instead, Caps jumps to his death. The chain CC coming through beautifully from Fnatic's duo, and then Nemesis just zones G2 away to allow Fnatic to secure the first Baron of finals.
Yeah, frankly, just a huge mistake there for Caps.
And now Fnatic with the power of Jax in a side lane. Trinity Force and Spirit of Sojourn. Baron empowered minions pushing in that side wave. Nemesis going up towards top. It's the 1-3-1 that you two have both mentioned throughout the course of the game. Fnatic can enact it now and look to pressure G2, just like they did Schalke yesterday.
But now it's just about lane assignments for Fnatic. Their Akali and Jax are a very big deal. It's going to be hard, and even they don't have to wait for the side lanes. You can see how much damage Rekkles is doing because he was snowballed so far ahead, already completed 3 items on the Xayah. Everyone is online for Fnatic, and G2 just have to figure out how they're going to stop the bleeding, but they will surely give up something else on the map when they decide to commit their members.
We'll see if Fnatic can break into the G2 base with this Baron. 2 minutes left on it. At the moment, Nemesis and Bwipo just keeping those sideways interesting for G2, but the mid tower still yet to fall. Rekkles trying to clear out a little bit of vision off towards the side, and the cannon minion is doing all the work. Perkz eventually will clear it away, but that tower is 1 shot from down. Fnatic continue to push G2 back, continue to pen them back in this game.
Patient play from Fnatic, just divide and conquer. Force G2 to split up. Use the fact that you have level advantages and item advantages to bully these members away. Bait G2 to come to you to allow you to secure these objectives, and Nemesis demonstrating it beautifully in the bottom of your screen. 2 members go top, Fnatic trade it for 2 towers.
And now Fnatic are just going to knock straight on this door. Mikyx on the front line, Hylissang's going to get stunned up, but they're just looking for the tower. Hylissang down to about half HP, the Ignite ticking away, but Perkz doesn't have the mana to answer back. Bwipo's pushed in that bot lane, that wave is about to hit the turret as well. Nemesis backing away, doesn't have teleport, so can't rejoin this fight too soon, and G2 have been able to hold on to their inhibitor towers.
Yeah, it looks like instead Fnatic are going to reset. The Mountain Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute. It felt like the waves weren't quite as synced as Fnatic would have wanted to have them all crashing 3 times, but nonetheless, they get both the mid and the bot tower, so still obviously an advantageous play, 3,000 Baron.
I feel like it also just sets up nicely for the next Baron and next Baron Drake, because by securing those objectives, they can probably still use the next 30 seconds to secure the tier 2 in top lane, and that means that they can gain full control over the top side jungle and just leave Bwipo to split push in the bot side of the map. Once the Baron ends and respawns, he will have his TP up and available, and look, G2 think this half of the map belongs to them. It doesn't.
Caps locked up, flashes away from the solar flare, and the rest of G2 will escape. Well, Jankos at least survives. Mikyx, though, caught out a little bit by Nemesis, will just dodge away, and Fnatic are controlling the map impeccably. The Mountain Drake up in 5 seconds time. Baron, just a little bit of time before that one comes back up as the Baron buff has worn off, but Fnatic used it beautifully.
Slow and steady wins the race is what Fnatic is talking about right now. They don't need to rush anything. They know that the next Baron is theirs. They know they're going to secure this next mountain, and with double mounting, securing the next spawning Baron will be huge, and that means for G2, they're hoping for a last-ditch fight, but with their comp, it was all about finding those successful early skirmishes, but Fnatic answered so perfectly. They traded evenly in the early game, and they were the ones converting those skirmishes into objectives, which meant that they came into the mid game with this lead, and now G2 finds themselves in a position where unless they find the perfect team fight, it's going to be very difficult for them to come back into game one.
And I think that perfect team fight does start with the vision control, because G2's composition is still kind of a sucker punch comp. If they find you and you don't know that they're there, they can just kill you.
But Hylissang is the tankiest member of Fnatic. Jankos goes golden for the second. Caps trying to get him from the side. Rekkles uses the Featherstorm. Hylissang's still alive, and Jankos will be shut down. Here comes the charge in from the side as G2 are looking for the fight. Hylissang's going to go down. Off towards the side as well. Mikyx has fallen, and Fnatic are coming out on top. G2 can do nothing about it. Wunder's dismounted. G2 destroyed as Fnatic find the fight.
And you hit the key point there. The tankiest member. It was Hilly that they found. If it was Nemesis, if it was Rekkles, if it was even Broxah, you have Gragas, you have LeBlanc, you have Pyke. You should be able to just immediately assassinate someone, but they couldn't find the target that they needed. G2 have been kicked around all game, forced off of the Baron, double mountain. Fnatic can take whatever they want.
Perkz right now looking for Bwipo, but he doesn't realize that Nemesis and Broxah are right behind him.
I think he does now, Medias. Perkz going to dodge away, but Nemesis is on the chase. Fnatic are on the chase, and Bwipo takes his third kill of the game. Caps behind enemy lines here, maybe thinking Rekkles is going to start up the red buff. He knows it. Rekkles jumps on, flashes away. Caps on the chase. Rekkles, oh, it's all Rekkles! It's all Rekkles and Hylissang! It's all Fnatic! Caps cannot find the pick, and Fnatic slap him down.
Fnatic now sit with a 9,000 gold lead, 28.5 minutes in. So many people wondered, would Fnatic crumble after their defeat versus G2 last week? And the answer is no. They smashed Schalke yesterday. They're smashing G2 in game one. And look at the execution here from Hylissang. Notice how he flashes away from the ultimate from Mikyx to prevent him getting that reset. And because he survives for so long, it gives Fnatic the time to answer back with the damage, with the shutdowns, and Fnatic walk away the victors.
In our Alienware replay, you can see Caps thinks he's got Rekkles. The Phantom Dancer shield at the end here, saving Rekkles' life. And Hylissang is there to stand by his AD carry at the end.
And the key thing for me here is that Fnatic beat G2 in Standard League of Legends. Fnatic priority was to deny Hilly his Pyke. He pulls out the Leona, and he has had some hero moments and some clutch ultimates this game. And otherwise, it's just standard. You know, there's nothing special here from Fnatic. It's not even necessarily their Aatroxes, the Karmas, the comfort picks that were taken away from them. They actually just ran a clean game back at G2 and beat them what looks like very handedly so far.
I also think that the adaptations that they showcased in the draft, the fact that they were able to get Akali, Sylas, and Xayah, we were talking about it. If you give a strong team this trio, you're immediately thinking to yourself, oh, that's scary. Fun fact, if you give it to Fnatic, it doesn't matter if it's G2, this team still looks really scary, and that's exactly what they've done.
To me, it kind of reeks of disrespect, and I don't think G2 will make this mistake again.
I don't think they expected Fnatic to prioritize the Sylas the way they did, considering how often they banned it last week, and Fnatic showing adaptation and development in the last week, and showcasing they can still challenge the likes of G2. Of course, they still have to break into the base, they still have to secure this win, but right now, things are looking great for Fnatic.
It's by the numbers for Fnatic. They put Nemesis in top, Bwipo in bot, and now G2 think maybe we can find a pick on the side lane. Nemesis trying to get away. He chunks out Wunder. The charge comes out. Teleport coming in behind G2 now as Nemesis goes golden for the second. Rekkles and Broxah are on their way. Bwipo fighting down towards the bottom side. Wunder trying to chase onto Nemesis. Caps is there as well, but Nemesis will take him out in the 1v3. Meanwhile, Bwipo is fighting down towards the bottom side. They'll kill Jankos. Caps trying to escape. Eventually will be able to distort away. And it looks like Mikyx will escape in that bush as well. Gets back to base. But meanwhile, Bwipo and Hylissang are knocking on the door of Fnatic. Rekkles is going to teleport in, and this may be game one done in favor of Fnatic.
Fnatic taking advantage of G2's last stand and just crushing them underfoot. That's going to be the first inhibitor of the game secured for Fnatic. They're looking to take game one. Rekkles.
Oh, Rekkles almost gets out. Perkz, he'll take him out. Caps lands the change, but Rekkles rooted up. Doesn't really mean too much. Caps flashes away the death from below. Stolen away by Broxah. Won't be enough damage, but now the Nexus turrets are the target. Hylissang, Rekkles, the double kill. Fnatic have not come to Athens for second place. They have come to demolish G2. And in game one, they will cast them by the wayside. Fnatic are 1-0 up in Athens.
And some draft adjustments need to be made for G2. I think they're going to look very long and hard at what happened here, because you look at that draft from Fnatic and you ask yourself, how the hell did a team get Akali, Sylas, and Xayah from the red side?
And what a performance from Fnatic. We talked about the bloodshed. What was it? 3 minutes into the game, 7 kills already. This team is willing to go toe-to-toe. We talk about how both these teams are two of the best early game teams we have in Europe, maybe even in the world. But when we look at how Fnatic play the early game versus G2, it feels like that Fnatic trade these early skirmishes for objectives, whereas G2 tried to trade the early skirmishes for pressure. And the reality is they couldn't use that pressure to convert into anything else, whereas Fnatic was constantly coming out on top.
Have to give a huge shout out and credit to the bot lane of Fnatic. Again, the first time that this best of 5 happened between these two squads, Hilly and Rekkles were winning 2v2s that they just should not have been winning. Mikyx's performance definitely came into question. He was cleaner this time around, but consistently...
Even then, a lot of mistakes in this game for Mikyx.
But consistently, Fnatic, Rekkles, and Hilly are beating Perkz and Mikyx, and you cannot lose the bottom side of that. Everything seems to crumble from there.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. And, you know, at what point do you have to stop saying Mikyx is underperforming versus, well, the
Hilly is just better?
smashing? Exactly.
I mean, when Hylissang can pick a champion he hasn't played on stage for 4 years and just managed to beat down G2 as well as they did this game, I think you have to say Fnatic are performing exceptionally well. An incredible showing by them in game 1. And I really wonder how G2 are going to react to this, because that didn't feel the way that we saw Fnatic beat them last week. It felt like a demolition.
But you're still kind of picking on what we know are some of the weaknesses of G2. The fact that you know that Mikyx and Perkz will try to fight you. And yes, it's not the strongest 2v2, especially when you look at Xayah, Leona. You know, things are not as cut and dry, but bring tools. And I think Fnatic realized that. Bring firepower and bring tools to punish that aggression, because you know Perkz and Mikyx are going to go for the punch, so just punch them back.
Well, Fnatic landed the first punch in this series. For now, we're going to hand it over to the analyst desk to break down game 1.
Thank you very much, Fnatic. They have shown up and they have taken game 1 in the finals in Athens over G2 Esports. And it reminisced so much to last week when they did the same thing in game 1 and completely ran over G2 Esports. And what I want to get at with this desk segment is looking at how similar or how different it was and how they did it in game 1. So talk to me about the picks and bans, Ender.
Well, I think the biggest takeaway for me was that Fnatic got just about everything they could have possibly wanted. When you look at the first 3 picks, Akali, Sylas, Xayah, very powerful 3-man core. When we just look at power picks across the league. And then they followed up with the Leona Jax. Those are the counter picks I wanted to see. Hylissang on something that can engage and shut down both the Pyke and the LeBlanc from the side of G2, as well as the Jax for Bwipo on the top lane.
I think what we saw here as well was a huge gamble from G2's part. They first picked the Pyke and they assumed that Fnatic are just going to draft the same. They picked the Sylas in the jungle, which is a new pick, the Leona as a counter, and already there they were just thrown off because all of a sudden they didn't have the Sylas counter into Akali, and then we saw the LeBlanc that just didn't work out.
This is what we talk about when we said Fnatic could benefit more from having this extra week after losing, because they just needed to add a couple of extra things to their draft to suddenly start getting the advantages. Yes, G2 pick blue, they gamble on the Pyke as you highlight, but support counter pick in this series and last series was very, very huge. There was only one really super successful game where you blind pick support in that series.
And we saw how important the bot lane picks in general was, as well as the jungle. When we get into that game, what on earth was going on in that bottom lane? Try and break it down for me. We're going to take a look at the replays. And why was it all going down bottom?
Right, I mean, well, it starts off very early level 2 down here with a big blunder, I feel, from Mikyx. They're both playing for level 2, trying to finish off the last melee minion inside of the creep wave. You see, G2 hit it first, but then with the lockdown CC, Fnatic are able to take over to level 2 and that minion goes down.
No E on Pyke.
Mikyx puts Hylissang right on top of him, so he instantly gets CC'd. The Ignite goes down as well. There's just not a lot you can do there after Mikyx went too far. And this is something we saw from Mikyx in particular last week, where the early games, he did not look like his usual self, and he was dying just in this raw 2v2.
I mean, he was very greedy. I think Jankos actually tries his best here, obviously, to kind of stabilize it. At this point, I was like, damn, this really sucks for Perkz because he doesn't have teleport. He's going to lose so much, but then because another fight breaks out, yes, he dies, but so does Rekkles, so the CS actually stayed even. So that was at least a small win for G2 there. But of course, the top laners have to join as well.
I think what's crazy in all of this is Sylas really didn't participate. And Broxah, we always credit him for being such a high-tempo jungler, always participating in the plays, but he should be very happy that his bot lane almost single-handedly just carried this game.
Absolutely, there we see it. Hylissang, because we always sing the praises of Rekkles when he does well, but when Hilly is on, he is on, and he can single-handedly win you games.
2 weeks in a row now where it feels to me like Hilly shows up more prepared in game 1 to actually like instantly perform and punish Mikyx for making some mistakes in the early game. The Leona pick was great for him. He had a lot of successful picks, also on caps and so on, late on in the game. So I think Hylissang deserves so much credit for this first game.
I also felt as a kind of callback to the previous series that they played, when Hylissang was, for example, playing the Thresh, it looked a lot worse. I think Fnatic loves it when Hylissang plays something with a lot of initiative where he can say, I'm going in, because that is his mastery. Just finding those opportunities to always find the engages, and throughout the game we saw that.
That it is. Played fantastically. Someone else who played great, but unfortunately didn't win for him. The MVP here today, Jankos. We talked a lot about the fact that when everything's going well, he has the easiest job in the world. But when it's not going well, it is so difficult for him because his teammates just keep running it down.
Yeah, and that's why we want to kind of highlight this, because it actually kept G2 in the game. Specifically the fact that every single lane were fighting and they were all screaming for Jankos. He was bot lane, then he goes top lane where Wunder's died 1v1 against the Jax, you know, a mistake on his side and a good outplay from Bwipo. But we see Jankos consistently pull off these plays and actually babysit lanes who are under pressure.
Exactly, and we look like 17 minutes into this game, the gold graph got brought up. Rekkles and Jankos were the two big carries, the ones with all the money on these teams. Rekkles had 18,000 gold. Jankos, the second most in the game, 16,000. So it was this huge disparity. Even though Jankos was trying his best, he's playing jungle. He can't get the same amount of resources. He can't do the same amount of damage. And that's ultimately why I felt like Rekkles had a much better chance to carry.
And as we look at this final replay, I think Fnatic was already ahead. But what we said about that lack maybe of concentration and on stepping onto the stage as concentrated as you may can, that happens here. Twice in a row, Fnatic gets picked off and gives Fnatic the Baron.
This one.
Oh,
he already did it once.
Yeah, this is the third time, second time. I think you have to call into question now, because always we brush off G2's mistakes, like, oh, they're not focused, oh, this is the best of 5. If they lose the one, they can still play, and so forth. But we have to call their consistency into question. Yeah. Are they taking the game seriously enough, or are they just inconsistent as a team?
Let's make it clear. Fnatic mechanically can match G2.
Yeah.
You said it already in the pre-game shocks, 100% agree. Fnatic can match these players on G2 side. That means if you are not playing as well as you can in these skirmishes, if you're doing some of these like Cap's mistake right there where he's feeling like, come on, I can see what happens if I jump in. He already did it once. He disrespects the fact that Hylissang can be super quick on clicking Q onto him and stunning him, keeping him in place. I think 2 weeks in a row now, we have seen that Fnatic, they show up a lot better in game 1. They prepare much better, especially mentally, when it comes to preparing for these games and actually instantly delivering in these skirmishes.
And that brings me back to the question I posed at the beginning of the desk segment. How different or how similar was it to last week's Game 1 and series? I feel like it is different in that we've seen new picks, we've seen the same mechanical prowess, but we've seen just as strong as a Fnatic.
I think the biggest difference for me was Broxah's influence in this game, because in this game, it really was just his team hard winning. 2v2 bottom lane, 1v1 top lane went their favor. Broxah came mid lane and got that kill onto Caps. Right. But really, it was the solo lanes or just the lanes by themselves of Fnatic.
But is it going to be enough this time?
I think so.
I mean, I think the big difference here is they didn't rely on a specific pick like Twisted Fate. It actually wasn't a draft where we said that one pick, oh my god, it can never happen again. That's what happened to TF in the previous series. It's not the case here. I think Fnatic are matching him very well.
I think if we want to see G2 stepping up, we need to make sure that Mikyx, Caps, and Wunder play much better than in this game. I think also the draft, in the words of the layman, it was a complete end. They took a gamble.
You want the first pick
Akali? It just didn't work. The first pick Akali, please, or the first pick Xayah. That works for me too, because the LeBlanc answer just didn't work out when the bottom was so explosive. And that's what Fnatic wants. They want explosive bot lane. They want Rekkles to take up that trophy, and they want him to be the championship player that we know him to be.
Yeah, a lot to think about for G2 Esports, but it's Fnatic who made the first step towards the LEC title, but the reigning champions are looking to bounce back in Game 2.
Bwipo and Wunder join the fight in the bottom lane. Hylissang trying to slide, flashes forward, stands up, Mikyx, it's a double for Hylissang. Hylissang!
We see Caps looking for Nemesis.
Goes straight onto Nemesis, who's in the Twilight Shroud. Nemesis will jump away. Caps goes back, but Broxah now caught off guard. Fnatic have a couple of dragons in their back pocket. Rekkles past the Feather Storm, but the hook, it still pulls him back, and Jankos goes in. That was beautiful! Rekkles uses the Feather Storm. Hylissang's still alive, and Jankos will be shut down. Here comes the charge in from the side as G2 are looking for the fight. Hylissang's gonna go down, off towards the side as well. Mikyx has fallen, and Fnatic are coming out on top. Have come to demolish G2, and in game 1, they will cast them by the wayside. Fnatic are 1-0 up in Athens.
Hi, I'm Pringles. I'm Chips. Wait, are we doing this Mac versus PC thing? Guess so. Then I am the Mac of the Chips. Cool. Then I'm the PC. Perfect for gaming. Easy to eat, no greasy hands. Wait, I'm into gaming too. You mean like into the keyboard crumbled? No. Or into the TeamSpeak rustling? No, I'm into that noob frag LOL thing. Well then, GG, my friend.
This is my creed. The items that make me stronger. The potions that I drink. But all this leveling up means nothing if I don't level up myself. It's the healthy potions I drink in real life that make me stronger. You are your most important champion. So play like a pro, eat like a pro.
That's what we call a wild esports fan.
Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know, yeah. I'm sad, I know, yeah. Who am I? Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know, yeah. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know, yeah. I'm sad, I know, yeah. If you ever go, like you fail, if you ever go, like you decide, someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you
Welcome back to the LEC Summer Final. And guys, what a game one we had on our hands. 7 kills in the first 3 minutes, 30-odd kills in the entire game. How are you feeling after that?
Woo! I am so excited. This is what I wanted to see from our final between G2 and Fnatic. And you know that after a defeat like that, G2 is going to be feeling the fire. They do not crumble under the pressure. They always look to bounce back, which means G2 will adapt, they will make changes, and we're going to have an even more exciting game too.
I mean, you say that they will adapt and they will make changes, but we are having the same side selection. Again, it is going to be G2 on the blue side, Fnatic on that red side, and so we could actually have a run back of the same draft. So I'm curious, what is going to be the priority pick for G2? Is it going to be another Rakan ban into a first pick Pyke, or will they start to take something like the Akali, the Sylas, or even the Xayah up in priority?
I think that's the big question, especially since the Pyke priority did not work for them in game one. Also, we have to wonder if Fnatic have something else in their back pocket. They've shown that they can 1-3-1, they can play a very strong early game, but have they prepared something else over the last week?
Well, that's what's on our mind. Right now, Fnatic, they sit in a comfortable position with a strong game one performance. And I think what impressed me the most with how every single time a fight happened, Fnatic was willing to challenge them. They answered them, and you need that to play against G2 because we've been talking about it all split long. This team will fight you, and even if they're at a deficit, they will continue to fight you. So you have to be willing to be just as proactive as them, and Fnatic do it beautifully.
But the difference is, what do you get for the fights? And that's where the breaking point of the game was. Every single time Fnatic won those fights, it transitioned into something else. Like you said, Fnatic were fighting for the objectives, where G2 were fighting for the pressure.
As you said, Vedius, G2 are on the blue side. Oh, sorry, Frosk. G2 are on the blue side once again, and it's an Aatrox ban away by G2. Immediately, Fnatic say, we'll get rid of the Yuumi, and G2 say, okay, Twisted Fate is no more in this game.
Yeah, and just to speed run, if everything stays the same, these last bans would be the likes of the Qiyana and the Rakan. So far, the exact same run back of the game one draft.
So we're likely going to be seeing, as you rightly said, the Qiyana. If G2 were to make any pivots, I think they could consider banning away the Akali, or they could look to ban away the Pyke for themselves. Unless they believe that they have an answer to Pyke of their own, there are a lot of options available to G2 Esports, but they're going to keep it the same. They're going to ban away the Rakan. This to me suggests that Akali or Sylas has to be higher on the priority list for G2 Esports.
So it's the same bans as game one. G2 here looking at that Akali or the Sylas. Immediately they go towards the Sylas.
Yeah, and there's just more power in Sylas in terms of his flexibility. It also then denies a lot of the other power picks that are left open because Sylas can use their power against them. So I don't mind the Sylas priority over the likes of that Akali and the Pyke.
I do think, though, that Fnatic will just look to lock in the Akali and the Xayah right now. It's a tried and true strategy for them. It's something that they're very comfortable on. And I think that you can still flex the Akali. So if you do not want to play it into the Sylas, then you can move it between top lane and the mid lane as well.
And then you are expecting that if the Xayah does get locked in, that you're probably going to see the Xayah Rakan, or excuse me, not the Rakan, it is banned away. Lost my point.
We could very well
I was really excited. I was like, Xayah Rakan, it'll be amazing.
Xayah Nautilus is a high probability of coming through. It's not something that Hylissang puts a high priority on, but instead it looks like Fnatic are going to prioritize the jungle pick with the Gragas.
With the likes of Gragas, it does now mean that you don't have to take the Xayah. Xayah becomes that more valuable because of the synergy between these champions. Gragas' ultimate as well as the Xayah ultimate. And while that is most likely Broxah's champion, Hilly can also take that as a very aggressive kill-oriented 2v2.
And we'll see how G2 want to respond to it. They're going to lock in the Thresh for Mickey alongside the Xayah you were talking about for us. So you expect Fnatic now to look towards that Xayah.
Last time we did see the Thresh Xayah, it came out of Upset and Ignore, and it was against Broxah's Gragas if he ends up taking that pick. And it was so bad that Ignore had to take Lantern level 1 because you fear the level 2 gank that Broxah likes to do for his bot lane.
You know, it's funny because Mickey randomly getting caught out in game one, now insta-locking Thresh. It's almost like him and Hylissang have swapped places. This is what you typically expect from the Fnatic support, who seems to be showing way more consistency throughout playoffs, but we will see the Xayah now locked in for Fnatic. No real surprises, tried and true strategy from Fnatic, and while many may say that they
funnel onto specific picks. If it works, Fnatic believe that they don't need to change it.
This is the thing, we've talked so often about what have Fnatic changed, what can they bring into this series versus G2? Well, if they can just do the same thing and keep winning, they don't need to have any of these inventive picks. They don't need to look for things like Mord and Pyke in the bottom lane. G2 here gonna ban out the Jax. Bwipo will not get his hands on that. Sejuani taken away from Jankos. I'm sure he's smiling, although Grabs probably isn't.
Now we're going to see if the Kled is also going to hit the ban bench, or if Wunder's going to get his hands on that pick again, especially with the Jax being taken away, probably going to free it up. It means that if he gets the Kled, he can look to roam and not be punished so hard by a champion like Jax that scales so well in the lane.
I wonder what supports G2 could look to ban away. Things like Braum or Alistar should be considered to be taken off the table. Both pretty solid matchups into the Thresh. Pyke is, of course, still up and available. A bit more of a skill matchup if Fnatic want to go for it. But they have a lot of options right now, and G2 are going to keep those options open. Their focus is on securing a better winning matchup for Wunder in the top side of the map. And I think that's smart, because when we look back to how Fnatic typically play, they do not usually play to the top side of the map. So if you can get a winning matchup for Wunder, you can just leave him isolated and he will come out on top of that matchup. So I feel like that is the direction that G2 is heading in right now.
Well, we will see the Morgana locked in here for Fnatic. That's their bottom lane all rounded out. G2 immediately lock the Jarvan. Could be Sylas mid, of course, so that Jarvan can go towards the jungle. And once again, it's Wunder on his Kled.
I want to speak quickly back to the Morgana. I agree with you. It feels like we are looking at a very safe, pushing-oriented bot lane with Rekkles and Hilly, so they're recognizing that G2 might want to attack that bot lane again and bringing things like the Black Shield and the pushing power that these two champions bring to kind of diffuse that situation. Oh, I would love to see Shen.
Okay, we're going to get the Renekton. So another comfort for Bwipo. Definitely not a weak matchup, but it is something that Wunder did play into Bwipo last week. And Broxah did not give him that much support in the early game, in Game 3. But to be fair, it didn't matter, because Nemesis was sitting at 4-0 coming into 15 minutes. Rekkles was in a similar position, and in that Game 3, Fnatic were in a position to secure the victory over G2 Esports. And by picking a very similar draft to what they did in Game 3 against G2, they're looking to get Game 2 in this series.
I mean, the reality is that you're looking for champions that spike very hard off of 1 and 2 items. These games go so fast, you don't really need to be that concerned with scaling potential. So just like the Jax Renekton, as soon as he gets Spear of Shojin, he does become an absolute monster, and the game should be short enough that he never really does have that fall-off moment.
I do feel, though, that for G2, they have a lot more scaling options this time around than they did in the last game. So if it's as skirmish heavy as it was, G2 have way more options to come back into the game. Things like the Xayah, the Sylas, the Kled, all work extremely well the later the game goes on. So I feel like the G2 have just given themselves a few more options this time around.
Well, we'll see if they're able to use any of those options, or if Fnatic will go to match point in this series. After a dominant Game 1, they've changed up their draft just a little bit, but it's still very much the Fnatic we have seen so many times before. G2 need to find a way to fight back, and they think they can do it through this Jarvan for Jankos. Oh, for now, though, we're going to pass to Youngbuck and an interview.
Thank you, guys. Youngbuck, tell me about drafting red side against G2. What is the plan here?
The plan is to adapt to what they're going to do. We knew they were not going to pick Pyke again, so we knew it was probably going to be a solo laner, and we just wanted to match it really early in the draft so that we can keep our options open later on.
Well, we'll see how it goes now. I think you noticed the amount of fans cheering for Fnatic today. Can you please let them know that the same mistakes won't happen twice?
They will not happen twice.
You heard him. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Lord.
So much enthusiasm.
Confident words
Come on, Joey.
I mean, this wasn't the game they made the mistakes in, though. That's next game.
But this was a very similar draft. The only differences were Hylissang was actually on the Thresh and Broxah was on the Lee Sin. So a little bit more pick orientated, but you can see that with Fnatic's draft, they do have some team fight options, but it spikes very hard in the mid game. Around 1, maybe 2 items is when the Akali and the Renekton really come online. And I'd love to see Fnatic actually invest more resources towards the top side of the map. Get Bwipo into a more favorable position, because Rekkles and Hylissang in this matchup, it's very safe. You don't have to be afraid of a Xayah Thresh, and I don't think you have to try and snowball.
I completely agree with you, Vedius, which is why I actually love to see Broxah starting on the bottom side of the map. A very common trend for Gragas is that they'll start top side, do a first clear, then back for their Predator. So Broxah is already setting himself up and getting a Ghost Leash from Bwipo here to disguise where he's starting onto the map and potentially look for a gank top side.
Wunder, he won't have information on where Broxah is, but he will see Bwipo getting late to lane. He will do that fake leash, give the impression that he did support Broxah. Jankos now going for the level 2 gank. Very common on solo queue Jarvan players. Let's see if the MVP can pull it off.
Nemesis still has his flash. Caps looking for it, jumps in. Nemesis flashes away early. Jankos wasn't able to find the connection. Bwipo and Wunder trading in the top lane. That Calder needs to do a huge amount of work, and Wunder is off Skull for the moment. Jankos is looking top.
Have a look at this pathing from Broxah. He went from blue into top Krugs. There is no vision towards the top side, but he's in a position to support his top lane. But now Bwipo has no flash.
Bwipo burned his flash, Wunder flashed away, and now Jankos is on the way. Broxah's on the top side of the map, but can he get there in time? Bwipo trying to get away, doesn't have the slice and dice and doesn't have a life left. G2 strike first.
And that's clever pathing that came out of Jankos and a very peculiar path that came out of Broxah. You can see what Bwipo is thinking. He has his jungler on the top side on the Krug map. He figures he can go aggressive like that, but maybe some miscomms as Jankos walks across mid lane, now in Broxah's face.
Jankos still chasing in here onto Broxah. That Martial Cadence doing a lot of work. Broxah's going to try and get across. Jankos flashes, but the blast cone is in the right place for Broxah. He will escape, but he has to run away from his own jungle.
Broxah was forced to disengage because Caps had the push in the mid lane. Remember that Nemesis was forced to burn his flash after the level 2 gank came out from Jankos, and this is the most damage I've seen done from a level 2 Jarvan in pro play so far this split in the EU, or the LEC rather. He's now going to steal away the red buff, he's now going to walk away with level 3, and Broxah is going to be put very far behind.
And it feels like, yes, Fnatic tried to hide Broxah so he could try to attack the map, or they were trying to secure him and save him from the potential cross-map play from Jarvan. Jarvan's love to go red, go over the Dragon Wall, and then take away the blue. Broxah started on his blue buff, so that wasn't going to happen. But Jankos just rocked into his jungle and took everything.
And it's not only about how far Broxah's being put behind, it's how far Bwipo's being put behind as well. He's 2 longswords down in this lane, and Wunder doesn't even need Jankos' help to take the kill in the 1v1. Wunder comes out on top. He's now 2-0 on this Kled.
We talked about this in the draft. If G2 can guarantee a winning matchup for Wunder, then this is a lane that Wunder knows he can come out on top of. Bwipo was too aggressive in the early laning phase, and now he's getting punished. But Broxah, tried and true, comes to gank bot lane.
Perkz trying to get away, the Lancer's there. Mikyx with a great flash. The hook doesn't quite connect, but there was a black shield on Broxah to save him if it did.
I think it was a little bit late on that black shield, so we'll see if Mikyx keeping track of Hilly's fingers there.
Now we see Caps trading against Nemesis. Remember that the last time these two played up against each other in this matchup, Nemesis actually successfully solo killed Caps and he was put behind. Now the support of Fnatic's jungler is hit. They're looking for Caps.
No flash on Broxah. Caps still has a flash of his own. He jumps back in. The Kingslayer isn't enough, and Broxah will take the kill. Caps falls in the mid lane.
Yeah, Caps sitting on his flash. Broxah didn't really have to work very hard for that one. It's now top side.
Yeah, Bwipo's still trading in here. He's a Doran's and 2 longswords down. And Blinding's going to land onto Jankos in that bottom lane. Broxah still looking around mid. Caps is teleported into mid lane, and with Nemesis backing away, you expect him to burn his teleport in response.
So the junglers have abandoned farming and are only ganking lanes right now. I think only 3 or 4 camps have been taken in total, and both these teams are just focusing on trying to find these early skirmishes. Not as many kills 5 minutes into the game, but we can see G2 edging out into a slight gold advantage as Jankos crests the level 4 mark.
You will have a potential 2v2 in this mid lane as Jankos is making his way up here, but Broxah shadowing Nemesis, trying to protect him.
Cap still has his flash, he's jumping in, doesn't land the abductor. Broxah was there in the right place. Jankos coming in. Won't be able to do too much right now, but you can see Fnatic are not willing to give up anything without a fight.
Jankos still yet to take his blue buff. He's now going to make his way towards that and will finally secure the vast majority of his jungle, where we can see the top difference really starting to build out. Wunder with a 13 CS advantage over Bwipo, 2 kills in his favor as well, and about 1,000 gold in his back pocket. So definitely a much more comfortable position for Wunder to be in compared to game 1.
But now it's how many times can Jankos get back to this lane to punish Bwipo. As soon as he is level 6, he is going to have a lot more safety in this lane, obviously with access to his ultimate, as well as his flash about to come off of the cooldown. So Wunder needs to be really careful here. He tries to get the bounce back, but this is actually the perfect time to gank him.
Here comes Broxah. Bwipo going in, will land the stun, but Wunder is able to remount. Now Broxah's looking for the body slam, will connect. Wunder hits 6 and charges his way away.
Great utilization of the Kled ultimate to avoid that gank from Fnatic. He walks away with his life.
But that was so close, come on.
Yeah, it was called outplay.
Yeah, okay.
Great stuff. Calculated indeed.
Strong assist from the minion.
Broxah does try to set up a gank top, but unfortunately it does not result in a kill in favor of Fnatic. Now we see Jankos making the cross-map play happen. He's starting off the Drake. He will get support from his mid and bot lane should any danger come to him. And he should be able to secure this one without much context.
So 7 minutes in, G2 will get the first dragon of the game. They have a 1,000 gold lead, predominantly sitting in Wunder's back pocket. He's finished a Tiamat now on the Kled, and it seems like whenever we see G2 and Fnatic play against each other, one team accelerates to an early lead, and here it feels like G2 are in the ascendancy.
It feels like G2 are going to have to tap the brakes a little bit for Jankos in particular. Maybe not for this top lane, but for Jankos in particular, he really wants access to his level 6. He's now gone back over the wall, picked up his red buff, so finally, there we go. He hadn't scaled it. I was like, please tell me Jankos scaled Cataclysm. He scaled it in base, it's fine.
Yeah, he did. And Jankos is a player that I feel has really been performing extremely well so far in this series. Even at the deficit in game 1, you can see how hard he tried to claw the game back for G2. He is the MVP of the summer split, and I feel like so far in this series, he's demonstrating what he's capable of.
Definitely showing us just how strong he can be. It took him so many attempts to make it into a playoff final. It was only spring of this year that he got his first title, and now he's showing us just how much he deserves to be amongst the best in Europe. Wunder dismounted, Bwipo and him trade flashes. And that seems to be the state of affairs in the top lane for the time being.
We talked about Bwipo's ability that once he had access to 6, I'll hold the point though.
Nemesis will hold on to his life. Bwipo still trading onto Wunder here, and this is a little bit surprising. You thought that Wunder with such a gold lead would be able to trade into the Renekton, but Renekton so powerful early on.
Yeah, and again, back to the point, once Bwipo had access to level 6, that there was going to be a window where he could try to abuse that, but now without the flashes and with that ultimate on cooldown, I like his back timing right here. He shoves out the wave. He's like, I gotta wait for this cooldown to be back up before it's safe that I overextend again, because action should be coming back towards that top side to punish.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. If anything, I would expect Jankos to path up towards the top side of the map. We can see that he is on Krugs right now. There are camps available on the top side of the map, and they can just look for a kill onto a flash of Bwipo without the ultimate. Plenty of setup on one.
There could be the Lantern into a Cataclysm to force some sort of flash.
Ooh, you are right.
Rekkles has the ult. Hylissang have the black shield if needed. Jankos coming in. There's a control ward in the bush for G2.
This is so telegraphed.
Yeah, Fnatic's Spidey senses must be tingling right now.
I mean, Mickey's like hunting for the hook, swerving around the lane. You know that that Lantern's about to fly back into a bush.
And now Fnatic will see Jankos on the ward, so they'll know he was waiting just around the corner. They'll clear it out with the Oracle's lens, but not really going to do too much for G2. And it does mean that Broxah and Bwipo have a little bit of safety on the top side of the map for a moment.
For now, Bwipo will push out that wave, given that he knows where Jankos is. Also going to gain some control over the top side river, and they can secure this Scuttle Crab as well. So this was the risk that Jankos ran when deciding not to try and play through top. He will lose a little bit of control. But of course, Caps actually having the push once again against the Akali will force him back out, and Bwipo forced to play on the defense.
But now we have a very different game 2 from game 1, and I feel like a lot of that comes from Hilly having a pick like a Morgana versus his Leona. In game number 1, it was all action all the time, particularly in that bot lane. But when Hilly doesn't have the same tools like his Leona previously, you're suddenly seeing the game slow down a lot. Only 3 kills in 10 minutes. As I say that though, Broxah has slipped in underneath.
I'll be honest, my voice is thanking the teams for slowing down just a tad. Game 1 was a little bit of a too exciting for me, I'll have to say.
But I think the primary takeaway is kind of what the game state looks like differently when Fnatic's bot lane just doesn't hard muscle out G2's bot lane.
It does look like Wunder's hard muscling Bwipo out in this top lane, but was going to slice and dice back in. Jankos is on the top side of the map, Broxah on the bot, Nemesis and Caps trading in the mid lane, but Nemesis will be able to retreat back underneath the tower, and it looks like Jankos may have started up the Rift Herald here for G2.
They do have push on mid, with Caps making the rotation up. Teleport coming in from Perkz as well.
G2 are messing everything into the top side of the map. Bwipo trying to get the kill, the Mikyx, he'll heal up, but he can't quite get the kill. And G2 with 4 members strong on the top side will get their 3rd kill of the game.
Beautifully balanced there by Wunder, just managing the tower aggro enough so that Bwipo is not able to find a return kill. Of course, Rekkles is left alone on the bot side of the map to secure plates, but G2, with this Rift Herald, should be in a position to find some plates of their own.
Yeah, it's kind of the 2-for-1 special, the fact that they got the kills top. They've now made the swap up there, so you can see that Perkz is going to answer back by also getting plates up into the top side on this Xayah. Also picked up the kill. I think G2 across the map are very happy with their position.
I mean, that TP setup was actually very smart from the side of G2. Because on the reset of Perkz, he then TP's top as the Rift Herald is being started. Like, all of the pieces were in place to allow that movement to be very fluid and for Fnatic to have no answer. And Fnatic can't even secure many plays bot because Wunder then uses TP bot. Now he finds himself in a 2 versus 1, but they're not going to be able to push as fast as G2, who should right now be looking to use their Rift Herald somewhere else. But of course, the Infernal is now spawning soon.
And that's the thing that I really wanted to underline. G2 moving perfectly on time. They've shoved up the top side of the wave. Bwipo does have access to TP, but G2 can force him to use that if they start the fight for the Infernal right now.
Nemesis trading onto Perkz down to about half HP, and that macro series of decisions, a lot of people look at G2 and they say, well, their games are very bloody, they're high kills per minute. That doesn't mean this team doesn't know how to play the map. They are so good at working out exactly how to make the most efficient play, and I think we just saw it.
It feels like once G2's lane stabilize, that it's like a domino effect. Everything gets set up so beautifully, and if you give Jankos the space that his laners haven't completely collapsed, and he's not trying to put out fires, that he can very quickly set up the map for 1, 2, 3 massive swings in favor of G2.
Oh, Nemesis is going in onto Caps here. Caps steals away the ultimate, but he'll use it in response. Broxah gets Mikyx down towards the bottom side, and meanwhile in the mid lane, Caps is still chasing. Nemesis able to get away for the moment. Both of the mid laners have burnt their flashes.
So a bit of skirmishing back and forth between the two, but at the end of the day, Fnatic come out with a kill on the bot lane. They now, with their 3 members, are looking to secure some plates of their own, and G2 need to answer by moving up towards top and utilizing that Rift Herald, because Fnatic, with only Wunder here, should be able to contest the place, but of course the wave not very big. Wunder gonna hold the line for now.
And again, the danger of trying to dive that Kled while Caps also has access to the TP. Meanwhile, cross-map, G2 continuing to make trades for plates. This might force Fnatic's hands to force something to happen here.
Mikyx on his way down here, and the teleport's coming from G2 straight away. So hard to dive at Kled. He'll just dismount, but now he's gonna charge in, and Broxah is the main target. Teleport in here, but behind by Fnatic. The Lantern will get Wunder to safety, and Bwipo just has to slice and dice away.
And frankly, Fnatic are behind the play here. G2 are still doing tons of damage up into the top side of the map, and it's only Nemesis to respond.
And this is just great TP usage from G2 once again. Nemesis used his TP to get back into the lane, but Caps held it, which meant that when that play happened in bot, he was in a position to assist his top laner, and Mikyx was on the path bot as well. It feels like that everyone is in the right place at the right time, and as you guys were talking about, the moment this game slows down, G2 just seem to be playing the map a lot more patiently and are getting many more advantages over Fnatic.
We talked about it in draft as well. G2 have a strong scaling lineup. Pyke can shred through you late game. Kled can do unreal amounts of damage. So coming in to the 15-minute mark, when we start to see the lanes open up, when we start to see vision be the main priority for these teams, G2 having a lead is not good news for Fnatic.
But we also talk about the item spikes for Fnatic, and they are now reaching those points. We get a quick replay of what happened to Mikyx. He bases in a brush with a ward in it. Classic play that we very often see. He should have just based at the tower. He should have just taken the safe choice. Instead, he ends up getting picked off. But as we were saying, some of these core items have now been picked up for Fnatic, so they could actually look for fights. Once Bwipo and Nemesis hit level 11, I think that they're actually strong enough to be able to challenge G2, but they're going to go all in.
Here we go. They know Caps doesn't have ult. He's stunned up, and here comes Broxah, but Caps steals away the ult and knocks Nemesis back into the tower, and Jankos is on his way. Nemesis has to get away, but the Cataclysm will chase him down and dunk him out of the fight. Broxah goes golden for the moment, but he is not going to get the gold medal for this play. Jankos in the end will take him out, and Jankos is impeccable on this job.
And that is a huge outplay from G2 there, and it means so much. At this point in the game, Fnatic are looking at their Renekton and looking at their Akali, and they're basically saying, okay, we're waiting for Rekkles to get more gold in his pocket to scale up onto items, so I need to play around my 2 side laners. They tried to make it happen with the Akali, they're outplayed on it, and now they lose so much time in that setup.
And we've got to think about how G2 even got to this point. And it all comes back to the early game and Jankos once again. This guy's pathing, level 2 Jarvan ganks. He makes one happen mid, he makes one happen top. This means that Fnatic do not have early lanes that they can play around and find advantages. Now, Wunder going for a dive, don't think he's going to be able to pull that one off. But because Fnatic could not find these early advantages, it means that they haven't been able to challenge G2, and they have just been playing the map so much better, so much cleaner. So huge props to Jankos for setting all this up.
And speaking about playing the map, yeah, they're not going to get the dive on Bwipo, but they've got the wave coming in and the potential numbers that can collapse here.
Broxah is here. Jankos just forced away. Wunder still mounted up on Skull. It's pretty easy for him to get away. Fnatic looking for a play. Jankos face check straight into a binding. The lantern comes out. Mikyx misses the hook, but Caps is here. And with Perkz coming in from the side, Fnatic have to disengage.
So notice how G2 have actually brought Caps down to join the rest of the team. They have abandoned the top wave because they recognize that they can use a numbers advantage to either threaten mid or threaten bot. Even though Nemesis doesn't have TP, G2 are fine with this because they're saying we'll just make the trade happen. There's no point going top, especially with the Ocean Drake spawning in at about 40 seconds.
There's more valuable objectives on the bottom side of the map at this point where, again, Fnatic are trying to play out their solo lanes, continue to funnel gold onto like the Akali, as well as make time for Rekkles to get towards that 3 items. It feels like, at least at this point in the game, as soon as Xayah has one more item in her back pocket, you're sitting more in the power pocket of G2 than Fnatic.
Fnatic looking for those second items before they can really take these big fights, but Nemesis doesn't think he needs it. Charge away here. Wunder is going to chase onto Broxah, but Broxah's already being caught out by Jankos. Nemesis trying to trade in the fight, but Perkz jumps in. Nemesis goes all the way onto the backline, and now he's in a 2v4. It's Bwipo and Nemesis trying to make the fight happen. Jankos dodges away. Wunder, the hook comes out for Mikyx, and Bwipo will all G2 take 2 in the river.
And G2 punish Fnatic once again. This was Nemesis trying to go in for a 1v1 against Wunder, and Broxah coming in for the collapse, but G2 read it. They set up the map state to allow them to respond. Look at that bot wave the Rekkles is forced to catch, and now G2 can convert this into the mid tier 1. Perkz, 2 kills away from 1,000 kills. I believe Jankos is 1. The race is on between the two as to who can secure 1,000 kills.
Perkz is like, I'm the ADC, I'm ready to start grouping up and everyone to be funneling the kills into me. Come on, guys.
And he's hit his power point as well. Ginsu's and Mana Moon already on him. He's going to be incredibly powerful if these fights continue to go G2's way. But Fnatic now trying to set up vision around this Ocean Dragon.
So while this game can continue to be quite skirmish heavy, at this point in the game, G2 are stronger as the collective 5v5 if execution goes according to plan.
Hylissang. Oh, Hylissang, what are you doing here? This is not Hylissang, my friends. He was just sitting in the pit by himself. And G2 take the kill on a silver platter.
Oh, you don't like to see that. Oh, and with that kill, Jankos will secure his 1,000th career kill. Congratulations to the MVP of the summer split, Jankos. Beautifully done.
I'm dancing around, I'm pointing at the scoreboard. I'm like, come on, Betty, he got it!
And in the old chat, Wunder goes, was that 1,000 kills on a Jarvan? Really?
Well, most of them have been on Sejuani for him, or Braum. Now Nemesis trading into Caps as G2 continue to push up this vision line, take control of the Fnatic jungle. And I think in game 1 we asked, does it take a little while for G2 to warm up? Last week we saw it take 2 games before they hit their full stride. Here, it seems to have only taken 1 because we are 90 minutes in and they have a 5,000 gold lead.
And again, reminder to the state of the map currently as it is. G2, they have things like the Cataclysm and the Kled ultimate, although they are sitting more in a 1-4 formation here on this map. Because Xayah is online right now, they feel really confident taking these fights, whereas Fnatic are having to play around windows, more so around skirmishes and uneven numbered advantages. So they're looking for picks like this, because as soon as the rest of G2 show up, until Rekkles is ready, they need to disengage.
Who finds who though, Frost?
Yeah, G2 will take this fight. The hook's going to connect onto Bwipo. Broxah with the knockback, and now the fight really erupts. Bwipo pulled back, but Mikyx so low. Wunder trying to jump in. Jankos there on the front line as well, but Fnatic getting the TP in here by Nemesis, and another binding connects. The lantern will get Jankos out in time, and he may have got 1,000 kills, but that one death is all Fnatic wanted.
And it was a numbers advantage in the end. Nemesis on the back end with the TP, but also a massive misplay from G2 about where they were going to find it. Could they find the CC, and could they delete someone fast enough?
G2 had push in the mid. They were starting to collapse to help support Wunder. Fnatic, though, actually were in a position, as Frost was saying, to turn that fight around. They started off by burning so much help off of Mikyx that G2 was immediately forced to disengage. And Jankos making the decision to dive on top of Rekkles was the wrong one, because it separated him from the rest of his team, which meant that G2 becomes divided, allowing Fnatic to then run them down and pick them off.
And G2 cannot afford to make these types of mistakes, because you can see how willing Fnatic are to turn this one around. You're now sitting at 2 items for Xayah. She's that much closer for the 3rd one, and you can't give away those free kills like that.
So we talked a lot about how the early game would go for these two teams. We talked about top lane priority, getting this Kled ahead. I want to think a little bit about how the next 10 minutes will go. What are we expecting to see these teams do, and how can they fight against their enemies' objectives?
I'd like to see G2 play this one a little bit closer to the book, slow things down, focus on denial of vision and setting up their vision rather than trying to shoot from the hip, thinking that they've caught someone and immediately jumping on them. As long as all of their dominoes are set up in a line, they are stronger grouped up, but it's when they get over eager and over aggressive and overreach into Fnatic that Fnatic still have plenty of tools to punish them.
One of the things that I always find really impressive about G2 is how efficient they are. Whenever they set up vision, they don't waste time. They don't dance around the Baron. They don't just sit around waiting for the right moment. They actually just force the enemy into an error. And given they have all this control around the top side, we can see now Bwipo being forced to teleport out of this situation means that G2 is in an even better situation. With all three of their teleports up, Fnatic is going to be forced to respond to someone on a side wave, while G2 is also setting up for the Baron. So over the next few minutes, we're going to be seeing them now just threaten the Baron, force Fnatic to come to them, and G2 is going to look to utilize the 6k gold lead that they have in their back pocket.
And thank you, observers, for that replay of the TP that came out of Bwipo. It was, again, recognizing that G2 are in control of the majority of the map. You can see that with all of the pushed waves, you can see that with a lot of their vision, and you can see that with Bwipo's respect to TP out of a bad situation.
So we've talked a lot about what G2 want to do. Do it by the book, set up vision control, be efficient with how you push into the enemy jungle. But what do Fnatic want to do? How are they going to get back from this 6k deficit you mentioned, Vedius?
I think at this point, they actually just need to kind of take a step back and continue to funnel gold onto Rekkles. I know it sounds like a broken record, but when you're that close to the third item, that's all you want, because then you're going to feel more confident, but he might die.
Jankos going in, they're trying to turn it around. Jankos with the Cataclysm, but the Feather Storm comes out. Here's the redemption as well. Hylissang goes golden for the moment, but he's going to be caught up in Mr. G2, and Perkz is on the killing spree. Rekkles survives. Hylissang sacrifices himself for his AD carry.
Because you're trying to find safe farm for Rekkles to grab hold of, but nothing seems to be safe when G2 are on the map.
Ooh, and it looks like G2 are actually looking to re-engage here, but Wunder's only by himself.
Gets to the lantern, the hook doesn't quite connect from Mikyx, but Mikyx is so good at saving people with that lantern. Oh no, Pyke stays around. Nemesis trying to jump onto the backline. He gets into the Twilight Shroud. Will jump away with the perfect execution, but Caps is on the chase. He doesn't quite connect. Nemesis dodging. The fancy feed. Caps goes down, and Nemesis survives.
And the misplay comes through from Caps. Nemesis is able to sidestep everything and walk away with his life. Teleports now coming through from G2.
Fnatic may have stayed around too long because G2 have double TPs. Wunder doesn't have the charge, but he's on the chase. Here comes Hylissang, Rekkles around the corner, and now maybe G2 have invested a little bit too much because Nemesis can jump in, and Broxah comes in from the back, and now it's a 4v5. Wunder takes out Broxah. The second kill goes down as Bwipo falls, and G2 finds 3. It's Rekkles and Hylissang. They have to do it all if they're going to save this, but Wunder's still on the chase. Rekkles trying to get the autos out, but he is done for. G2 in a 4v5 find the ace.
G2 shut down Fnatic, and Perkz finds his 1000th LEC kill. G2 are popping off in this second game, and they will make their way towards the Baron.
There was a single on the way ping towards the Inferno, and they said, nah, screw that, take the Baron right now. One thing about both these teams is if you give them an inch, they will take a mile. They know exactly how to abuse early game leads and how to close games out.
And we have to think about how Fnatic invested so much to actually kill Caps. They then wanted to try and gain control over the river, but the teleports were there for G2 to allow them to answer. We'll get a look back at this. You can see they just killed Caps, but Rekkles is stuck in the mid lane, and this is actually a 3 versus 3. Note how Wunder is soaking up a lot of the damage, and Perkz is safe on the back line. Then Nemesis comes through, and yes, it is a 5 versus 4, but again, Perkz is untouched. He has this very strong front line that he can just play around, and the moment Wunder remounts, it's all over for Fnatic.
And once again, the charge comes in. G2 not taking their foot off the pedal for a second. Mikyx going in onto Broxah, and Perkz is going to chase him down. Hylissang low, but Broxah is trying to get away from Mikyx and Perkz, and he cannot do it today. Caps gets a kill on the backline as Fnatic are just scattered to the winds. Hylissang trying to get away with the EQ combo. The smite is not quite enough from Jankos. Trying to do one better than Perkz, couldn't quite manage it. Meanwhile, the rest of G2 are pushing in the bottom lane, but the redemption for Mikyx! Redemption from his poor performance last week, perhaps, as he finds the kill. Caps is pushing in bot lane, as you were about to say, Frost, but I still have control, as G2 had control of this game. The inhibitor's their next target, and Fnatic have to find some way to fight back.
I mean, it's salt in the wound for Fnatic at this point. G2 had the perfect wave set up, they took a fight, they rotated bottom, they kick in that inhib, and now they're looking to knock on mid lane's door. This might be GG next.
From Baron to Nexus in a minute and a half, G2 are unrelenting. They will take 2 inhibitors, but they do not go for the win. They do it a little bit slower. They do it by the book. They back away and let Fnatic live to fight one more time.
They can take anything that they want on the map. They can fall back infernal passion and all of that gold that they've got. Perkz answering Rekkles' incredible game 1 with a great game of zone. Now 5-0 and 7 onto this Xayah. G2, they've managed to slow the pace of the game down, and they look much cleaner this time around.
And here we see Fnatic trying to contest the Inferno Drake, and G2's like, aha, this is the plan. We only actually wanted to fight you in the first place. And they just dive onto Fnatic. Rekkles is nowhere near the fight. They can just melt through the front line that is Bwipo. Fnatic gets split apart, and we have more fighting.
Mikyx puts down the box, Hylissang on the front line, but Perkz just deletes him from the face of Summoner's Rift. The hooks connect, the Cataclysm comes out, but Nemesis can't even kill the AD carry. And 20 kills to 4, Fnatic are being demolished by G2. The charge comes out, Rekkles running for the wins, but he's playing hide and seek, while G2 are playing League of Legends. They're looking for the win. Those Nexus towers are on their mind.
And it feels like this is going to be a series truly about the bot lanes. Fnatic had Rekkles and Hilly dominate game number 1, but this time around it's Perkz and Mikyx that hit back in game number 2.
G2 playing for the kills as they are wanted to do. It took them a while to warm up, but this is the G2 we saw at MSI. This is the G2 that dominated the regular season, and this is the G2 that will tie up the series.
G2 look extremely strong in game 2, and it just goes to show the power levels that these two teams are playing at. If either one is able to get a lead, they are just so good at controlling the game and bleeding out their opposition, forcing more and more errors. They are quick games, they are fast, and they are efficient, but they are extremely bloody.
And credit to Jankos, an excellent pathing performance in the early game to really throw a wrench in everything that Broxah wanted to do. He got into his face, he forced him out of the jungle, and ultimately, when you deny Broxah the ability to gank on his Gragas, it allows Wunder to go crazy on Kled in the top side. It allows Perkz and Mikyx to not be punished for their aggression on the bot side.
And it felt like all of the mistakes we saw in game 1 from G2, those holes had been plugged. They were able to get a strong lead for Wunder in the top lane. Their bot lane ended with, I believe, 1 death between the two of them. It was so much better from G2, and you do wonder how Fnatic bounced back like from something like that.
Well, I think something that's very important is they have to find Bwipo a winning matchup. We've seen it multiple times now where Wunder, when he has the freedom to play how he likes and he gets a little bit support from his jungler, he just runs away with the matchup, and there's little that Broxah can do to really turn things around. He did try to gank top lane, he did try to assist his top laner, but he could not convert it into anything, which meant that the early game just snowballed.
Scenario that Fnatic fake leashed on 2 sides. So this is a very difficult read to make. And he knew the Gragas position right away because after the skill, he chased him out of his jungle, forced his flash as well, and all of a sudden, Jankos does what he needs to do with the G2 team, is to control the whole map.
It was a very important start for G2, as just in terms of setting the tone for the game, because in game 1, G2 was reacting to the offensive moves of Fnatic. In game 2, with the stronger level 2 jungler, with that playmaking from Jankos, he said very early on that it was going to be G2 playing offense.
I think also just for Jankos in the series, the bans in the second phase against him were kind of weird, you know, like the Skarner ban coming in. You called it a playoff ban because Skarner is the kind of thing you can always pick on the big stage. It's so easy to play. But him then saying, Jarvan is a great pick here, you know, it actually fits him very nicely. He can play aggressive in the early game, pick it, and then pull off these kind of level 2 ganks now. Meaning going into the next game, second phase, you start thinking more, is there another jungler you got to consider?
And on top of that, after the work he did in this early game, they then had the choice, okay, what are we going to put our focus on? And we are going to dictate who gets fed in this game, and it's going to be Wunder. So Jankos, he went top again, and he really enabled his top laner to play out that game the best way possible.
Oh my goodness, well, this one, he didn't even need to be
no,
here.
Okay.
He could have maybe dropped the flag for an assist, because Wunder, after that first initial kill, just took over the game. And this one, this was the moment where I felt really Caps came online, because I felt like he underperformed the series up until this point where he just outplayed the moment, and Jankos is there to deliver.
And it is a great point that so far Caps hasn't really done that much in this series, which obviously is a big positive in a sense for G2. They can still win without him, but they've shown that multiple times in summer. They don't rely on an individual player anymore. It is so much about the entire team. And I just think the fact that they get early advantage top lane, and then I want to highlight a more passive bot lane. Hylissang on Morgana is not able to perma-force these fights against Mikyx, so it becomes more passive, and the bot lane can say, we just farm. And that allows Jankos to play mid, and then of course top.
And it opened up G2 to play the map very well, especially around the 10-minute mark, when we actually saw Xayah rotating up into the top lane. That was Perkz to get a quick kill, while Jankos was starting up the Rift Herald. Then coming off that play, Wunder TP's bot lane to deny a tower take on the other side. He's also the strongest member of the team with an Infernal Drake spawning up. So that all of G2 got to play through Wunder and around him to pick up all these objectives early.
The early game for G2 is very important because once they get to mid-game, they are the best mid-game team in the world. They are so good at using lane advantage to not stay in lane, but move to next objective. And the moment you, let's say you push top, the moment you leave top lane, there's pressure mid. So you get scared mid lane, then that translates to bot lane, and they just take over the map without even being there.
And I think, speaking about the draft as well, I felt like the Sylas pick is so fundamental because it denies so many of these support picks for Hylissang. The Sylas first pick, all of a sudden you don't want to pick Pyke. You don't want to possibly pick an Alistar. These champions that have initiative, all of a sudden they picked the Thresh, they had Morgana into it, and all of a sudden bot lane was no longer explosive. And that's where G2 is happy.
That's where they are happy. Do you feel like they don't want the bot lane to be explosive because they feel they are outmatched versus Rekkles and Hylissang?
I think they just have confidence in their top side because this time around, Wunder just took
turning it on its head. Okay.
Yeah.
No need
Because honestly,
to take the gamble,
Perkz smurfed this game.
Yeah.
Perkz smurfed this game.
Okay, that's what I was trying to get at because last game we said, well, Hilly is just doing so much better than Mikyx and then the bot lane in these previous games, but that's not set in stone.
Yeah, well, I also think a big difference is the support counter pick for Hylissang. Because in game 1, it was Leona, which can punish mistakes from G2 so well. Exactly, and we saw those early kills. Morgana, not really the same thing. Yes, it is a counter, but it's more of a, we're going to stop the engage. We're not going to punish you, we're just going to play safe around that bottom lane. So Fnatic weren't able to make those same waves in that area.
Now, we've seen good things from both teams. That's why it's a 1-1. Thank you, Shock. So let's start and look forward. We've now seen 7 games between these two teams in the last 2 weeks, and it's pretty hard for me to predict what's going to happen or who's going to step up because they have so many good players and so much control of the games that they are when they have a good early start, rather. Right. So what can we expect here going forward?
Well, when I look at the 3 Fnatic wins and then the game 3 in the series last week when it was actually very, Fnatic favored for most of it, I keep looking at Fnatic having multiple picks that can force engages. Global pick like TF is one of them. Thresh, it was from Hylissang in that game. Leona in the one we saw earlier here today already. I want to see that from Fnatic. I don't think you should actually try and play slow at all. I don't think you have to. I want the explosive bot lane. I want something where you're constantly forcing G2 to take these skirmishes against you because then you can catch them out multiple times.
For sure. I think Just the fact that they are no longer doing these creative level ones, creative invades, creating situations where they are fighting as three, because this is something that Hylissang and Rekkles always were confident in. They were willing to pick a worse matchup because they knew they could set up the ganks, maybe with the Braum, even into the trash. It is on paper a worse matchup, but all of a sudden you have so much more setup. When you have that setup, all of a sudden Fnatic look like a different team because they can take that pressure and spread it across the map.
I think a huge blocker for Fnatic is actually their jungle pick so far this series. We saw the Sylas in game 1, Gragas in game 2 against a Jarvan. If you're trying to make these early level invades and try to make these plays, you need a stronger jungler. That's why we saw problems in the top lane too, because Bwipo is over fighting.
Can we get a camera on Yamato right now?
The Lucian, huh?
Yeah, I want to see the
there we
Lucian.
go.
Yeah, cover the eyes, because you know no one wants to see game 2 again from Fnatic.
Also, get your leg not go any higher. That wasn't very okay.
Oh, I cracked
All right, keep it PG-13 over there.
Oh my goodness.
Oh no, the pants broke.
I'll send you the bill. I'll send you the bill.
Oh no, we're gonna have to take a break soon because there's a wardrobe malfunction. Oh my gosh. The final thing I want to hear from you guys is the fact that last week we saw 2 games in Fnatic's favor, and then after, in that third one, G2 taking over and then completely taking off. Could this be that this just is that, but earlier than last series, being G2 woke up, and this is what we can now expect for the rest of the series?
I think it's very possible, because we did not see the same mistakes from G2 in this game that we saw in game number 1. But at the same time, if Fnatic are able to change some of their things in draft, go for more early game fighting, then they have the tools.
Yeah, I mean, I think Fnatic still have a ton of things they can do. Go back again to the super aggressive bot lane setup. I think Mikyx has shown that you can punish him early. That is probably the safest way, or the easiest way for you to get early leads.
Final thoughts, Yamato?
Well, I think when it comes to, we talk a lot about what Fnatic can do, but honestly, I feel like if G2, all of them are in form, it's just a different level of a team. We see them underperforming every now and then. If they continue to become better and better throughout the series, then there's no turning back. And I'm just hoping that Kled will be banned because, it's just a monster.
Gotta take that away from him. The summer final is well underway as G2 and Fnatic prepare for Game 3. Don't miss it.
Broxah's on the top side of the map, but can he get there in time? Bwipo trying to get away, doesn't have the slice and dice and doesn't have a life left. Stunned up, and here comes Broxah. The cap steals away the ult and knocks Nemesis back into the tower, and Jankos is on his way. Nemesis has to get away, but the Cataclysm will chase him down. Bwipo and Nemesis trying to make the fight happen. Jankos dodges away. Wunder, the hook comes out for Mikyx, and Bwipo will
Raise. I will go in, maybe. Lantern. I have flashball. Kai'Sa's carrying. I can look here. Kai'Sa's carrying. I ult in 3. We can go. Keep going.
He puts down the box, Hylissang on the front line, but Perkz just deletes him from the base of Summoner's Rift. The hooks connect, the Cataclysm comes out, but Nemesis can't even kill the AD carry. This is the G2 we saw at MSI. This is the G2 that dominated the regular season, and this is the G2 that will tie up the series.
You don't have a chance against me. I can calculate 90 trillion moves in advance. Not fair. Not fair.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Ready for the finals?
Experience the LEC Finals in Athens with Shell V-Power.
언제든지 내 모습 매직 단 한 번에 내가 잡아 절대 기죽지 않지 펴펴 네가 뭘 알아 괜히 수워서 원해도 원하는 게 얼굴에 보여 I'm trouble and you running it I'm so cold when I move that way you gon' be so blown I'm the realest in the game said I'm on fire with the blade you're about to hear my name ringing in your head like whoa so keep your eyes on me now 무엇을 보든 좋아할 거야 We're so tough let's get it show you out Ain't nobody bringing us down, 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 down. They could try
Welcome back to Athens, Greece, where Fnatic and G2 are tied at 1-1 in this final series of the LEC split. Frost, Vedius, we've seen it all in these first two games, but what are our expectations coming into game 3?
The thing that I'm really looking for is Hilly to get a playmaking oriented champion. It feels like the diffusal of Hilly not having one of his explosive champions is really slowed down the 2v2, whereas normally we've seen Rekkles and Hilly winning this 2v2. Now it's going to the Perkz and Mikyx camp, and that seems to be kind of the key component to a lot of G2 success, whereas Jankos gets to kind of dictate where he's applying pressure to the map and not putting out fires, and it starts in bot.
I also think that the top lane matchup is really important for Fnatic. I think that if Bwipo is behind, he really struggles to have an impact on the map, whereas you look at Wunder, he's pretty consistent, and when he's put in a winning position, he really wins hard. He was able to snowball so effectively through the top side of the map that I think that it is very important that Fnatic have some way to control him.
So in game 1 and game 2, we saw Fnatic save their top laner for last pick. It was Kled on the side of G2 both games, and then Jax and Renekton. We'll see if Fnatic say, okay, the Kled is a problem, we need to ban that away, or if they're willing to wait for that last pick and find a new counter.
And again, we are G2 on the blue side, Fnatic on the red side. So it should be Aatrox, TF, Rakan for G2, and Qiyana, Yasuo, and Yuumi for Fnatic if the bans stay completely the same.
This is the big question mark. It's always that final ban from Fnatic that you're often wondering about. Perhaps they just leave the Yuumi open, deny Mikyx his playmaking power, and just concede the fact that, hey, we might not guarantee an advantageous 2v2 in the bot, but it gives us advantages elsewhere. Instead, Fnatic's saying, you know, no, we still want to take this off the board, and of course, G2 will priority pick the Sylas.
I think the scary thing is, at this point, even though Rekkles and Hilly are excellent at playing Garen Yuumi, I still think that having Hilly on a playmaking champion that can start fights is so important, at least for this series today, that if G2 didn't prioritize the Yuumi, I don't know if Fnatic would want to pick it up.
It looks like G2 and Fnatic looking to replicate what we saw in game 2. G2 going to be locking in the Xayah plus the Kled this time round, so they will not early priority the Thresh.
I really like this variation though, because you assume Fnatic would ban out the Kled in the second rotation if it was left open. So you get it for yourself early and you give Wunder a strong top lane pick.
But here's where the adaptation comes in. So prioritizing Bwipo's champion that Vedius called for earlier on, that means that Rekkles and Hilly will have to take kind of the short end of the stick and see where they get pinched and what they end up with. I'm expecting that they'll probably want to go for something like the Ezreal, like the Karmas, to allow Hilly to unlock from this lane and start roaming around.
I would love to see a Jarvan ban actually come out from Fnatic right now. I think that it is a very potent early game jungler that Jankos had a fantastic performance on last game, and I think you have to be very aware of its impact. Of course, the other potential champion is the Elise for Jankos, a champion that he is very proficient on and loves to set up dives with. And if you think about the Elise-Kled combo, the ability to shut down this Jax is very prominent in the early game.
But that's the thing, it's the Elise-Kled combo, because otherwise you have a ton of magic damage in terms of your composition profile that you'd be dealing with. So while he could go towards the Elise, I think that there's a little bit more risk in that.
Definitely could be the case with the Xayah removed by G2, Thresh taken away here by Fnatic, and Skarner taken away by them as well. The Karma will get removed, and that's targeted probably towards Rekkles, but it could of course be triple flexed, and here we go! Here we go. When the chips are down, Rekkles looks to his most signature pick, the Tristana.
It was either going to be the Ezreal, it was going to be the Tristana. They can accomplish similar things. Now that said, Tristana gives you a bit more attack in the lane phase, especially at that level 2, pending what the support matchup is going to be between Hilly and Mikyx here.
Ooh, G2 hovering the Pyke right now. I'd be surprised if they're locked in with the Sejuani open, and of course, Jankos' signature Sejuani pick. Few can survive his onslaught, but it definitely supplements the team fight style that G2's composition is already going for. When you have Sylas, when you have Xayah and a Kled, this is just further engage and crowd control to facilitate the already strong 5v5.
And if they put a Pyke as the cherry on top of this, it would mean that there's so much river control here. One of the things that Sejuani really excels at is her ability to take the scuttle grab, and then if you can contest her CC lockdown and kind of her burst damage in the early game, and how well she pairs with champions like Kled and Sylas. If Caps and Wunder ever get roam potential and Jankos is in that river, it's very terrifying for Fnatic to step foot into it.
And we'll see how Fnatic decide to answer the Braum Xayah lane they are facing. Of course, that Gragas could be flexed into support. Shen is locked in. Expect that to be going to Hylissang in the bottom lane.
So what this sets the expectation for is early gank bot lane for Fnatic. Shen is incredibly potent at early levels, especially when paired up with a Tristana. This is a kill lane, and you have to respect it.
Especially paired into playing against a Braum Kai'Sa, they're all about stacking up auto attacks in the lane. You put down the Spirit's Refuge, you can't get the stun, and you can't get the Plasma off.
But the scary thing is which jungler gets down there first. While there's plenty of 2v2 kill threat from the likes of a Tristana and a Shen at level 2 if they decide to go all in, if Sejuani gets involved, Sejuani Braum are a disgusting combo if any one of them gets a hold of you.
Looking at these comps in their entirety again, Fnatic can play the map very well. They have strong side laners, and they're going to be looking to gain advantages in their 2 solo lanes with which that they can leverage come the mid game. Whereas G2, definitely a lot more about scaling and team fighting. They don't have the strongest early game setup, but I do think that they have options to play around the top side of the map, and that's where I want to see Jankos go. But in terms of the early game advantage, I feel like this is Fnatic's ballpark, and we know how this series goes. Team that gets an early lead is usually the one that wins the game.
Usually, whichever team is ahead at 15 minutes will go on to take down the Nexus. I'm sure a lot of the Fnatic fans here in Athens will be hoping that's the case. And strong early game composition from them. We'll see how good they are at enacting that, because G2 in the last game were able to find ways to pen them back early on.
My eyes again on this bot lane. What's going to happen? Will Hilly and Rekkles make Perkz and Mikyx break? Can Perkz and Mikyx survive the onslaught? And what will Jankos do to Broxah in the early game?
We will find out as we go on to Summoner's Rift. Third game of the day. Winner of this is on match point. G2 looking for their 6th ever LEC title. Fnatic already at 7, looking for number 8.
Beautiful look down the mid lane at our gorgeous trophy there. Want to check in on the summoner spells, maybe hold it though. We have a possible setup. The cleanse coming out of Perkz as well as the exhaust coming out of Mikyx. A lot of respect from G2's bot lane towards Fnatic's.
Yeah, they know that Hylissang and Rekkles are not afraid to fight. We saw that in game 1. The duo found a lot of early kills. They were willing to trade blow for blow against the aggression that we often see from G2. And so by running the cleanse, of course, you have to be careful about when you choose your back timings. It just goes to show that in terms of the 2v2 setup, Fnatic will likely have the advantage for the majority of the early laning phase, which is why I feel so strongly that G2 should be looking to play around the top side of the map in the early game.
That can be dangerous though, because as soon as Hilly gets access to level 6, suddenly playing topside, you're playing at a potential numbers disadvantage.
True. So Caps was in the right position to spot this out. The ward goes down, will be cleared away by Fnatic, but immediately Jankos jumps onto Rekkles. He's going to have to hop away, and maybe Fnatic will be dissuaded from this. Instead, they say, okay, let's party. We want the level 1. We own the level 1. G2 trying to fight back. Rekkles already down to half HP. He's running away. Fnatic just looking for the steal here if they can get it. The second Oracles is used, and now Fnatic have to stay around. They're going for it. It's taken by Perkz. He doesn't even have smite. What were the junglers doing? The taunt comes out as Caps tries to chase it, and Broxah has to flash away. Hylissang burned his as well, but now with the exhaust coming down, Perkz will land the red buff slow, and Broxah is in for a world of hurt. There's no escape. G2 first blood.
And the early game falls apart already for Fnatic. They tried to do a delayed level 1 invade, but G2 was ready for it. They were willing to challenge Fnatic. They end up coming out on top.
And now this bot lane in particular can be heavily affected. You're missing flash on Hilly. He does have access to the Hex flash there, but it's going to be that much harder to find that CC that you need. And Perkz has the red buff.
But look at the lack of summoners on G2's bot lane. Both of them burnt that flash to get an early kill that went down onto Jankos. So while he did lose his red buff, he at least gets some gold in compensation, but at the end of the day, it still means that Fnatic's 2 versus 2 can be looking for fights, looking for trades, and should be able to come out on top.
And a question we asked in draft was which jungler would be able to have an impact on the map first. Broxah's still only level 1. Jankos is going to actually still
He's
level 1
as well, Medic.
I forgot he didn't get the red, but yes, both junglers are penned back early on. Jankos actually having to back on the Sejuani here. She does go very low without any assistance.
Look, level 2 gank now coming in from Broxah towards the top side of the map. He will be spotted out by Wunder, who's going to go for an early base, and that wave should actually be pushing back towards Wunder, so I don't think he's going to be too worried about that for the time being.
Actually, really smart timing from Wunder right there. Now uses the TP. Jankos is running towards his blue. I'll hold it.
Perkz uses the cleanse, a Rick will put up by Mikyx here, and Perkz still has the red buff. trying to get the damage down onto Rekkles and Hylissang, but it looks like Fnatic are coming out on top in these trades in bottom lane.
And again, it's about Fnatic trying to look for that all-in, make sure that they can land on you with the Tristana, hit the taunt, whereas G2 are really trying to play the long con. They want the red buff to do the damage for them. It's about those short trades where they can start to poke Fnatic out.
Meanwhile, the mid lane, very similar to what we've seen all series long. Actually, Nemesis having a bit of an advantage. And for us, something we were talking about in the break was how Caps honestly hasn't had the strongest series. It's quite fascinating how we've been seeing G2 pick Caps up after what has been a difficult series for him. And it just goes to show the strength of G2 that when a single member falls, there are still many other carries that can make up for the deficit.
And while Caps has kind of disappeared this series or not had the same impact, it speaks to the fact that there's still this final form of G2. You know that Caps can go from craps to collapse and start popping off, and as soon as that happens, that's when things can get very scary. So my eyes are on Nemesis on this Akali pick. What can he do to try to slow this down or match the pressure? He's the guy who has to fill Caps' shoes, and what a bigger stage to do it on.
Because I do think that Nemesis has done a pretty good job of controlling Caps so far in the laning phase, and unfortunately for Nemesis, he hasn't really had an opportunity to shine, but the pressure hasn't really fallen on him to be the big carry. He needs to be that consistent as G2 look for a trade.
Remember what I talked about river control and Sejuani. She is excellent at doing it, and again, if her solo lanes ever have roam potential, Jankos is going to feel so confident walking into a river every single time. She's got early burst damage, she has hard CC, she has great setup.
Especially when you team her up with someone like the Braum, you can stun lock someone for days. Now Rekkles going to teleport down here into the bottom lane, has a pickaxe in his inventory. Perkz yet to back, and of course isn't running teleport in this lane. Broxah's trying to get down here, but a ward will spot him out. Jankos just around the corner for G2 if they want to try and turn around this fight. But I think Broxah realizes when he was spotted out, he can't stay around too much longer. Nemesis uses TP in mid. I believe Caps will answer that with a teleport of his own.
Right now, Caps is... Okay, he's going to start walking back towards mid lane.
He's watching the fight bottom.
Yeah, he is. Has an eye on it. I think Jankos is only here just so that the bot lane can help push this underneath the tower so they can look for a base. Because remember, they don't have the teleport, so having to walk back to lane while it's frozen in this position, not the best setup for G2.
This is both teams being very aware of Caps having TP and Nemesis not having it. Fnatic not overreaching and overcommitting when they were at a numbers disadvantage potentially, and Caps walking back to lane, knowing that if Fnatic did overstep, he would be there to close the trap with G2.
But at the end of the day, Fnatic still get what they wanted, which is a wave pushing towards them. If we have a look back down towards the bot side of the map, we can actually see how Hylissang walked up towards the wave to get the push going in his favor, and that means the Rekkles is able to slowly pick up this farm that's actually pushing towards Fnatic. So they're taking advantage of the teleport that they have to create a CS discrepancy between Rekkles and Perkz.
Speaking of CS discrepancies, I want to bring your attention to the top lane. In game one, when we saw Bwipo play Jax into the Kled, it was a relatively even affair up towards the top side. Here, Wunder has a 20 CS lead at only the 7-minute mark.
That is surprising.
Yeah.
I'm not quite sure how we got that, especially seeing as Jankos hasn't actually invested a huge amount of time towards the top side of the map. And we didn't see anything crazy, but we do see a bit of fighting towards the bot side.
Rekkles in the Spirit's Refuge won't be stunned up yet. Hylissang with the taunt only lands onto Mikyx, and Jankos is coming in, but it looks like both teams will just handshake in the bottom lane for the time being.
As Verius was talking about, since this wave is crashing into Hilly and Rekkles, Jankos has to play bot side of the map to cover the fact that Mikyx and Perkz are so far forward in the lane. He's making the most of his time by bringing a control ward and starting out the Ocean Drake, but he should be hovering here anyway, and Fnatic should also have that heads up.
Now remember that in terms of early game expectations, it's not going to be as bloody as it was, especially in game one. We kind of see scaling options on both sides, and for Fnatic, it's very much about splitting up the map. They want to be playing on their side lanes, pushing out those lanes, and then maybe looking to group, whereas G2 will be looking to play around objectives. They'll be looking to team fight with the 5 versus 5 because the scaling on the likes of Akali. Oh, as an all-in happens.
Jumping straight onto Mikyx here, the explosive shot lands, but Rekkles going to jump forward, and now the teleport comes in behind them. Rekkles needs to get the kill if he's going to get out. He tries to jump away with the flash as well. The Caps is on the chase, he has the flash, he's going in. Hylissang trying to tank it up. The Caps steals away the buster shot. Will it be enough damage? Yes, it will. Caps gets another, and now Fnatic are trying to react. Hylissang just about gets into the bush, out of vision. G2 can't find him, but then knocked back. Jankos goes down, and now Caps is a new target. 3 members of Fnatic are going to chase him down. There's no escape for Caps. Fnatic find the kill.
Fnatic are the ones to punish G2. It was an overextension initially from Rekkles. If he'd gotten the kill earlier, he could have jumped to safety. But then G2 say, okay, we can punish Rekkles here. But then because Rekkles survives for so long, G2 overextend in the river and Fnatic look to collapse.
Yeah, but now look at the difference between the mid laners. Look at the CS between Nemesis and Caps. The fact that he also stayed around and got a plate, picked up another kill. As soon as you springboard Akali to that first item, she becomes unkillable. Like, she unlocks the game, has kill pressure on everyone. Gunblade is so important for her.
And we talked about how Caps has not had the best series so far, whereas Nemesis has been that beacon of consistency for Fnatic, and he is continuing to do that as he catapults this lead. Now we get to see the 2v2 in the bot side of the map.
And this is what you were talking about. If Rekkles had just gotten this slightly sooner and able to get out, then it would have been the absolute hero play. That said, still buys his team enough time. Beautiful flash as soon as he hits the ground to get over the wall and really pull G2 in.
You can just see him spamming health bots like, I need more health, I really need it so I can avoid the execute from Caps, but he does what he needs. He buys time, Broxah body blocks the follow-up from the rest of G2 onto Hylissang, which means that Fnatic end up finding 3 kills off the back of that.
Also want to credit Hilly there with some fancy footwork to make sure that he wasn't also picked up by the spare Perkz shot.
Getting himself into the bush out of vision as well made it very difficult for G2 to pick up that kill. Now 10 minutes in, Fnatic have 1.5 thousand gold lead. A lot of that will sit on Nemesis in the mid lane, and you look at it and you wonder, can he carry from this position? We talk about him as a consistent player, but is he the player that will carry on a big occasion?
That's one of the big questions. It feels like that when push came to shove and a lot of the weight fell onto 4 all-ins.
Just a Hex Flash, just a Hex Flash.
I like that Hilly and Rekkles tested it there. Perkz and Mikyx have been standing on the top side of the lane though, so they 100% knew that play was incoming.
But coming back to the point about Nemesis, I feel like that very rarely does the responsibility ever actually fall on Nemesis to be the primary carry. Often we talk about how Bwipo is the carry or Rekkles, and again we see Bwipo looking to make plays top lane.
Oh, Wunder with the great flash gets away from Hylissang, who misses the taunt, and now Fnatic have to run for the hills because Hylissang is down below 200 HP. Bwipo trying to trade in, but Wunder is about to remount onto Skull, and Hylissang might want to get the hell out of there because the charge is available. Now, Wunder will not go in.
Look at the bot side of the map. Pings are coming down from G2. Fnatic is trying to claim control over the river, but G2 know that they have a numbers advantage, so they're able to force Broxah and Nemesis back.
I totally understand. The bot side, yes, important stuff happening down there. Benny, that was cool.
That was really cool.
I mean, it was a great outplay coming out from the side of Wunder, but at the same time, I'm looking at this from Fnatic. They've now invested their ulti from Hylissang, and he's not able to convert much off the back of it. So G2 doing what they can to hemorrhage some of the leads that Fnatic is building in the early game.
We always talk about the offensive Shen ultimates. You have to be proactive with it. That's what Fnatic were trying to do there. But because of Wunder's outplay, because of the split-second flash, Fnatic find nothing out of it, and now that's that big global burn.
Just wearing a lot of egg on their face. Bwipo and Hilly are like, oh, we've got this dive. Now Jankos looking to turn this one around. Bwipo still has access to his flash, whereas Wunder does not, but does have the ultimate.
Jankos has the Glacial Prison. Bwipo just clearing out the wave. Jankos will realize he was on a ward as he pops down a control of his own, and now Bwipo walks across, says, okay, I can take Jankos in a 1v1. I have a 3-level advantage. But will Wunder join this fight? Now that the Counter-Strike is used, it could be a little bit risky for Bwipo. He jumps away with a Leap Strike, and his control ward will be cleared away. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, Hylissang looking to go in once again, but Rekkles hasn't auto-attacked at all that fight. Didn't get any damage down, and Hylissang is ticking below half HP.
So Fnatic continuing to maintain pressure on the bot side of the map. You can see the CS discrepancy building more and more. Broxah now up top lane to support Bwipo, as Wunder's getting forced back.
Bear trap on a rope will not quite get the second connection of Jankos is around the corner, but here is the chase of the Glacial Prism lands. It's Broxah who's tanking up the tower. He will pay for the dive with his life because Jankos is waiting for him to pop out of the stopwatch. Broxah trying to survive, but that Sejuani should be able to chase him down. Maybe Broxah's been able to escape. No, he has not. Jankos comes in with the Arctic Assault, but he has saved time. Bwipo coming in from the side, has the counter-strike, will land the stun, and now Jankos has overextended for the kill, and Bwipo will happily accept 2 in return.
And that dive, much better played this time around from Fnatic. Broxah and Bwipo, expertly done. Broxah buying the time with a perfectly placed stopwatch. Jankos knew he had to follow him. He couldn't immediately turn to Bwipo, and it buys time for Bwipo to turn all the way around the map and pick up the kill on Jankos.
The lack of flash on Wunder meant that no outplays for him this time around, and Fnatic are able to pick up 2 kills. Broxah with a great stopwatch as well, buying a lot of time. So Fnatic right now sit with a 2k gold advantage, and again, we talk about it at the beginning of every game. The team with the early game gold lead tends to be the team that ends up coming out on top, largely because both these teams are very good at converting a lead into a win. So we'll see if G2 can reclaim some control back over the map as Fnatic looks to continue aggressing onto G2.
Wunder should just be able to walk away from this one. Broxah clears out the vision control. Caps is hovering around the bottom side of this river, and Nemesis might look for him as the Scuttle Crab is the target. Nemesis gets it. Better mid laner for sure as he secures that one. But I do want to come back to that early game lead you were talking about, Vedius. In pick and ban, you and we all talked about the fact that the solo lanes for Fnatic, if they got ahead, could dominate this game. If you look at Bwipo and his gold, he's actually pretty even with Wunder because of the CS difference. But mid lane, Nemesis has about a 700 gold lead over Caps, and so that should be where Fnatic's looking to now accelerate this game.
And you can see that Nemesis has the confidence because of that to bully Caps off of things like the Scuttle Crab and to keep them locked down in the lane. And because Bwipo and Nemesis have control over top and mid lane, it makes things like an easy Rift Herald just a drive-by for Fnatic.
Let's also not forget that with Hylissang being on this Shen, it makes attacking the side lanes extremely easy. We saw an example of it in the top lane, which, while it didn't work out for Fnatic initially, they can just keep making this play later on into the game. That Jax 1v1 will not always be a 1v1 because the Shen ultimate is primed and ready to help support it.
Bwipo uses the Rift Herald up towards the top side, but meanwhile in the bottom side of the map, Perkz goes golden, dodges out from the cast. Stand United uses up to Broxah, but Caps is on the chase, and G2 had the first kill of the game. Rekkles there, coming across, first kill of the fight indeed. Nemesis jumping forward into perfect execution. Rekkles needs to get some autos in if Fnatic are going to turn this one around because G2 at the moment are happy with their single kill. They'll back away. The Rift Herald in top lane didn't do too much for Bwipo either.
Yeah, and that's the key thing, was the fact that Wunder was able to stave off the Rift Herald. Bwipo didn't push down the tower, but this is kind of what I expect. The play patterns need to change. If Fnatic have so much control over the map when they start opening up into a 1-3-1 because they have the Shin, they have the Akali, they have the Jax, I expect G2 to look at forcing fights.
Here we go, Caps with the stolen barrel and Hylissang with no escape. The charge comes in from Wunder, but Nemesis is able to retreat back towards his tower.
Forcing fights by stealing things like the Gragas ultimate, by utilizing Wunder's ultimate, and by having the Sejuani. Because eventually G2 are going to get frustrated playing the side lane game, and they're just going to sprint at Fnatic with their heart engaged.
So we can see that G2 actually tried to force a pick onto Broxah, and Caps completely ignoring Hylissang, says, okay, my priority is on killing Broxah. Want to note as well, ooh, Caps.
Nemesis doesn't have ult, doesn't have ult.
Still, I think he had enough damage to kill there, but he didn't want to go underneath the tower. Not going to choose to take that one, but I wanted to give credit to Mikyx with his exhaust onto Nemesis, who was looking to execute Perkz, but because of the exhaust, would not have had enough damage, allowing Perkz to run away to safety. So good awareness there from the support of G2.
And as we enter the more open portion of this game, as towers start to fall, it's pretty even. 2,000 gold in favor of Fnatic. Double Ocean on the side of G2, though. And with an Ocean spawning soon, that is a massive buff you get when you look for some of these teamfight resets. You're just regenerating 12% of your health and mana every 5 seconds. If G2 can secure that, when we get to teamfights, they're going to be incredibly strong.
And I have a feeling that some fights should be happening. You basically have everything that you want on both sides. A lot of key summoners up, a lot of key ultimates up. I think at this point, with the Trinity Force and the Gunblade completed for Nemesis and Bwipo, both their side lanes being online, and when Stand United is available, that it's going to be about how Fnatic are creating fights around this Akali and this Jax.
I think one of the problems for Fnatic right now is that because there are still so many towers up, they can't properly play through the side lanes. You can see how extended this Jax is in the top side of the map, and this is naturally quite dangerous. You can look to get collapsed on the side of G2, so Bwipo has to be very careful when he's setting up this push. Right now, he has no information on where anyone is. Jankos, on the other hand, will spot out Nemesis.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that's a fight he wants to take. Caps is coming back through mid. We'll be there in a moment.
It's more about the fact that if Bwipo's going to be that far forward, that Fnatic have to go hunting for G2. Nemesis has to get in Sejuani's face because they need to figure out where these members are to make sure that Bwipo can be safe when he does extend that far top lane. So Fnatic are actually just trying to do their job, scouting out where G2 are in the jungle, not necessarily looking for the fight, but trying to create a safety net whenever Bwipo's that far.
Bwipo now has rotated towards the mid lane. Nemesis trading in. Caps trying to do what he can. Has Ultimate to steal away. Jumps in forward. Here's the Stand United though, and Caps has dived too greedily. He has dived too deep, and he is shot down by the man who replaced him.
And time again, Fnatic going back to this tried-true strategy of using global ultimates to counteract when G2 overreach for these very greedy picks.
Jankos not able to land the ultimate, and now Fnatic extend their gold lead even more. They have the right set on the mid tier 1, and if they can take this down, their composition could really start to come online.
And their composition is actually really good at taking structures, not just because of the Tristana range and safety, but because of the threat of the Gragas ultimate. If Broxah has that ult and they have a good wave behind them, as soon as some of that damage starts funneling down on G2 members, they'll feel confident to force them off the tower, force the fight into Hilly's waiting shin arms.
And as the game has just slowed down for a moment, I do want to remind everyone what is at stake here. Both these teams qualified for Worlds, but the winner of this will take the first seed, will not have to play in the gauntlet. Alongside that, G2 have never gone through Fnatic to win an LEC title. Foskuin, you say it best, not all titles are created equal, and if Fnatic could stymie G2 once again, I'm sure that it would be very disheartening for the G2 team.
G2 have slayed Origin, Splice, Misfits, Unicorns of Love, and Origin again. The last time they met Fnatic in the finals, it did not end well, and this seems to be a setup for a potential repeat, as Fnatic feel pretty confident in this game so far with a 5k gold lead.
The thing we're still looking at though is the scaling aspect for G2, and you've got to remember that Fnatic, if they get baited into fights, there's a really good opportunity for G2 to just come out on top. Because even though Fnatic still have scaling aspects on their side, yes, Tristana going to be very strong in the late game fights. Yes, Akali still going to be able to one-shot a backline. G2's comp is just better built to fight with their crowd control and peel. We might see a fight right now.
Fight begins. Jankos secures the Dragon Box is in the pit and he's almost down. He gets taken out, sniped by Perkz, and now the charge comes in from the side. Perkz surviving on the back line as Bwipo takes down Jankos. Mikyx low, down to half HP. Rekkles jumping forward. They've gone for Perkz. They've assassinated him, and now G2 have fallen apart. Mikyx will flash away, but Fnatic say you are not escaping today. The chase continues as Wunder dodges away with the joust, but here comes Bwipo. Leap strike after leap strike, chasing down G2. Nemesis looking for the catch, can't quite find it, but Hylissang has the flash taunt here if he wants it. Bwipo goes down, Caps coming back in, the barrel doesn't land, but the taunt comes out, and now it's an all-right brawl in the bottom lane, and it's Fnatic who are coming out on top.
Caps crumbles as he completely misses the Gragas ultimate. He could have knocked all those members of Fnatic underneath the tower and won that team fight for G2, but it is Fnatic that are able to stymie the pressure from G2, that come out ahead in the team fight, and now they sit at a 5k gold advantage. They walk away with another tower. Fnatic beating G2 in the fight.
And it was the fact that G2 led them perfectly to a timed wave, so it wasn't just the fight. Yeah, they lost the Dragon. That's now triple ocean in the favor of G2. But they get to take the team fight, they get massive shutdown, and then they turn and take the tower.
And we saw how tanky Bwipo was on the front line. And again, we talked about how Fnatic have team fight options, but G2's comp is better set up for it. The problem is you can see how chunked Caps gets at the start of the fight, and Mikyx's not in the brawl. A lot of the crowd control isn't there on the primary targets, so Perkz doesn't get the same peel that he typically would. Mikyx is doing what he can, but you can see just how much Bwipo is tanking up, and there's nothing stopping him from just running down the back line.
And you can see the chase continues here. It looks for a moment like Bwipo has just dived a little bit too deep into the fight. He jumps forward, takes a tower shot.
Yeah, and the big shutdown comes from Wunder, and here we see the ultimate from Cap completely misses. If that had landed onto Nemesis and Hylissang, this could have easily been a huge team fight win, but Fnatic are able to avoid it. They find another 2 kills.
And I just want to praise Hylissang again there. He had flash taunt the entire fight, and he held it until Caps joined the fight. He has had an impeccable performance so far this series.
But now you have a situation where Bwipo is sitting on the Spear of Shojin, has the Trinity Force. The lane assignments that Fnatic can force with this Jax, or even in the team fight, they're feeling so confident. G2 are really running out of time about their options of how to deal with the side lane. Fnatic now have that open map. The towers have gone down. There's more ways for them to attack this state of the game, in my opinion.
And it's not only Bwipo who's strong. Look at Rekkles, look at Nemesis, topping the gold charts. Both of them over 1,000 ahead of their G2 counterpart.
And I want to point out the fact that Bwipo doesn't have access to TP, but is bottom. And I think this is the call that with the Stand United available, Bwipo's like, I can just run this in. If anyone fights me, I can kill them. And if it turns into a bad situation, I've got Hilly in my back pocket. We don't need the TP to force the Baron play. We can actually force on this inhib.
Exactly that. I completely agree with you, Frost. I feel that Fnatic can very easily play on all 3 waves right now, and G2 will struggle to answer. Their best bet is for Fnatic to start a Baron, and then G2 can get a successful team fight. So Fnatic just don't need to force it. They can take their time. They can leverage the strength of their 2 solo laners to be able to threaten on these side lanes.
And this is one of the key differences when you have a side laner like a Jax versus something like a Vladimir. You have more options to play for the structure itself because of how quickly you can tear through those structures rather than just playing for the pressure point of the wave and playing the TP game into the team fight around Baron.
Fnatic also doing a great job of leveraging the strong wave clear that Tristana has in order to keep mid pushed in. G2 are being divided as they constantly answer the sideways, and so Fnatic can keep pathing into G2's topside jungle and clearing out all this vision.
That's what they've done for the moment, but G2 are going to come out and try and get some vision of their own. Only 2 control wards in the G2 inventories. Want to see what Fnatic get when they reset, because there's not that many slots open, but my assumption is we'll start to see some more control wards pinging into the Fnatic inventories.
And as we've talked about kind of Fnatic's map setup, looking across on G2, they've done a really good job making sure that they're securing Scuttlecrab, that they're getting that defensive vision, and they're not just losing control over mid lane priority. I do want to mention the deep wards that Fnatic have behind them, because you still have TP access to Nemesis.
I do want to note as well that Fnatic have actually mismanaged their resets here. We saw Nemesis go to base first, then we saw Hylissang after him, then Rekkles and Broxah, and then Bwipo. And because they staggered their backs, it actually gave G2 a lot of freedom to gain access towards their top side. And if we again look back at the minimap, you'll notice that they have all this control on the river, they have all this control on the top side as well, and this means that they have a lot more safety around Baron. So G2 comfortably stalling the game out right now, as Fnatic are actually looking to group up in mid as the Infernal spawns in 5 seconds.
Infernal next on the menu. G2 did pick up that last Ocean, so you'll see how quickly they regenerate outside of combat. But Fnatic aren't looking for drawn-out, disengage, re-engage fights. G2 might look straight for a Baron.
Yeah, I think they're going to try and trade this, create that pressure point, because they have full control over the river. They know that Fnatic is going towards the Infernal, but they don't realize that Rekkles is doing it solo, so they're not going to take the risk, they're just going to disengage.
Yeah, really good job from Fnatic to split their team, make sure that Rekkles could just pick that one solo. I was thinking that G2 might even be setting up for a potential 2-man Baron. You have a very tanky member of Sejuani. Kai'Sa will shred through that objective. So both teams are kind of on their best behavior not to leave one of these big monster objectives unattended.
G2 have slowly continued to scale up in this game. You've got almost 3 items complete on Perkz. You've got Ludens and Hextech on Caps. Protobelt is there. Bwipo down towards the bottom lane. Doesn't quite have the TP.
But they keep pulling Bwipo into these fights, so it tells me that Fnatic want it. And with that flash, you can see they're not trying to play out the map, even though we've talked about the multiple tools that they have. They keep pulling Bwipo to group up with them.
Very dangerous there from Caps. He almost lost his life. Wasn't forced to burn the flash though, he just used his E. Fnatic using that time to reclaim some vision control around the top side river. Now you can see both teams starting to group up. I would much prefer to see Bwipo just sitting in a bot lane, threatening that tower, because I feel that Fnatic, while they could win a team fight, it's not beyond the realms of possibility. I feel that they're in a much stronger position when they're playing the entire map, when they're leveraging their split pushing power, because have a look at Perkz. He now has 3 completed items, fully stacked. This Kai'Sa is online and ready to go.
I completely agree with you, Vedius. I actually think it's a pretty big miss that Fnatic aren't just exploiting Bwipo's power with Haley out into a side lane. And in fact, we've slowed down the game a lot. Like you just talked about, G2 have now amassed all of this gold into their back pocket, and they're finding a foot back into this game.
And again, look, you can see Fnatic mismanaging their back timers. Ooh,
Standing Ignited straight away. Nemesis looking for the fight. Caps ignited, trying to jump away. He goes golden just at the right time, but the redemption's coming out, and the rest of Fnatic are on their way. Caps somehow escapes, but can Jankos do it too? Flash, Arctic Assault away. Perkz hits the Void Seeker from long range. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Bwipo and the Kled are fighting. Broxah goes golden to avoid Perkz, but the rest of Fnatic are pushing forward. Caps is going to back away. Look at that regen, though. He could stay if this fight continues.
I can't believe G2 actually got away with that. This was the play
play we talked about very early on where Fnatic could use the Shen ultimate to find a pick on a side lane, but they're not able to do it. Cap still has teleport available, which is why Fnatic can't afford to start the Baron right now, and Mikyx, he's just hanging around, ready to try and contest if Fnatic want to force anything.
Hylissang looked for the Hex Flash, but even if Fnatic had chunked out G2 more, they couldn't go for the Baron. You have to kill G2, otherwise they are just going to regenerate before you can get that Baron down.
Which is why that felt like a massive save from Jankos to secure his own life there. If he dies, 100% that's the Baron. You can see he was waiting for the Gragas cast to come out. He was trying to sidestep. Broxah didn't even try to throw it. Jankos survives another day, and Hilly is now on a massive cooldown with that Shen ultimate, which means that play that we wanted to see, that Fnatic eventually pulled the trigger on top side, has this massive cooldown. And again, we're in a position. Fnatic fumbled their back timers. They didn't reset correctly together. They're not playing towards their side lane, and they're giving time for G2 to continue to get gold, get their items, and get back in the game.
Now, admittedly, Fnatic is getting stronger themselves, right? Nemesis has the death cap completed. You can see that Bwipo just hit the level 16 mark. It's not like Fnatic are weak. And I really want to reiterate, of course, they can still win a fight. But when you think about Jax and where he's strongest, it's when he's in that 1v1, when he's sieging down towers. And right now, Fnatic, it feels like that they're more focused on trying to find a fight or trying to find a pick, when I feel like they could be utilizing the power of their silence more.
Hilly now has the Stand United back up off of cooldown. You can see that Bwipo's now been kicked down towards the bottom side. So again, round 2 for Fnatic in this map setup.
Feels like two boxers landing blows on each other, trying to find an avenue of approach, trying to find a gap in the opponent's armor, but right now both teams are standing stalwart and strong. Fnatic set up at the Baron, it's the two-man. They're going for it with Tristana and Gragas, but here comes Perkz. Lands the long-range forward Seeker, and the fight will continue. The Baron resets, Glacial Prism misses, that's the big ultimate down, and Fnatic might look for a little bit more of this fight. Broxah off towards the side, Hylissang coming in from the mid lane. And G2 able to reset the Baron, but Fnatic get the Glacial Prism out.
It feels like we're inches from disaster for either team right there. These big key ultimates being used. As soon as Jankos throws the ult, he's like, we need to back off, we're waiting on massive cooldowns. But this is a single fight from a Baron that can very quickly turn this game in either direction.
Oh, here we go. Fnatic starting it off once again. But look at how much access G2 has to the Baron.
Oh, G2 are here. Nemesis has the flank position. Broxah was there as well, but Fnatic just reset it once again.
Note that Fnatic still have all of their outer towers up and available, so even if G2 was able to secure this objective, it doesn't necessarily mean that they immediately convert into a game. Oh no, Perkz!
Oh, Perkz able to dodge away with the killer instinct.
Oh, so close there. Backing there is a very dangerous thing to do, but now Fnatic are set up to make the split push happen. Here is Bwipo in the bot lane, the Baron is starting.
And they're going to force G2 to make a decision right now. You are running out of time. Do you force the fight?
Here we go, here we go. Hylissang on the front line. Nemesis down to about half HP. They've actually disengaged. Fnatic say, okay, we don't want it. Wunder's gone down towards the bottom lane, and Bwipo is resetting, trying to join his team.
And I actually really like this call from Fnatic to constantly start and stop the Baron. Something that their composition does really well is actually turn off of Baron. They have so much mobility. You saw it the last time that they tried to two-man it, that Hilly can just Shen taunt over the wall. Rekkles can just Goomba stomp his way to safety. So it's perfectly fine for Fnatic to constantly test G2's vision, test their luck, start the Baron. And if G2 rock up, that's fine. You get away scot-free.
I feel like, though, if Fnatic actually wanted to fight, that was their best window to do it. Perkz used both his ult and his flash because he took a very greedy base, with which Fnatic immediately tried to punish, but they did not feel confident enough. So they disengage, they don't go for the fight, and G2 have more time to stall. And, you know, we talked a lot about levels. Caps now hitting level 16, Wunder hitting level 16, Fnatic starting off the Baron again, and G2 looks like they can't approach.
Perkz isn't there. G2 can't approach. It's Bwipo and Broxah doing it by themselves. And now Jankos and Caps are going to step forward. They'll realize that Nemesis is acting against the Baron. So Rekkles teleporting into the hit, I believe, or somewhere around
disengage
it.
again.
They've disengaged again.
But very slowly, obviously Rekkles using his TP into the mid lane, so it was just Bwipo and Broxah there trying to do a lot of the damage to the Baron, which is why it was taking so long. But again, you see the freedom of movement for Fnatic's composition to continuously kind of duck and dodge out of that Baron pit.
But it feels so frustrating if you're watching as a Fnatic fan, because you can see ways in which they can win the game, but it feels like they're so tunneled on this Baron that they're not leveraging the strength of what their composition has available to them.
And that strength is Bwipo in the side lane. Put him out there, get him to teleport into the fight if it does start. They've taken a Cloud Drake, that's great. But Fnatic, you have these powerful solo laners. Akali is 3-0-3 with a death cap, with a gunblade, with a Leandris. He's so powerful. You've got a 3-item Jax as well. You need to put him in those side lanes.
Things do get a little bit harder now that Wunder has kind of caught up in itemization, has GA, has Skarl, so it's not like Bwipo can just kind of free dive the Kled now if he wants to try to force the play.
Here we go. It's Perkz. He's being caught out. There's no escape. He uses the killing instinct to the cleanse, but in the end, Bwipo will take the kill, and now Hylissang's here to help the fight. And it's Wunder on the front line. Mikyx trying to back him up. Wunder still has the GA. Fnatic healed up with a redemption, but towards the bottom of the fight. Nemesis is almost caught out by Jankos and Caps, and now Fnatic are on the offensive. Fnatic are on the front foot. Rekkles is jumping forward, but they can't find anything more. Fnatic turn to Baron. They're looking for it. They know that Perkz is down for another 30 seconds.
So Fnatic finally find the pick that they were looking for, and it comes off the back of Bwipo finding a kill onto Perkz. He had no flash available. He gets run down in the middle lane, and now Fnatic should just take this Baron completely uncontested.
33 minutes in the end, they take the Baron, a 9,000 gold lead now for Fnatic, and we will see how effective they can be with this incredible buff.
And again, it feels like the adaptation of we can no longer just kill and dive Wunder, but we can start team fighting with this Jax and making picks. It's Perkz that steps way too far forward. Bwipo sees his instantaneous moment, jump, and doesn't even need to use the flash. Pops him like a balloon.
A second mistake now from Perkz, overstepping in the mid lane, and he rightfully got punished by Fnatic. This was the opportunity that they've been waiting for. They find it, and now with the Baron, it should be extremely easy for them to break into the base of G2.
Especially with this type of composition, we saw how easily Tristana could walk up to the tower. Again, reminder, she's got a Gragas behind her. It's not like you can dive onto her. He can disengage her away when you have, what, the Tristana ultimate, the Gragas ultimate, and then if they ever are fancying their luck, they chip down G2, you throw the cast, you force the fight.
In a game defined by inches, a single moment can change the entire thing. Perhaps we've seen Fnatic's moment there as they were struggling to find a way onto the Baron, but in the end, Perkz overstepped, he was caught, and now with 2 minutes left on this buff, they are trying to sync up these waves. Mid lane tower still remains, but the top and the bot are on towards the inhibitor towers. Look at the wave sync. Double cannon, one cannon left in the top lane. Jankos jumping in there, looking for Nemesis, but the Stand United comes out straight away and he's able to dodge away. And now the rest of Fnatic will look towards that mid lane. Try and open up on the tower, can't quite get there because the wave comes out. Mikyx jumps forward. Rekkles opening up the big guns, chips away at Mikyx's health. But meanwhile in the top lane, Fnatic are pulling G2 all over the map. They're trying to get onto the inhibitor, can't quite get it yet. But the rest of Fnatic are pushing in, trying to join up with their team because here comes the next wave. Jankos and Perkz defending in top. Meanwhile, in the bottom side, Bwipo is facing against Wunder and Caps. The mid wave is pushing in. Rekkles is trying to get it, but Mikyx is able to stand there at the moment. Wunder going in with a bear trap on the rope in the bottom lane, and you can see Caps is on the chase. But what can Fnatic do with this? Bwipo's down, and Fnatic were not able to use that time to crack the base.
Fnatic actually could not crack the inhibitor towers, which means that G2's base stay alive, and Fnatic, they lose their big carry in the form of Bwipo on a side lane. G2, the fact that they're able to continue stalling, admittedly, G2 have not been able to find any successful fights so far this game, but the longer they stall, the more opportunities they have.
I think we're actually at a point where Bwipo can't deal with Wunder. Not that Wunder
will
kill him.
To be fair.
No, but I mean, like, not that Wunder will kill Bwipo,
right,
but like, Wunder can easily walk away from Bwipo. He's so tanky now with Skarl and GA, as well as having his ultimate, that it's just eating up a lot of Bwipo's time. And I think this is why you're seeing that change of gears. And Fnatic need to kind of figure out a different way to solve this Rubik's Cube of how they're going to crack G2. Whereas G2 now finding so much confidence to look for these team fights and being very successful at stalling out Fnatic.
Well, maybe the Elder Dragon is the opportunity for Fnatic. Up in 30 seconds, G2 with Triple Ocean would love to have it.
So look at the sideways right now. You'll notice that top is in a position that G2 don't actually have to worry about this. They're gaining mid-prio, which means that they can actually look to challenge. But here comes a flank from Fnatic.
Here we go. One fight to define the game, one fight to win it. If you're Fnatic, but Perkz jumps away. Bwipo trying to get in from the backside. Wunder jumping over the back of the Fnatic lines, and Nemesis has a flank position. He's caught over the Glacier Prism, but the Standing United will keep him alive for the moment. He's shut down! Nemesis goes down! Wunder goes into the GA, and the rest of G2 are trying to get them in time, but Wunder's on the wrong side of the wall. In the end, it will be a one-for-one trade. The taunt comes out. Rekkles could jump forward. Fnatic are looking for that final kill. They just need one. They just need the resets. Rekkles opening up with the guns, but they can't quite find it.
Fnatic have the health advantage, and remember, Rekkles at this point in the game could just solo the Elder Drake. So G2 have to be so careful. Waves are pushing in the bot side of the map. Caps does have the teleport to join, but look, Rekkles is starting it off.
And look at Hilly, he got in underneath them.
Jankos caught out. The counter-strike comes out, but Jankos wants to stopwatch just for the moment. The taunt comes out onto Mikyx. Jankos is down. The TP coming in from Caps straight into all 4 members of this former team. And Caps cannot survive that. Rekkles gets away on the backline. Caps goes down. It's a double for Bwipo. And Fnatic have found their moment.
And the solution for Fnatic in this Rubik's Cube is simply to rip it apart. They use the TP, they force the fight onto G2. They say, we are no longer about the side lanes. We will take the 5v5, and they outperform in the end.
And the biggest thing was that Fnatic had the health advantage to stall out, for Bwipo to go back to base and then TP back into the fight. They secured themselves the Elder Drake, but we saw how close these fights can be, how difficult it is for Nemesis and Bwipo to dive the backline because of how much crowd control and utility is available to G2 in this composition. Fnatic do come out on top, but they have to be cautious.
But a huge thing is now Wunder isn't working with his GA, and that means a lot when he's soaking up so much time between Skarl and the GA. Key itemization there, and that puts a big hole in G2's team fight if we come to another even 5v5.
Well, with the Baron up in just a minute's time, Fnatic will be trying to use this Elder Dragon buff as much as possible. G2, though, still have the tools for a fight. We've got the Glacial Prism. Let's look what flashes are up. Fnatic, Bwipo doesn't have his, but the rest are available. Perkz, no flash. Caps, no flash. Jankos and Wunder, no flash. If one of them is caught out, they are very likely to die.
I mean, at this point, G2 are like, they've got the Elder, just stay away from them. Clean snipe from Perkz there to pick up the blue buff, deny that one away from Fnatic. But otherwise, G2 are fishing. If they can find a strong numbers advantage, get a pick, that's fine. But otherwise, as soon as that Elder rocks up to you, you just disengage from that, live to fight another day.
Fnatic are just waiting for the Baron themselves. 10 seconds is the spawn, and they have the Elder, so they should just be able to melt through this one. And G2, they don't want to run the risk of the contest. So it's going to come down to one last bout from the side of G2. They're going to have to hold the line. They're going to have to make the miracle fight happen, because the reality is Fnatic sit with an 11k gold advantage, and even if their comp isn't that easy to execute in terms of the 5v5, you can make up for the deficit by having this kind of a gold lead.
39 minutes in. Fnatic have been knocking on the base of G2 for what feels like an eternity, but perhaps this Baron will be the moment that they break through that inhibitor line. In fact, this game reminds me a lot of Spring Split, when Fnatic and G2 fought for ages. It came down to team fights, and in the end, Rekkles and Hylissang were able to get the back door. Here, Fnatic, in a position of ascendancy, will be looking to close out in the next 3 minutes.
You can see G2 grouping up on the top side of the map. Notice that Rekkles is sitting in the shadows right now, as Hylissang looks to push. He's bait. They're trying to use Hylissang as a means to, hey, look, come and attack me, while 2 members of Fnatic continue to push in the bot lane. Bwipo is there.
Quite similar to how Hilly uses his Pyke.
Yep.
The mobility on his Pyke when he has Baron buff. Because the thing is if Hilly decides to leave this wave and then go join these 2 down here, Rekkles rocks up behind him and then just pushes forward and takes complete towers with the Tristana speed like that.
Tower goes down in the top lane. There's a huge wave down here in the bottom. Wunder and Jankos trying to defend, but the inhibitor is the new target for Fnatic in that top side. Bwipo jumping in. Wunder's going to joust away, but the inhibitor has fallen in top, and now Fnatic will open their eyes towards the bottom lane. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, the inhibitor tower goes down. Jankos scored out a little bit by Broxah, who chucked out the cars, and now the Stand United comes onto Bwipo. He's stunned up, but he can't die. It's Fnatic. They're unkillable. They die underneath the Nexus towers. Bwipo goes into the GA, but look at the damage that Rekkles can put down. He jumps forward, trying to catch onto Caps, but the exhaust will stop him in his tracks. In the end, Caps falls, and in a game of inches, in a game of moments, Fnatic fight their way to match point.
It was a slow and steady game from the side of Fnatic, but in the end, they do not relent control. They did not drop a single tower that game. So while there were criticisms from us towards their ability to play the split push, at the end of the day, G2 never found an opportunity against them. And there were glimmers, there were small chances, but Fnatic still continued to come out on top, continued to win the fights, and they ended up ending the game.
So much of this series and the conversation around these 2 teams clashing was, would Fnatic break? How strong is their mentality after the last time these teams faced? Do you only get one shot at G2 to look for the 3-0? But you can see it on Rekkles' face. Fnatic can smell it. You can hear it in the crowd. The crowd definitely knows that this looks like the brink for G2 because Fnatic are beating them in standard League of Legends. They're not relying on these picks like the Karma, like the Twisted Fate, like the Rakan.
And as much as everyone knew Fnatic was strong coming into the finals, I think most people would say G2 were the favorites, probably pretty firm favorites coming into it. So to see Fnatic have such power and force in Game 3 after losing Game 2, this could be a huge upset.
But here's the thing, because it's G2, there's always that little voice in your head.
It's the 2-1 power spike that Perkz always talks about.
You're like, you never know if it's actually over. And I feel like there's a good possibility that we get 5 games because G2 were still throwing some punches in that game when it felt like Fnatic could have very firmly closed the door on them.
Well, we'll see what could have been the knockout blow here from a Fnatic. Bwipo teleporting behind, leading into the Elder Dragon for Fnatic in the end.
So what we see here is, what I really want to reinforce is how difficult it is for the backline to jump onto Perkz. You can see immediate exhaust, everyone is peeling for the AD carry, while Wunder is keeping everyone preoccupied. So they then killed the Akali. The thing to note is when Bwipo chooses to reset, because you'll see that Fnatic actually have a health advantage, even though 3 Ocean Drakes lie on the side of G2. So he's going to look to go for a base, and then he's going to push in mid, base, and then look for the TP in once. Oh, he's not even going to ball a TP back in.
This is after the TP event.
Ah, yeah, of course. So he's then going to jump into the fight and then re-engage. And so a really good setup from the side of Fnatic, and just that re-engage, recognizing that G2 is forced to stick around because of how easy it is for Fnatic to be able to actually force that out.
It's also kind of those classic moments, like the fact that Fnatic are getting these key control wards underneath in G2's jungle, allowing Hilly to get these classic Hilly flanks. And I kind of want to go back to what I feel is like almost like the thesis of this game, which does start in the bot lane. And it felt like things were slowing down. That seems to favor G2. You know, Rekkles and Hilly didn't just absolutely demolish them, but with this Shin pick, even though there weren't a lot of kills being traded back and forth, Rekkles and Hilly still had so much pressure. And that means so much because it bleeds into Jankos and it slows down our summer MVP.
Well, only one win stands between Fnatic and the LEC title as we prepare for match point here in Athens. Don't you go anywhere. But now with the exhaust coming down, Perkz will land the red buff slow, and Broxah is in for a world of hurt. There's no escape. G2 first blood.
I can fight. It's good fight. Go, black fight. Nice.
Take all their bot side, I think. Wants to try to force the play.
Here we go. It's Perkz. He's being caught out. There's no escape. He used the killing instinct of the cleanse, but in the end, Bwipo will take the kill, and now Hylissang's here to help the fight. Jankos is down. The TP coming in from Caps, straight into all 4 members of his former team, and Caps cannot survive that. Rekkles gets away on the backline. Caps goes down. For the damage that Rekkles can put down, he jumps forward, trying to catch onto Caps, but the exhaust will stop him in his tracks. In the end, Caps falls, and in a game of inches, in a game of moments, Fnatic fight their way to match point.
I'm Dracos,
I'm Froskirin.
and we're going to be answering questions in sneakers. Answering questions in sneakers.
Oh. What'd your parents think you do?
Interpretive dance instructor.
Okay. My mom thinks I'm a star of the YouTubes.
Oh, your mom's such a...
Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know you. I'm sad, I know you. Who am I? Someone that's afraid to let go. You decide if you're ever gonna let me know. Suicide if you ever try to let go. I'm sad, I know you. I'm sad, I know you.
to the Nikos Gallis Olympic Indoor Hall, host of the LEC Summer Finals. The 7-time champions Fnatic are on match point versus G2, and they look to end their golden road of 2019 right here. Can I just say, my expectations have definitely been subverted. I did not think that Fnatic would be able to get to match point so quickly versus this G2 after last time around, but they have just shown incredible resilience and a lot of new things that we hadn't seen from them last week in this best of 5.
We definitely have, and people say surprise, but they jumped out to a 2-0 lead last time, but all the points indicated that G2 running it back and finding that reverse sweep were going to come out on top here, but I think they've shown a very good job of fighting back against that.
And again, I'm just going to repeat a point we made multiple times earlier. Fnatic having a week to figure out, okay, why did we lose those games? What are the picks we need? Things like the Jacks have been so huge now for Bwipo 2 of these games. And we always knew Fnatic could match mechanically. They're also now matching in pick and ban.
Now let's look at what we set as the pre-series win conditions for each of these teams and if we want to change them. Here, originally we said comfort for Hylissang and control mid for Fnatic. How much does that still ring through?
Well, I think we saw a bit of that in game 1, right, with Hylissang playing the Leona, the hard all-in engaged support. But then we saw some of the Morgana, the Shen, which weren't quite that far in that direction. I'd like to switch things up and go harder. Make sure that Hylissang is on an engaged champion in the bottom lane, like the Leona, the Rakan. There are tons of options for him to move on towards, and then go hard in the early game.
And then let's remove the mid part, because playing through mid has not been a big deal for Fnatic in this game. We have the Akali pick just being very safe right now for Nemesis. We want to see, actually, as you highlighted, the engage support and then attack that bot lane, because they're actually getting a lot of advantages, and when they win bot, they stop G2's early game so well.
I think the biggest reason we made the point about putting pressure into the mid lane is because we had such much higher expectations of what Caps could do in these games. And right now, Caps is not being that big factor that we expected of him. The matchup in mid lane is basically being a non-factor in what's going on in these matchups.
Yeah, great point. We'll dive a bit deeper into the mid lane matchup as well in a bit. I do also just want to take a look at some plays from Hilly, just as illustration, because he's one of those factors in those games which can be very divisive, because sometimes it all goes well, sometimes it all goes bad. It's been going tremendously so far.
You're correct, there are inconsistencies. However, when he wins lanes, he gets suddenly an amazing track record of just perma-engaging, and he's not inconsistent anymore. He finds picks left and right, and he's been very hard to deal with now on first Leona and then the Shen.
I think honestly, Hylissang, we see that occasional blunder that he does in games, but if that's the price you have to pay for him to find these exotic picks, these all-ins and these opportunities, then I'm completely fine with that, honestly.
Yeah, and the thing is, the team that gets the early game lead is the team that wins in a series like this. Both of our teams are so good at closing out games, so if you have that strong all-in support in the bottom lane and you get off to a good start, you're going to win.
If we look at the 2v2, sorry to interrupt you, but Hilly's doing really well, but how do we feel about the individual performances of each of the bottom laners on G2?
I think, I don't think Perkz has done very poorly. I think Mikyx actually played okay in the last game. I think it's been kind of rough overall when they do fall behind, but that's also due to picks. So I don't want to, in the last game at least, say that they played poorly. I think that was actually Fnatic's bot lane playing very well.
Yeah, I was actually hugely disappointed with Perkz in a specific 1 or 2 minute window in that last game, because he took a really greedy recall and was forced to use both his ultimate and his flash. Just 60 seconds later, he's walking down that middle lane, goes in basically melee range of a Jax who jumps on him, fumbles his cleanse as well, dies, and that turns into a Baron. So he dropped the ball completely, and that turned into a Fnatic win.
To speak to that point, usually after mid-game, late-game, G2 is very, very sharp. And that's such an uncharacteristic mistake from Perkz. And that begins to put the question in my mind. The confidence always came from the position G2 always thought that they're much better than the enemy team. And all of a sudden, we're looking at these games and they look evenly matched. Where does your confidence come from? It has to come from a different location than just that point that, oh, we're just better than the enemy team, we're going to win anyway.
That is such a good point, and I think we're seeing that unfold in front of our eyes for G2 Esports, because now, again, just like last week, they're up against it. Fnatic has match point, so let's also, for them, look at the pre-series win conditions for G2 Esports and see what we would want them to change, because we had so many for them, but it seems like we're going to have to narrow it down.
Yeah, I mean, so as you highlighted, we had so many different ones. I think, like, you know, removed globals is still there. Counter pick support will still be strong, but I think if we go into the new win conditions, we're just going to hyper focus on two specific things that's not been working in the two losses. And the first one stabilize bot lane Yamada Cannon. You talked about this pre-game as well, how important it is for G2 to not lose that bot lane.
So it's crazy. Like in the second game, we saw first game, bot lane was crazy. Leona into Pyke, it was a big mess for G2. Second game, all of a sudden, Thresh into Morgana, very simple. But third game, even though stabilized bot is so important, all of a sudden, everything on Fnatic is starting to pop up. We see the Jax becoming a menace, and all of a sudden, Fnatic is looking more than just a one-trick pony. They're looking like a very diverse team that has many options in these games.
Now, the second point we had was let Jankos carry the early game. This is simply looking at the lanes of G2, saying you don't have to 1v1 win. You don't have to 2v2 win. You can actually wait till Jankos can play around your lane and then make stuff happen together, because Jankos has been the most consistent member on G2 today.
And that's why I loved him in Game 2 playing that Jarvan, where he could always be the one on the offensive in the early game and making those plays. In the last game, it definitely wasn't that same story. So now over on Red side, I'd love to see them try to get a stronger early game jungler in his hands.
Well, the last matchup I want to talk about is so interesting to me. Jankos and Broxah are doing a lot for their team, but they're also often around that mid lane. And Caps versus Nemesis has been so interesting to follow over these last 2 weeks, because I feel like we have shifted our storytelling around Caps a lot, in that we are not mentioning him. And for a player that is supposedly one of the, if not the best player in the world, I have not heard them talked about nearly enough in these vital series for G2 Esports. What do you guys think?
I think he's been unable to win lane against Akali. I think Akali without like hard counterpick like TF is super hard to shut down, which has allowed Nemesis to actually have pretty good impact in the early game, or at least a very safe laning phase. And then I just gotta say, sometimes when Caps get out in these skirmishes, he normally hits every skill shot. It's not actually happening, and it's somewhat the same in the first couple of games last week.
I think the biggest question mark, looking back at the previous games that they played, I remember the one specifically, that was Game 3, Akali versus Sylas. Nemesis managed to solo kill Caps. So I don't know if he's holding a grudge in this specific matchup, because he keeps drafting himself into it. He's sacrificing himself maybe because Sylas encourages the situation where the enemy has less options to pick support, maybe the Pyke, etc. But right now, I just want them to pick Akali.
But is it everything is working for Fnatic's side? Because even if Nemesis isn't popping off, and by the way, he's not doing bad at all, they have seemed to have found a way to neutralize Caps completely.
Well, I think a huge part of this is on Red side, Fnatic have gotten to counterpick every single lane, every single game. We see so many resources going into the top lane for Bwipo, making sure he's on the Jax matchup or the Renekton matchup. Bot lane gets to respond as well. Even in the last 2 games, it's been Sylas first pick, then the Akali to answer. So these have been choices Fnatic have been making, and it's putting them in a very good position.
Now Fnatic is on match point, and they have found themselves in this position just last week, and it slipped through their fingers. I want to go down the line and hear from you guys succinctly if Fnatic is going to do it or not, and what we can expect out of the next game.
I'm expecting a lot of counter picks from Red side. I think G2 is going to pretty much change up the whole draft, because Fnatic are happy with their comfort. They've exposed their comfort, and let's see if G2 can throw some curveball, because Game 5, I think Fnatic is going to pick red again.
I think G2 will be able to get a better draft here. They're looking at 2 things. They don't want this Jax thing again, even though they can deal with it early. It gets really annoying late. And then they can counterpick support now. So they can make it a lot harder for Fnatic to play through bot. I think G2 will get us to Game 5, and then it's anyone's game.
Yeah, I think they have to trade. G2 has to trade the Rakan ban for Yuumi, giving Rakan up to Fnatic. Then they can counterpick and shut it down. We're going to 5 games. I still think Fnatic come out on top.
What an amazing finals so far, and hopefully 2 more games to go. But it is do or die for the reigning champions as Fnatic look to secure the title.
Thank you very much, Shox. 2 more games according to the analyst desk, guys. Do you agree? Do you disagree?
I mean,
hope
hopefully.
So. Yeah, I think I
was
love
hoping
the
for
fact.
some more analysis.
Well, I love the fact that we have G2 on red side, and they're talking a lot about the bot lane. I'm looking more at the top lane. I feel like one of the biggest swing factors in this series has been depending on how Bwipo comes out of the laning phase. Every time we see these 2 match up against each other, when Wunder has the favorable matchup, he stomps that lane. But when Bwipo is able to come out unscathed, just look at how much impact he's able to have on the map.
And finally, we're going to see some change up in the draft, because we forced people onto different sides. This will be the first time that we see G2 on red side for this series, so I don't think we're going to have the same run backs of bans. So let's mix it up. I agree with you, Mato. Throw something completely different. Get us to Game 5.
G2 have forever been the innovators. We'll see if they can bring something different in here for this 4th game, because if they don't, Fnatic are on the cusp of their 8th ever European title. We're into picks and bans, as you said, Fnatic on the blue, G2 elected to go on red side. It was their choice.
Gonna take a gamble and say Fnatic will ban Yasuo and Qiyana. Given that they're on the blue side, when they played up against G2 last week, they often banned the Sylas when they were on the blue side, which means that they can priority pick the Akali, and again, G2 will not have an answer.
But here's the thing, G2 are now kind of strong where they need to pick or to ban to the Yuumi, where normally Fnatic was the team that was banning that. So normally it's Aatrox, Twisted Fate, and Rakan. Now with G2 banning Yuumi and TF, one of those picks is going to fall through the cracks.
And it also means Fnatic open up another ban for themselves. They'll get rid of the Rakan, which now means we're looking at Akali, Sylas, and Aatrox as those 3 power picks.
This to me suggests that Fnatic once again are looking to first pick the Akali, because they're fine with G2 answering with the Sylas, because the analyst has talked a lot about it. It feels like Caps is not winning this 1v1. They are not shutting him down, which means that there's no reason not to keep putting Nemesis on a champion that he consistently has success.
And that was the call. Do you ban the Akali or do you ban the Aatrox? And it's Bwipo who loses out on his pick, but that means that, like you said, Nemesis gets that matchup that he has just been so comfortable on for all of this series.
Sylas locked in alongside the Akali that we talked about. There's the Gragas. Jankos will be getting his hands on him in the jungle. We expect, of course, Mikyx has shown it to us in support in the past.
Now, typically, Fnatic will answer with something like a Lee Sin. They may not have to do it right now. They could instead just lock in something like a Kai'Sa or the Xayah that is available to them, and then guarantee themselves a strong AD carry and save support for the second half of the draft.
Or you could look at grabbing more flex picks, trying to hide what you're going to do. That seems to be Fnatic's strategy whenever they do take the blue side.
High priority on the Shen. Of course, this can be flex between support and top lane. We are very aware of this, and we've got to remember that the Akali can be flexed as well between top and mid, so Fnatic actually taking a G2 approach in this style by keeping a lot of flex picks open and not really showing much to G2.
And it's one of the things that we have to compliment both these teams on their ability to do, and why they are kind of head and shoulders above everyone else in the LEC. It is that versatility in so many of your different members that you can mix and match so many of these matchups, carve up exactly what you want. And I can hear it in Athens. That's exactly what I wanted from Broxah. I wanted an aggressive jungler and nothing better than his Lee Sin. A lot of other junglers would take the Olaf into Gragas. Karsa, Broxah is a Lee Sin type of guy.
He definitely is. Had a great performance on the champion yesterday. We'll see if he can match up versus our summer split MVP, who looks to be on the Gragas this game. Now, Thresh locked in for Mikyx in the bottom lane. Gives you a bit of aggression in the 2v2, where G2 have struggled in some of these games.
You can see now top lane bans coming out from the side of G2. They want to limit the safe options that Fnatic could go for. Last game, they looked to ban away things like the Gangplank, as we're seeing on screen right now. They also considered the Renekton ban. They may even choose to ban away the Jax as well, if they consider it to be blind pickable on the side of Fnatic.
And ultimately, you could have the last pick for Wunder to get that counter pick, or maybe he double ban, or not going to double ban top side because of the Ezreal, and then pick the the top laner right there. But it's about, can you put down Bwipo getting out of lane phase? And I think that's what G2 are setting up in their draft phase for you, Vedius.
Now, there is a champion that has snuck through most of the pick and ban phases. It's Xayah alongside Karma as well. Now, we saw Fnatic use it incredibly well yesterday. I wonder if perhaps they could put Rekkles back on it today.
They could consider doing Karma Pyke right now. I think their damage would be a little lacking if they decided to draft like that. So I would expect an AD carry to come out that could go for the Tristana once again if they wanted to. I think that'd be pretty safe.
I just think
well.
Okay.
Okay, we're going to see the Karma.
But I think this means that it should be hilly on Shen, because I agree with you.
Yeah,
I think you're lacking damage if you decide to put...
There we go.
That makes much more sense. You were lacking damage if you decided to put that Shin up into the top lane and then also pull the Karma.
I'm just saying, I take that as a win. I predicted Karma it came out. It doesn't matter where it's going.
It's a good prediction. Definitely a safe one for Fnatic. Of course, Fnatic continue to show their flexibility, because even though G2 now know that the Shen is going bot lane, you don't know where the Karma's going. It can be flexed to both mid and top, and Bwipo is more than happy to grab that Akali from side.
I think you can also argue you're not sure the Shen is going bot lane, because it could be Karma support alongside the Tristana with the Shen going top. A lot of flexibility in this Fnatic draft, and G2 are looking for that counter pick. What does Wunder take with his Kled band away that can impact this game from the top lane? It's Irelia, could still be flexed, but expect this to go into the hands of Wunder.
I am excited for the Aurelia. I do think that Akali can actually do quite well into the Aurelia. So if Bwipo does play it up towards the top side of the map, I think that there is an opportunity for Bwipo to gain an advantage. But for now, it looks like it will be the Shen. My apologies, the Karma, which is a relatively safe lane for the Aurelia to just free farm and potentially set up ganks with Yang.
Yeah, I expect it to be Karma into the Aurelia just because, like you're saying, it's safe. Bwipo can now absorb a lot of that attention, and even if Jankos does spend his time with Wunder up into the top side, it's really hard to break Karma. She can just shield, walk up, throw a Q, and then dash away. Whereas if I'm looking at Jankos, kind of the other ways that he can attack the map, he can go for very early ganks to try to get caps really springboarded into this game, because we have yet to talk about caps, to see caps really come alive, or he's got the Thresh Xayah into the bot lane that he can plug into.
And I never thought we'd get to Game 4 without talking about the MVP of MSI. Caps, as you say, really hasn't shown up yet. It hasn't been an awful performance from him, but he hasn't been making those game-changing plays that we see from him so often. With Fnatic on the brink of victory here, G2 have to find a way to fight back. It's 2-1, Fnatic looking for their 8th title, and G2 need to find something special if they're going to stop them in their tracks.
This iteration of G2 is yet to lose a best of 5. They have been pushed to the brink multiple times. SKT did it first, Fnatic did it second, and now Fnatic have the ability to take it away from G2, but G2 never falter, they stand their ground. We go into Game 4, G2 all or nothing.
And what a game it is likely to be. G2 versus Fnatic, two legendary names in European League of Legends, two names that have been around since before I was even casting. These two teams have stamped their place in European history, and today could define the next few years of LEC.
And that's the reminder, is that while everyone wants to see a Game 5, it's always exciting. G2 have yet to take down Fnatic in a finals. The last time they met, Fnatic got the last laugh. They are now set at match point. And if we talk about Jankos plugging into the potential bot lane, maybe getting caps going, Broxah is on his signature pick of the Lee Sin. Every time he pulls out this champion, you see incredible performances. So my eyes are on the junglers.
Eyes all on the junglers, but where will they be going? You said Jankos could, we talked about Jankos could maybe look towards the mid lane. Where's Broxah looking early on? Who does he want to get ahead?
Well, I would actually rather have Jankos play up towards the top side of the map, because I feel that with Wunder on the Aurelia, he's someone that you want to try and get ahead in the side lane.
Makes sense.
And if you get him in a position of power, it sets you up nicely for these mid-game skirmishes once the training force is completed. Of course, Jankos could look to play around bot lane as well. You do have a lot of setup with the Thresh and the Xayah, but I feel that Jankos actually has a fair number of options. He just has to be careful of the all-in power of a Triss and a Shen.
And again, can you break Bwipo on this Karma? Can Bwipo actually play weak side if he doesn't get a lot of attention from Broxah?
We will see. Broxah started on the bottom side of the map, went red into Krugs. His bot lane is pushing in at the moment.
Now, I will say that I think Fnatic's comp is a little more suited for team fighting than it was in the last game, largely because Karma is exceptionally strong at providing that heal and safety for Rekkles. And when you think about, okay, they don't have a lot of crowd control in this composition, one of the strongest things that Karma provides is a shield and to speed up onto a rapid fire cannon Tristana. We saw Splice do this with things like the Caitlyn, but basically you can run up, crit someone, and then immediately a fight is in your favor. So even though they don't have hard crowd control to actually start a fight off, because of the range advantage that they'll have later into the game, it could be difficult for G2 to force fights unless they can find a good hook off the likes of Mikyx.
And if they don't want to team up with Rekkles, you could also throw that speed onto Hilly, and it is Hilly's job as kind of the key member with the ability to start fights, because there's not a lot of hard CC or kind of big engage tools that you need to get the Shin in position if Fnatic do think that they have a fight to pull the trigger.
So look at where Jankos is going. He went blue into red into top side, looking for that first gank on Bwipo, trying to break this Karma early on. Wunder's had the wave pushed in, and it might just be that Jankos is waiting around to try and defend Wunder from any possible gank out of the Fnatic jungle.
You're looking for the CC lock if Wunder can find the stun into a flash body bop by Jankos, but Broxah sniffs it, and Bwipo so far has been playing weak side well. Broxah also covering him, so on this crash, G2 won't be able to get anything from it.
Broxah might be looking to jump in here. It looks like it could be first blood. Wunder caught out. Broxah able to sneak past Jankos.
And a 2v2 kill happened to the bot lane.
gets the 2v2. Mikyx didn't even burn flash.
Fnatic find themselves with a 1k gold lead, only 3.5 minutes into the game. Beautiful sidestep sneak coming in from Broxah to avoid Jankos' vision and set up the play onto top lane as Rekkles and Hylissang punish the bot lane once again.
And we don't get to see, we'll obviously get the replay. I'll hold it though, Nemesis.
Nemesis caught out, Jankos has the flash, but here comes the teleport by Fnatic. They want to keep taking these fights. Bwipo coming in just helps out his mid laner survive that gank from Jankos.
But in the top side, and we'll get a look at the bot side, it seems like a misplay from G2's members. The fact that Wunder overextended was then just kind of leashed by the Karma. We now get a look at what happened to Mikyx. He still has his flash.
Ooh, but Fnatic hits level 3 first, and they go for the all-in. We talk about how much all-in power this duo has, and you get to see it right there. Beautifully played from Fnatic as they punish a big mistake from Mikyx.
And last week we saw Mikyx really struggle in the first 3 games versus Fnatic there. That was an unforced error. He shouldn't be in that position. That's a mistake you cannot make at this level of gameplay.
And now G2 trying to answer back. They're looking for a gank in the mid lane. But it just feels like Fnatic are riding so much confidence right now. They're in such a great position, and this gank just seems obvious. Nemesis seems to read it. He had that ward, he spotted out Jankos, and he's not going to fall prey to this.
And it's still always going to be ridiculously hard to force the gank onto Akali, especially when she still has access to her flash.
Definitely is. Nemesis reading the play, able to escape 5 minutes in. It's a 1.5k lead for Fnatic. This series has been defined a lot by early games, and now
they're going to catch Mikyx on the rotation.
He's wise enough to use the Scryer's Bloom, but then Sonic Wave connects with the play. He will knock Broxah away, and Mikyx showing that he is smart enough to avoid that sort of play.
Yeah, very well played with the play right there to make sure that Fnatic couldn't connect with him.
Now we can see Jankos actually pathing towards the bot side of the map. Broxah just hanging around, again, covering for his laners. We've been seeing this a lot from both junglers throughout the series. Whenever a lane is pushed underneath the tower, junglers are there to offer support. He's now pathing mid along with his support in order, again, to provide some support for mid lane. And it's all about making sure that these laners are getting through the early laning phase unscathed.
Seems to be a lot of respect. Everyone's keeping track about where these supports are roaming. It was Mikyx that was almost caught out when he started to rotate back. Wunder again leashed.
But G2 are looking for the fight here. The Vanguard's edge doesn't land. The flash used, as you say. And in the top lane, G2 are ready for the fray. They catch the wave, and Bwipo really has no place to go. He uses the shield. Jankos tanking it up, and he will just body bump across. Caps might fall. One more tower shot would be enough, and he survives. And G2 execute the gank perfectly. But here comes Broxah. Flash away from Wunder. Broxah can't find his mark.
And it looked like frame-perfect dive from G2 right there. Excellent tower juggling of the aggro. Jankos started it up. Everyone gets out unscathed.
Bwipo doing what he can to get out of that situation, but because he burnt that flash earlier on, he wasn't able to do it. Broxah now setting up the wave to help out his top laner, but also Caps could use his teleport back down towards the mid lane. Now having a look back at what happened in the bot lane. Oh, they get the flash out from Rekkles as he's playing in the 1 versus 2. A potential play that Jankos could look for later on. But for now, Fnatic still hold the early gold lead.
And when we see G2 succeed, a lot of it, in a lot of games, it's Caps roaming early on, finding ganks like this, being able to get behind towers with Jankos. Here he's got a kill. He's not really having to play the matchup versus Nemesis, just clears the wave and then can look to come into these other lanes.
And that's something that we need to keep our eyes on. How are G2 getting priority in the mid lane to unlock Caps to play the map instead of that matchup? So can he continue to get out into these side lanes, punish some of these missing flashes on the likes of Rekkles and Bwipo?
Oh. I'm so used to having 7 or 8 kills by this portion in the game, but it looks like this is going to be a slower one once again. Broxah starts up the Cloud Drake, not as impactful early on as something like an Ocean, but G2 don't seem to be reacting with the priority in bot lane. Rekkles and Hylissang able to push that wave towards the tower. Nemesis gets the push in mid, and it means it's very safe for Broxah to do this objective.
G2 also where Nemesis is missing in the mid lane. There is the potential for a dive. So a lot of pings are coming out. Jankos is hanging around this lane as well. The thing that Fnatic have to respect is that Wunder has his teleport available, which means that if they were trying to force something on the bot side of the map, he can quickly join.
Jankos stops Broxah going in, but here comes Nemesis, the flash away onto the blast cone. Nemesis might still look for the chase, the perfect execution, and the perfect kill for Nemesis. He's on the board, 1 kill in this game.
Now the bot lane of G2 looking to collapse. The lantern is thrown.
Broxah on the wrong side of this, still only level 5, does have the flash. Gonna use the Sonic Wave on towards the tower, flashes away, and Caps isn't gonna chase. Nemesis hooked up by Mikyx. Here comes Hylissang though, and Rekkles is gonna jump forward, play it away. Perkz with the Feather Storm will try and pull him back, but Nemesis flashes towards Wunder, who has joined the fight, and that is Wunder getting the kill, and already Rekkles has fallen as well. G2 collapse in their own jungle and find 3 kills.
And what starts off favorably for Fnatic ends in disaster. We talked about how Wunder had the TP advantage, and after Caps was not able to find the execution onto Broxah, they realized, okay, Rekkles and Hylissang are committing to this play, so I can commit as well. Wunder finds the flank, they find the kills, G2 back in this game.
Yeah, but now here's a crash. Wunder doesn't have access to flash, and Broxah is hanging around. I think that this is a little bit auspicious.
Yeah, just a little bit obvious, you have to think. The flawless duet coming out here from Wunder, but Broxah is on the chase. Bwipo's going to land the root. Broxah just needs to land the Sonic Wave. Has the Dragon's Rage. Could look for the kick, but they're looking for the tower. Here comes Jankos. He's got the ult, and Broxah tries to kick him away. The barrel doesn't quite connect. Wunder running away from the bottom side of the fight as Bwipo steps forward. The barrel knocks him back, and now Wunder's going to jump in. The flawless duet's done. Is on the mark, and G2 find another kill in the top lane.
And it feels like it is Wunder that is pulling G2 back into this game in tandem with Jankos. It was him that made the TP play to help collapse into that jungle, pick up all these kills, and now it's him and Jankos again teaming up and outplaying Fnatic on the top side of the map to pull this gold lead in their favor.
Another Caps roam towards the bot side of the map. Here comes Mikyx with the flash. No flash still on Rekkles.
We said it before, when Caps is unleashed, when he can get out of that mid lane, G2 come alive. He's 2-0-2 with the Proto belt already on this Sylas.
Which is why I want to kind of put focus back onto this bot lane. One of the reasons why winning the 2v2 bot side is so important is that both of these teams really rely on their supports in their jungle to roam into their lane, to get mid lane priority, to unlock them to roam around. And so,
Massive fight in the mid lane as Caps misses the abduct, and here comes the Stand United. Caps not in the best of shapes. The perfect execution doesn't hit, but the taunt does, and Caps is shut down. Fnatic say, we can catch you out in that mid lane.
And it's also the fact that Fnatic had the push. You can see that Perkz and Mikyx were locked under their tower. They have the easy numbers advantage because you're dealing with Stand United, but there we go. The pushing bot lane got to mid lane, impacted the mid lane priority, and Nemesis now kills Caps with Hilly in tow.
And if we could swap over to the gold, you can see where these disparities are starting to build up and why that was such an important kill for Fnatic. Caps had a pretty decent advantage over his lane counterpart, but after that kill, they've now equalized. Bot is actually slightly ahead in favor of Perkz, whereas top is slightly ahead in favor of Bwipo because of that Kleptomancy. So Fnatic and G2 staying very even in this early game. Wunder looking for an all-in.
The Vanguard's edge did come out. Bwipo had to flash. Wunder still has a flash of his own, but at the moment, Wunder's so strong.
The pings did come down onto Broxah in the river, so Wunder chooses not to dive. They're not going to go for this. Instead, they might look for a dive onto bot lane.
Rekkles is miles away from this. He's doing the Krugs. The dive shouldn't happen. G2 going to settle for 2 plates. Shouldn't be able to get a third here, although they are chipping away at it. And Rekkles just accepting that he cannot stay around if Jankos is in the vicinity.
And G2 really prioritizing their bot lane here. The fact that Jankos is maybe going to take this blast cone, but kind of shadowing over Perkz and Mikyx as opposed to doubling down with Wunder into the top side means that Fnatic did get that Herald.
Look at teleports though. Up for Nemesis, up for Bwipo. If G2 overcommit to the bot lane, Fnatic will have a numbers advantage, and I feel like Fnatic know this as Caps and Nemesis go in the 1v1.
Caps steals away the ult. Mikyx on his way up. The perfect execution stun will land. Oh, just dodged away there with the Twilight Shroud and the knock. But here goes Nemesis straight onto the backline. The Lantern's out. Caps trying to win the 1v1. He does! He takes him out! And now Mikyx's there to help out his mid laner. Bwipo gonna land the root. The damage coming out onto Mikyx, but this is not an AP Karma, this is a tank Karma, so Bwipo does not have the burst. Caps and Mikyx walk away alive.
Caps finally shows up in this series, and it is the most important time for him to do it. He finds the solo kill onto Nemesis, he gets the much needed outplay, and now G2 sit with their first gold lead in game 4.
And this is now bleeding over into other lanes. The cast comes out. Looks like they're going to clear away, but it was Wunder who also got a play up into the top side. Herald goes down. Fnatic are trying to make the trade.
Yeah, Caps staying around will have to walk away from this. The Herald comes out. Going to be at least 4 plates, maybe a little bit more. Jankos is on his way to stop this.
And I like the rotation that's made by Fnatic. They actually have Nemesis TP up to top, and they keep Bwipo in mid. This gets them a lot of gold into this mid lane, but now they're looking for a fight.
Mikyx flashes in, the hook lands, the play lands. Jankos coming in from the side as well, and Bwipo is done for. They greeted with the Herald, and G2 struck.
Beautifully done from G2. They extend the kill score to 7, but the gold remains even. With Nemesis up in the top lane,
Wunder has to be very careful about how he plays this 1v1. The Gunblade is now completed for Nemesis, and given that Broxah should be forced back, G2 are using this opportunity to secure the Ocean Drake. Very tense, very close in Game 4 so far.
But whereas Akali is feeling very strong because she has a completed item, again, we now finally have a game where it feels like Caps is part of the conversation on this Sylas. 4-1 and 2, it's going to give Jankos a lot more comfort to move into this jungle, and we're going to keep our eyes on what Sylas and what Akali do and how they impact these team fights or impact the map.
G2 with the slight gold lead, as you say, Vedius. It is incredibly tense between these two teams right now.
And I really want us to keep track of how the gold is going for both these teams, because if we have a look, Perkz, even though the early 2v2 did not go in their favor, actually has a 600 gold lead over the lane counterpart because of the early plays that he was able to pick up off the back of Jankos. Mid lane now in favor of Caps once again up against Nemesis, but top still remains relatively even because Bwipo has the Kleptomancy. So G2, even though the early laning phase looked bad initially, they've been able to claw back the gold lead, and now they remain even with Fnatic as we approach the mid game.
Looking to open up some of these towers. No turrets yet to fall. In terms of items, Nemesis has completed his first. Rekkles going for the Infinity Edge first on the Tristana. It's nice spawn going on Bwipo. We talked about him being a tank Karma instead of a full damage Karma here. And across the board on G2, they completed their first item as well.
I think it's really important to have the Iceborne Gauntlet in this type of composition because you can abuse that range advantage that you have with the Tristana and the Karma, especially against the G2 composition. You need something to help stick to them. And I think that's where the utility of Iceborne really comes in.
I also like the adaptation of Wunder. Rather than prioritizing the Trinity Force, he goes for the Ravenous Hydra because this gives him more wave kill, but also lifesteal, so he can make these kind of plays. He can survive through the poke that Bwipo tries to throw down onto him, and he's able to come out on top in these trades.
The thing is that it doesn't matter that Jankos takes 2 tower shots, it's just about forcing Bwipo off the turret. Wunder will secure it, first tower of the game. Fnatic looking towards the bottom side, making a symmetrical play, but it looks like Jankos and Wunder are still pushing in.
Notice, though, that we see Nemesis actually roam down through the bot side, which actually then gives the Sylas priority in mid. This then gives safety for Jankos on the top side to actually drop some vision in the heart of the jungle, and maybe even set up a dive on the Nemesis.
Gone on the way the ultimate. Nemesis stunned up, but the Stand United comes out, and maybe they're going to turn on to Jankos here. G2 5 men strong in the mid lane. It's only Broxah, Hylissang, and Nemesis for the moment. Rekkles not there, has the TP, but they're going to defend the tower. Teleport coming in by Rekkles as G2 back away, and Fnatic have been able to defend their mid lane turret.
On a knife's edge, so many skill shots just barely missing, going wide right there. It felt like Fnatic were ready to send Broxah in to look for the fight.
Wunder going in, Rekkles will buffer the jump away.
I love that because everyone TP'd to the mid lane, both side lane farms were lost. The bot lane farm all went into the tower, top lane farm all went into the tower as well. Fnatic were committed to keeping that mid tower alive, and G2 were willing to make the sacrifice. So good stuff from both teams.
I think a key difference here, though, is that G2's mid lane tower is so much more fragile. As soon as Rekkles gets a single shot onto it, it should just blow over. And then now you're looking at a much more open map. It feels like Fnatic should be mid tower if possible, and then use that pressure to rotate into top tower while respecting the dragon timer, which is why G2 are having to respond by having multiple members in mid lane, never leaving this unattended. But this anchor point can be something that Fnatic play around.
And as we get towards, those mid lane towers falling, the map opening up a little bit, I want to talk about how these first 70 minutes will affect the rest of the game. Like, with these people in these positions, with these players as fed as they are, how do we expect the next 10 to 15 minutes to play out?
Well, I think Frost summarized it quite nicely in how she talked about that both teams are going to be looking to secure the last few outer towers. The thing is, Fnatic dropped the ball in terms of their lane assignments as they sent both Rekkles and Hylissang bot, which means that G2 had a numbers advantage mid, and 2 people were bot, and they couldn't stop the minion wave from securing the objective, which means that G2 immediately gain a tower advantage, extend their gold lead even further, and are actually better set up for the Drake that will be spawning in the next mid.
I mean, that just feels like a pretty big oopsie right there from Fnatic, like you said, on the lane assignment. We'll see if G2 are able to capitalize it in the setup for the Cloud Drake. It's not the most important one, but they could use it as a means to draw Fnatic's attention if G2 are feeling themselves for a fight.
At the moment, it's Fnatic who are in the river getting that control. They clear out a control ward. Nemesis is pushing in the bottom lane. That turret already fell by Fnatic earlier on.
Looks like that Wunder may even be working towards a Wit End next, stacking up that magic resistance against the two AP-heavy solo laners that are coming out from Fnatic so that he can always have an advantage in the 1v1. I would love to see Wunder versus Nemesis in a side lane because I think Akali versus Aurelia can always be quite an exciting skill matchup, and depending on how it plays out, either one can come out ahead. But for now, both teams setting up around the Drake. You can see Wunder staying in the top lane. He is playing very similar to what Bwipo wanted to do last game, generate pressure, draw members, because Bwipo in the 1v1 can't hold him, especially at this point. So now that they see Broxah top, this should give them easy access to get prio mid, and then set up to secure the Drake.
But it is fine for Fnatic to feel like they can commit more members to deal with Wunder here, because even if you lose priority over the Drake, again, it's a Cloud Drake. It's not the end of the world, which is why you'll see Broxah confident and comfortable to make that type of play if they are trading Wunder's life, Wunder's flash for Cloud.
There was also a brief period of time before the Drake even spawned, so G2 couldn't actually start it, and I think that we saw Perkz wanting to reset. Notice that he's completed the rapid fire now, whereas Rekkles is actually sitting on 1,700 gold, which means that G2 just have more available gold to them, and they're just much stronger right now. So Fnatic should avoid a fight until they can reset.
Well, G2 realize that they're going straight towards the dragon. Fnatic say, okay, it's only a Cloud. We don't have to fight over this. They will back away, but Wunder tore it up. Hylissang flashing in. Now Wunder has a flash of his own, but look at how much damage he's already taken.
Wait.
Oh no, Rekkles jumped away from him! What? And Wunder escapes! A massive misplay from Rekkles!
I can't believe Wunder actually survived that fight. Now Jankos goes in.
Jankos jumps straight in, and Perkz can just open up the Spirit's Refuge, won't save Rekkles for long. He pays for his mistake with his life, and now Wunder's trying to go to Broxah on the top side of it. They kick away with the Dragon's Raid, but G2 see their opportunity to strike. TP coming in by Couts as G2 look for a flank position. Now Broxah can just jump across the wall. Hylissang's here to help him out. Broxah jumps away, but Couts chases him down, and G2 find 2 quick kills.
And the Baron spawns in 5 seconds. No teleport available on Rekkles. Broxah's dead. G2 are going to convert this kill into a 20-minute Baron.
Nemesis, Bwipo, and Hylissang, this is your time to shine. G2 back away because Nemesis, still alive, could have done immense work in that fight.
And likewise, they don't have priority in the mid lane. You see that Nemesis now wanders over, pushes down that tower, and gives Fnatic a lot of space where they can start to clear out some of G2's control, place all of that vision around the Baron. So we should start to see things slow down a little bit here, but what a series of very unfortunate events.
You can see on the minimap that he does not have priority over mid lane. So this is a bad path taken from Wunder, but then he jumps onto the Shen and onto Tristana, and it's just 2 ships passing on the night as they're able to walk past each other, and Wunder's able to jump away to safety. He almost kills Broxah as well as he lifesteals off the Raptors, and then this results in another pick going in favor of G2.
But this is kind of the nature of G2's playstyle. It demands such a high level of mechanical excellence. The fact that Wunder gets out of that it crazily turns into these picks, that Caps is flashing over walls, and it almost transitions into a Baron. Everything needs to be online for G2 to be successful, and we're finally starting to see these players wake up. I don't know why they can't get up early for series, but in the back half, they tend to be more lively.
Oh, it's just incredible to watch 2 organizations steeped with such history, but 10 players who have just looked incredible throughout the entire split. Both teams have made a huge amount of finals. Now, I just want to say the splits and finals don't count this, do count this split.
Yep.
The titles do not. G2 chasing down that 7 title record that Fnatic holds. Fnatic looking to do one better with 8. Now the fight might begin again as Mikyx misses the death sentence, but Bwipo's knocked back. Wunder kicked away, but Perkz is on a killing spree, and now Rekkles has to flash away. G2 find another pick, and that Baron is very much alive.
I think it's very dangerous to just start the Baron, though. G2 have a lot of squishy members, so their focus should be on securing these tier 2 towers. I don't think Rekkles and Hylissang have the strength to be able to stop this, and notice how they're zoning Broxah and Nemesis away.
I mean, you say they, but Wunder is an absolute monster this game. It's not necessarily reflected in his scoreline, but he is very difficult to work with, despite the fact that it was a reckless misplay that allowed him to escape. He jumps on top of people, pops their health bar, and then zones Fnatic away from that tower.
And again, something that we talked about before we got even into the draft is think about what happens when Wunder's on a carry versus when Bwipo is on a carry. And you can see that when Bwipo has the advantageous matchup, he influences the map so much more. But when Wunder can get that winning matchup,
the impact and the difference that his performance showcases is huge for G2.
There was conversation yesterday that Officio talked on the desk, Yamato also bringing it up, that Karma, while it worked really well for Fnatic against Schalke, it doesn't mean the same thing against a team like G2. I think you need to give Bwipo some teeth to bite back in these matchups. You need to go blow for blow with G2 if you're going to be successful.
G2 currently with a 4,000 gold lead, 23 minutes in. 2 items complete on Caps. He's 5-1-2. We were wondering when he would show up. Well, seems
look
like
at the bot lane, look at the bot lane.
Much here. The bot lane is the fight. Bwipo and Rekkles trying to catch out Wunder. Wunder doing what he can. The Stand United comes out as well. We have to think that's immediately G2 looking towards the Baron. Teleport available for Bwipo and Rekkles.
They can't actually do it. Broxah is actually on the right side of the map. He's making sure that he's covering this Baron. A TP comes out.
Oh, he interrupts it! There! He interrupts it, and now Nemesis goes into the Twilight Shroud. But he's got to put something magical out from this if he's going to escape. Perfect execution away, jumps back to the Shroud. But Perkz and Caps are on the chase. Rekkles pushing in the bottom lane. Nemesis will fall, but Rekkles will get a tower out of it.
I do like the decision here from Fnatic. Rather than TP in to try and save Nemesis, just use the time that G2 is spending on killing Nemesis to secure a bot tower.
That TP has to come out now.
You're doing grub. You can't be doing grub right now. You have to go for the Baron. Hylissang and Bwipo trying to catch it out. Broxah is around as well. The hook comes out. Wunder about to come back up, but Hylissang's already been caught. Broxah and Bwipo trying to run away from the bottom side of the fight as G2 have disengaged from the Baron. Hylissang will fall quickly, and Bwipo will follow shortly after G2 fight.
Here comes the TP!
The TP is Rekkles and Broxah run down towards the bottom side of the fight. Wunder on the chase, just needs to take out the jungler, and he can't quite do it. Broxah survives. Jankos doesn't have the ult, but does have the flash. Rekkles trying to push him away, and Fnatic have kept their jungler alive.
And they also eat up so much time for G2. The time that it took them to run across the map means that they can't turn on the Baron, so Fnatic managed to stall it out. Instead, it's just the Infernal for the prize.
We can see that Fnatic had to invest 3 people into the bot lane in order to find that kill. But they had the map set up in a way that it would be very difficult for G2 to just rush the Baron down. Rekkles was in the bot lane with the teleport to join the fray. You also had, even though Hylissang used his ultimate, there was more of enough opportunity for Fnatic to answer. But then the moment Nemesis dies, G2 is starting this to force Fnatic into a situation where they either fight them in the pit where they can then get the TP, or they find a fight beforehand, which is exactly what they find.
Made the split-second decision, hit the hook, had to land it. It was a nice Mad Life moment, but it didn't mean the Baron for G2.
Even with the teleport coming in by Wunder, Broxah just able to survive. Rekkles with a good buster shot, and then Broxah jumping away.
And I like the fact that Jankos held his flash. He did not greed for the kill. He decided, this is going to be way more useful later. Imagine in a team fight, if Rekkles is in my sight, and I can flash, body slam, ulti. That is way more important than finding a kill onto a Hylissang.
Jankos in a perfect flank position. Perkz getting damage down into Hylissang, but it's Rekkles they've caught out. He tries to jump away, but Perkz flashes forward, and the Stand United won't save you now. Teleport coming in by Bwipo, but G2's eyes are set well and truly on the Baron.
Ask for it, and you shall receive, Vedius. You
he
said
doesn't even need the flash.
Jankos needs to find Rekkles. He got right into that backline and denied the AD carry.
G2 looking to take us all the way to 5 games. The last time these two teams met in finals, it was a one-way sweep. And Caps is unstoppable. He has shown up. Claps is in the house.
Caps has finally woken up. He's drunk his orange juice, and he is ready to play in the finals. G2 secured the Baron. 15-5 is the kill. G2 have full control. And Medic, as you said, G2 is looking to take us to another Game 5.
7,000 gold ahead. G2 don't even reset. They're looking for these inhibitor towers. Wunder in the top lane. Nemesis trying to find a flank position, maybe catch out Caps or Mikyx, but he is the one who has been caught here. G2 going up towards the top lane, 3 men strong.
G2 have that confidence that Yamato want, but they still need to respect Fnatic. They have the core itemization that they need, so if Fnatic could get a team fight, make space for Rekkles. He does damage.
Oh, great flash there from Mikyx. He doesn't even run the risk. He takes Caps out to safety as 4 members of Fnatic commit into the mid lane. G2 now pushing his 3 men up to top.
Taunt lands onto Caps. He's going to flash away, but Rekkles on the chase. The lantern comes out, and Caps escapes. G2 break open the base. They take the inhibitor, and Fnatic cannot find their connections. The Sonic Wave still doesn't land. Rekkles trying to get the damage in, but there's no front line for him to be behind.
G2, they're going to walk away, steal away some of the camps. Fnatic don't want to let them get away so easily. They have no flanking wards, and they will not be able to interrupt any of the backs.
G2 still have 2 minutes left on the Baron, and now super minions will start to spawn in the top lane. G2 now only have to play through 2 lanes, which is a much easier situation for them. As long as they can keep Bwipo in a side lane, then you know Wunder is always going to have priority.
Wunder finishes up the Trinity Force now. He's going to be incredibly strong. Let's have another look at this fight.
And again, it's how Jankos is able to get into this backline. He sneaks underneath, has his sweeper, finds Rekkles immediately, even though they didn't get the hook.
And what I really want to bring attention to is these double control wards behind. Notice how he was able to flank in from behind the rest of the team, set up that sweeper so that he can jump on top of Rekkles. That was so important to allow G2 to find this fight, Jankos to find that kill, and G2 to secure the Baron.
And now G2, like you asked, Fetty, is setting up for that 2 push. So they've got waves crashing in mid lane and bot lane. The outer tower, obviously easier to secure than trying to march it up mid.
1 minute still left on the Baron, but Fnatic, their resources have to be divided between the 2 lanes. We have Wunder in mid, we have super minions pushing in bot. Fnatic have to find a way to hold the line.
Hylissang cooked back. Mikyx has been on point, and Perkz goes godlike. Now in a 4v5, Fnatic have to try and defend. Caps jumping in.
He's got it.
Catch out Bwipo. Here goes Jankos, and it's a double for Perkz. G2 are shredding Fnatic. They have to run back to the fountain, and G2 will open up this inhibitor tower and maybe even look for the win.
G2 looks so dominant in game 4. They have been able to cleanly bounce back. Fnatic, they were at match point. They've been in this situation, but G2 every time say that 2-1, this is their power spike. This is their comfort zone. Medic, we are going to game 5.
Perkz chasing Nemesis away. The second Nexus tower will fall, and G2 will take us to game 5.
2015, Fnatic versus Origin. That is constantly what's said to be the best European best of 5. Welcome to the future. 2019 summer, heading into Worlds, looking at a European hosted World, and we got game 5.
That was the last time we got game 5 in a finals, and it feels like serendipity. It feels like symmetry. The 2 best teams in Europe once again fighting to an inch of their lives for that title.
And before this, in chat, Jankos said 1-2 comfort zone.
Yep. And we could even see in the early game, things were falling apart for G2. They ended up dying 2v2 in bot. A sneaky gank comes through from Broxah in the top lane, but it doesn't matter. Perkz is still able to find advantages in the bot lane. He comes out with an 8-0-3 scoreline. Top lane, Wunder performs out of his mind in a very favorable matchup, but the most important thing is that Caps has woken up. The MSI MVP is finally ready to play, and now the big question is, can Fnatic stop the onslaught of a full-powered G2 Esports?
And for me, it was about the trading of the sides of the map. Yeah, Bwipo was put on the back foot, but the advantage that Wunder got over him, like you're saying, was much larger than the advantage that Rekkles and Hilly were trying to get over Cap. So brilliantly played from G2 on the bot side of the map to make sure that they minimize their losses and maximize their wins.
Well, we are going all the way to game 5. We're going to hear more from the analyst desk to break down that game and take us into Silver Scrapes.
Thank you very much, Medic. We will go into Silver Scrapes, but not just yet, because we have to break down how exactly G2 brought us there. We're gonna straight dive into the replays. There was a lot of action, but I would say it was more one-sided this time around than it has been the rest of the series, and it was pretty much all G2, but this is a dicey one.
Yeah, even then, Fnatic did look good coming out of the gates here, and it's them going super deep with Broxah on his Lucian to try and get this kill down on towards Jankos, but they overstay inside of enemy territory. Look at the roam up coming from the bottom lane of G2. They are the first ones to respond, and they catch Fnatic horribly far in their jungle.
And they get now with the Thresh, you know, someone who can make a pick on the side of G2, and this is a scary thing when you play against him. You feel like you're doing so many things right, everything is working for you, and then you end up just slightly overextending.
And this replay is so important because it highlights how every game has been. Every single time the team that gets the first initial big play that gives them some kind of a gold lead, they just take it all the way home. It just snowballs. It's the biggest interest rate that you get from any bank.
And who got a bunch of kills there? Caps got a bunch of kills in that one. who did we call out before the game saying, come on, Caps, like we need to see more here. We need to see from you that you can actually step up. When your team really needs you, you can't always win bot lane. You're not always winning top in this series. Mid lane should be G2 favored. And in this game, finally under Sylas, it was heavily G2 favored.
Finally, the best mid laner in EU showed up, and showed up so well here. And from this point, it was just pushing further and further and shutting down the side of Fnatic, just completely all over the map. Caps was unstoppable.
I was saying earlier how Caps, he's had to turn it on. He came online, but I think Caps is more of a knob, and he's turning up to the max.
Did you just call Caps a knob?
He's a really good one.
He was praising you.
I'm not a native English speaker. You know exactly what I'm trying to say.
Moving on. Caps is playing fantastic in this game.
And this is so important now for the last game.
I'm sorry, yes, indeed. A bit funny there, but you're right. That is so important for this last game. The fact that G2 has now found all their gears, but then we've said that before in the series. So how do we predict this next game?
Well, that's kind of thing now, because we know it's hard for G2 to get advantage in all in top and bot lane if they are blue side as we expect. So that's why it's so important that Caps, on this potential first pick Sylas that we've seen a few times already, can do what he did in this game, because they might actually need him more than ever.
So let's take a look at the key picks we've seen over these 4 games and what we may expect coming into Game 5.
Yeah, so the first one I have my eyes on is actually the Akali here for Nemesis in the mid lane. It's a pick that allows him to actually be unpunishable in the mid lane. Super safe pick, strong teamfight output as well when you counter, or when you take into account the scaling options with this champion. And what it's done for a lot of these games is just shut down G2's ability to play through Caps in the mid lane.
I think, though, it's important to note that Nemesis, in the later team fights, he has been struggling. Sometimes he jumps in, sometimes he dies, and he's giving G2 a lot of breathing room. I think this is the point where they're giving confidence to Caps. Caps keeps saying, I imagine, give me this matchup, I can do good, and he delivered big time last game.
But they were using the Akali mid to just say, okay, now nothing's going to happen. Caps is not going to get any kills. It's fine if Nemesis doesn't either, because then you have other picks that can snowball into the late game, Jax being one of them. The reason we highlight it here is because twice now we've seen the Kled come in and then the Jax come in as an answer, and while the lane is okay, Jax, once he gets like 1 or 2 kills, becomes a monster, and he also destroys Perkz in these late game teamfights, and Bwipo's playing it so well. So I think Jax is something, now when G2 most likely is on blue side, they need to make sure is not locked in from Fnatic.
We also saw there the Thresh and the Xayah in the bottom lane, and the bottom lane was something we talked about heavily coming into the series. Is it still the most important factor in this last game?
What we saw in the second game was just an ideal G2 draft. They didn't pick the Kled in the first 3 that allowed Fnatic to pick the Jax on third. Instead, they went for Xayah, Thresh, and the response was a Morgana. We saw a stalemate in bottom. Perkz and Mikyx managed to get a CS advantage, and Perkz carried that game. I want to see an exact repeat of that.
And I still think bot lane is the most important lane right now. Thresh is highlighted for multiple reasons. One, we know Mikyx is a fantastic Thresh player. Lantern is amazing in scrappy games with a lot of fights happening. And it's a necessary pick for him, because if the counter pick from Hylissang is Morgana, then that's good for G2, because then Hylissang is not on engaged support.
Andrew?
I don't think we're going to see the Morgana as an answer again. We want to see Hylissang on something that can force the issue. The Leona we've talked about, the Pyke, another option that he can go towards. If he has the ability to punish the mistakes of G2's bot lane, they can go off.
Talking about the bottom lane, finally, Deficio, you wanted to talk about Mikyx in specific in wins and losses for this team.
Yeah, I think it's been so huge for Fnatic to shut him down with good counter picks from Hylissang, and we can see in losses how it's a big difference for him, especially if you look at the amount of deaths he's getting. It's almost doubled in these losses here, and that is something, if you are Fnatic, you look at that bot lane and say, this is the easiest lane for us to win right now. That's what we're picking towards.
And I want to highlight why the Sylas is such genius and Thresh is such genius, because it denies all of these engaged supports. Picking Leona into the Thresh, that is a really, really tough one. Braum into Thresh, really, really tough one. Alistar and Pyke into Sylas, really, really tough one. So the big question mark is, are they going to pick Nautilus? Because that's the one. They have to pick Nautilus. Are you hearing me? Pick Nautilus, Hylissang.
Now, before we get into your predictions, now that we know the side selection, I just want to take a step back and look at what we've seen from this series. It's red for Fnatic.
Oh.
But wait. I want to take a look at this series as a whole and just how long we've been waiting for a G2 and a Fnatic to show up and both be at their strongest. And this is just making this a fantastic best of 5, because it is very hard to tell who is going to win, and they are really living up to the expectation.
Look, Shox, we felt a very similar thing last week. but yet it was different. Fnatic jumped out 2-0, and then G2 just slammed the door on their faces. This is not the same series. This is not G2 coming off a huge momentum streak into the end. It's two teams ready to go at it in Game 5.
Has that experience of Fnatic prepared them for this Game 5?
I mean, they're hyped, 100%. They're back on red side. They know it's a huge advantage for them in the draft. They know they can match G2 completely. That's the key thing about this series. No one is just better than the other. That's why it's so fantastic to watch. I'm still going G2 for this one. I think they go back to Game 2 draft on blue side with the early thresh, you know, of course take Sylas, and then they can win.
Look, I predicted Fnatic to win 3-2 at the start of the day, and now that they're back on red side, I know they can take this home because they have the option for counter picks. In those games earlier in the series, they got counter pick in every single lane. They have the opportunity to do it again and to take it home.
End of the profit, maybe.
Yamato, you're
well, I
gonna
was
break the
completely
tie.
off. I was completely off with my prediction. I went 3-0 G2 because I thought Fnatic ran out of fumes. I think this is the point. Their strategy has run out of fumes, and G2 is going to prepare with the proper draft that they did in second game, and I think they're going to take it home because Bwipo, even though he had the Jax, that was the only occasion he had this carry performance into a Kled. That was a counter. When that gets banned, all of a sudden he has the Renekton, which is kind of no room for crocodiles over here, man.
No room for crocodiles. Well, what a day it's been so far. Tonight's final will go down in history as one of the greatest of all time, as G2 and Fnatic have one last chance to secure the title. We'll be right back for Game 5.
Silver scrape.
Let's go.
Broxah might be looking to jump in here. It looks like it could be first blood. Wunder caught out. Broxah able to sneak past Jankos. Perkz with the feather storm will try and pull him back, but Nemesis flashes towards Wunder, who has joined the fight. And that is Wunder getting the kill, and already Rekkles has fallen as well. G2 collapse in their own jungle. They will back away, but Wunder tore it up. Hylissang flashing in. Now Wunder has a flash of his own, but look at how much damage he's already taken. Oh no, Rekkles jumped away from him. Perkz getting damage down into Hylissang, but it's Rekkles that caught out. He tries to jump away, but Perkz flashes forward. Perkz chasing Nemesis away. The second Nexus tower will fall, and G2 will take us to Game 5.
Hi, I'm Pringles. I'm Chips. Wait, are we doing this Mac versus PC thing? Guess so. Then I am the Mac of the Chips. Cool. Then I'm the PC. Perfect for gaming. Easy to eat, no greasy hands. Wait, I'm into gaming too. You mean like into the keyboard crumbled? No. Or into the TeamSpeak rustling? No, I'm into that noob frag LOL thing. Well then, GG, my friend.
No, we're doing the clap first.
Answering questions in sneakers. Hello, Pedro.
Oh, well, thank you very much. How are the children?
It's time for our question of the day. What would be your dream Medivetti intro?
What about fireworks?
But what about a choir?
Zipline.
Or a choir?
What about parachutes?
But a choir!
Welcome back to the epic finale of the LEC Summer Split. Throughout history, champions have been made in the city of Athens, and after this Game 5, a new one will be crowned as G2 and Fnatic hit the rip for the last battle.
Not all titles, not all championships are created equal. G2 have never slayed Fnatic in the final. Fnatic can now toss away all of those people who said G2 were the super team, everyone who ever doubted them, and reclaim their spot at the very top.
And no one else could sum up this moment more than Perkz in chat right now, as he says, it's hype, innit?
I feel like that embodies this series, as both teams right now are playing at their utmost limit. It is so much fun to watch, and it feels like that so much is determined in the early game. How the draft pivots, which players step up. There is so much on the line. First seed at Worlds, LEC Summer Split champion, and to be the best team in Europe.
The stakes now out of the way. It's down to business, boys. And the difference is that G2 back on blue side, Fnatic red side. You heard it from the desk, you're gonna hear us echo it here. The counter pick is so important. And Verius, back to your point, specifically so Bwipo can get some teeth in some of these matchups. Specifically so Hilly can find one of these playmakers, whereas G2, they have finally cracked the Akali Sylas matchup. Caps finally feeling confident again that they can give this away or take it for themselves.
Is it enough for G2? Can they rely on Caps to carry once again? The Aatrox, the first ban, Qiyana mirrored by Fnatic, Twisted Fate taken away by G2. We've seen it all before, but will anything change?
Well, for the time being, everything is staying the same. G2 gonna ban Rakan once more on the blue side. Expectations are that Fnatic will ban the Yuumi. Now the question is, do G2 first pick the Akali? Yes, they do. This time round, Caps will be the one to lock this one in. This time Caps gets to flex his muscles, and after last game, you have to imagine that Caps is feeling good.
So now what's going to be the response from G2? Are they going to grab the Sylas? There is one. There is the Gragas that pairs so well with it. And now, power pick for power pick. Everything is going according to plan for both teams.
Now, the Xayah is still up, given that Fnatic chose to answer with the Sylas and the Gragas. We've also seen some, the instant Olaf lock-in coming in from Jankos, the Thresh follow-up from the side of G2 as well.
Now here's the thing, Olaf is good in theory, and you have seen those pop-off moments, again, piloted by a Polish jungler.
Polish junglers.
Polish junglers in Olaf. I don't know what it is, they are incredible players. But this thing is that you need to get the Olaf ahead. He's got one play pattern. In the late game, he needs to be able to run into your backline and to blow you up. If he doesn't have the gold lead, if he doesn't have the advantage, he doesn't get to really play the game. So all eyes are on Jankos. Can he make this count in the early game so he can have something to play in the late game?
And he's only played this Olaf once this split. They lost when he played it. Has he got the practice in? Has he got the hours in? Are G2 comfortable enough on this pick to make it work? Fnatic will lock in the Xayah for Rekkles as we expected.
So we're seeing a lot of top lane bans right now. Fnatic don't want to give G2 that safe blind top laner in the form of the Kled. We are also seeing the Gangplank banned away. So in terms of options for Wunder, he's definitely running out because he has typically gone towards this Kled, but you know that when it comes to Game 5, G2 always have something prepared. We've already seen the Olaf. Let's see what Wunder will bring out, given that Bwipo will guarantee the counter pick.
Yeah, I'm curious what Bwipo's going to reach for. It's definitely not going to be the likes of the Karma, maybe that Jax, maybe that Renekton. I expect that one of them will probably be pinched here.
We will see, with the Gangplank taken away by G2, Kled and Ezreal removed by Fnatic. G2 have one more ban in this series to try and hamper Fnatic on their way to the title. It's Jax. As expected, Bwipo has had such a strong performance on that top laner in the last 4 games.
So now, what is going to be the explosive pick for Hilly? Is it Hilly on the Gragas? Is he going to go to the tried and true of the Braum? You know it's going to come down to team fight, so take a great team fighting support. Or do you play the map with Shen, hide your hand, and look for a flex?
So I think one of the great things about the Shen for Fnatic is my mind would suggest that G2 would look for the Renekton pick right now. It's a safe blind top pick that does well into the vast majority of champions that are left available. However, Shen can be picked into it as an answer. We are currently seeing the Syndra hover. Bear in mind that the Akali can, of course, still go into the top lane. Wunder can still look to play this, or the Syndra goes into the bot lane. Perkz on this champion is something that he's brought out in the final moments as we see some cheeky hovers come out from G2.
Everything will be revealed as soon as this is locked in. Is this Perkz Syndra? Is this Cap Syndra?
It is Renekton in the end.
Which means that means it's going to be Perkz playing the Syndra in the bot lane. This is what they did against SKT when they were in Game 5 of the semifinals at MSI. Perkz often brings out these mages when his back is against the wall. This is his bread and butter. This is what he made a name for himself on. And this is what G2 are going for.
This Ornn hub is really interesting to me. It could be jungle. We could see Shen top, Gragas support, Ornn in the jungle. It was played in the Superliga. It is a possibility.
But you look at that team composition, regardless of where Ornn does end up, if he stays in the top lane, if he does go into that jungle position, this looks like a very old school Fnatic composition. This looks like you're putting majority of the eggs in the Rekkles basket. You have multiple tanks standing in front of you, and that you are looking really for these big team fights front to back, walking it down.
Yeah, and I think Fnatic have to be so careful in the early game as well, because you look at Bwipo playing this Ornn. It is so easy for G2 to consistently dive up towards the top side of the map, constantly set up onto kills with this Olaf Renekton, which is incredibly strong.
Hoping that we see Mikyx and Caps trade champions.
Yeah, it looks like there was a bit of an issue in Champion Select. Caps and Mikyx could not swap. We're going to quickly get that resolved, but in the meantime, it gives us more of an opportunity to talk about this draft. And again, G2's comp, very early to mid-game focused. If we think back to the majority of these, or we think back to last week when they were played in Game 5, G2 got an early lead, and they almost broke their own fastest game time record. They had a Rift Herald running into the enemy Nexus at 15 minutes. They could not break it, but when G2 draft for this early game style, it's something that G2 have to be, Fnatic have to be very careful of.
Yeah, you've got exactly everything that you want with all of these champions. Renekton, Olaf, Akali, even Syndra to an extent with like levels and first item power spikes. Early on, as soon as you get level 6, as soon as you get that big item purchase, you are so powerful and so online. I do want to kind of quickly flip to the Ornn. It's been a while since we've seen it up into the top side, especially into Renekton. And yes, there is a potential where you dive, but Ornn's actually really scary to dive.
I think it's pretty safe, yeah.
In the same way of trying to dive a Poppy, just because of the multiple forms of CC, as well as being so tanky. And if he ever does get the push, you actually also have a lot of potential dive power in your back pocket. Gragas, Ornn work really well together. They can lock you, especially in the early game, and still deal out a lot of damage that you might not expect.
I feel like that in terms of the 1v1, Ornn actually does quite well into the Renekton and Dakota's own. It's more of the fact that it's Renekton plus Olaf that I am worried about. This duo just does so much damage in the early game that if there is a stacking wave going up underneath that Ornn tower, you see a potential die. And we know that Caps loves to roam. Would it be surprising to see 3 people top lane at around level 6? No, I don't think it would be.
Which is why I think there's so much pressure on Broxah for Fnatic fans right now. Olaf into Gragas, it's a favored matchup for the Olaf. He really gets to run the jungle, so Broxah needs to be very clever about his pathing. He needs to work with his team to get out early wards and make sure that he's either able to maneuver around Jankos or be there for a potential counter game.
Just to update everyone at home, during Champion Select, G2 reported a bug which stopped them from swapping champions. League officials have decided to remake Champion Select with all of the same picks. So we are just running through that now, and hopefully we'll be into the action in just a moment's time.
Yeah, so we talked a lot about G2's draft. We're now looking at Fnatic's draft. As Frost was saying, it's very much the Rekkles show. A lot of the eggs are falling into his basket this game as we see a pretty solid team fight comp coming out from them. You have Ornn engage, you have Gragas engage, then you have the follow-up damage from the likes of Sylas, who provides a huge amount of versatility in these team fights as well, followed up by the Xayah damage. I feel like that their 2v2 in the bot lane has the potential to be strong, but to be honest, whenever I see a Syndra in the bot lane versus these AD carries, it's always a little bit questionable about how that 2v2 actually plays out. I think that if a Shen can land a taunt, then there are limited options for the Syndra to be able to escape, but we'll have to see as we get into game. The main goal for Fnatic is to stall, scale, and look for fights later on.
Yeah, and it's how comfortable are Rekkles and Hilly across from a Syndra into their lane. You talk about you know, how is the execution going to fall out? It's also really hard to gank Syndra and Thresh as long as she doesn't use her E offensively, holds it defensively. Anytime you throw multiple members into that lane, she can very easily stun, ward you away, and then take a Lantern to safety. So Perkz and Mikyx have so many tools to play on the offensive and on the defensive.
Feels like G2 have a lot of tools early on to pen Fnatic back, to hamper Fnatic getting towards these team fights, towards this later game. Fnatic playing a more traditional composition. And looking at the champion select right now, I believe it's going to be Caps playing the Renekton in the mid lane and Wunder playing Akali top.
So Caps trying to dodge the Sylas matchup. Instead, they're trying to give Akali a free lane across from the Ornn, and Caps to really punish Sylas on the likes of the Renekton.
Yeah, this last-minute pivot coming out from G2 will give them a much more favorable 1v1 in the mid lane, and will give, as Frost was saying, so much freedom for the Akali on the top side of the map. This means that not as much investment needs to go towards the top side, which does then give options for Jankos to perhaps just play through bot, use the Syndra setup that you have with the Thresh, with the chain CC in terms of the single lockdown, to maybe try and get this lane ahead and actually put Rekkles and Hylissang behind, denying the win condition for Fnatic.
A final 5 years in the making, 12 weeks of the split, 10 games between these two teams, and we cannot find a difference. One game remains, Fnatic versus G2. One game left. Last week it was G2 who came out on top, reverse sweeping Fnatic. Today it has been back and forth, game to game, and we have just one that remains. Early on, Fnatic looking to get some river control down towards this bottom side. Hylissang actually going to taunt across the wall, dodging away from that ward. And they will use the Oracle's alteration to spot it out.
Yeah, and that's the key thing. G2 trying to be very sneaky about their early vision, make sure they can catch out some of the bizarre gank pass that Broxah has, or maybe we'll say aggressive. They catch the ward, they clear it out, so now there is a clear pathway for Broxah if he decides to visit this kill-oriented bot lane.
Yeah, we can see that it looks like, given the fact that Broxah is actually starting on the top side, means that he's going to be looking to do his blue into Grom, into Wolves. He can then path down towards the bot side and then make his way towards the red. But because it's Olaf, you actually have a lot of options. That would be the safe clear if he wanted to go for it. But because he also has a Renekton on his side, he could even look for an invade. He does have that option available to him, but primarily it will look to put him on the bot side of the map. And as you said, Frost, to look to play through this Syndra Thresh lane.
We'll see if that is what Jankos decides to do. It's the swap between Wunder and Caps means that you can't really shut down this Ornn as easily as you'd like to, but it does give Akali that free lane that we talked about, a lot of ability for her just to farm up and scale.
Of course, the goal is not really to shut down an Ornn, right? Even if he's 0-5, he's always going to have that ultimate and offer that team fight value. Whereas what G2 want to do is exactly as you say, Medic. Just give the Akali to freedom to get to that gunblade and generate pressure on a side, because Ornn will never have kill pressure onto an Akali, whereas once Wunder hits 6, he will definitely have kill pressure onto an Ornn.
It's not even just about the team fight that Ornn unlocks for you. The amount of kind of free gold that he can give to teams through his item upgrades. I think LS has done the math best on Twitter. I'm sure he's tweeting about it right now. Just how powerful he can make your team in the late game when he starts giving you the upgraded item pass.
You see Bwipo trading with Wunder as expected. Chipping back and forth. Nemesis trying to get the damage down onto Caps, but Caps has built up that fury, and Nemesis will have to run back towards his tower. Tell the Meek not able to connect, and maybe Broxah looking for the body slam across the wall.
Yeah, again, very good early vision setup from G2. You can see it down in the river, which means Broxah trying to use the pathway to either slip into this brush or wait for Caps to walk too far forward. But G2 have the read. They know that Broxah likes to do this, and they have invested a lot of time in getting out the early wards to try to catch out these types of ganks.
Now we tracked early junglers, and we can see that Jankos has done an entire clear. He's now hit level 4, and he has arrived at the bot lane. Mikyx and Perkz are level 2, they're going in.
Perkz lands onto Hylissang, the Scatter of the Weak will connect as well, and the Ignite is ticking away. away. One more order would be enough. Perkz flashes forward, first blood to him, and Rekkles has to flash away. Broxah unable to come in to save his bot lane.
And that is the offensive execution. The fact that it's so easy to chain the CC, death sentence into the stun from Syndra, and it's a very easy walk down. Now that said, Perkz did burn his flash, so there is an opportunity for Fnatic to attempt to punish that in the coming minutes.
And we got to keep an eye on top lane.
Oh, Wunder's killed Bwipo in the 1v1, and now meanwhile in the mid lane, G2 are destroying Fnatic. 3 minutes in, 3 kills, and a 2,000 gold lead.
Fnatic are crumbling right now. Rekkles and Hylissang have been the ones to dominate this 2 versus 2 matchup throughout the series. But Perkz goes back to his comfort picks, grabs the Syndra in game 5, finds a kill. They set up the dive in mid lane, the 1v1 happens on top, and let's have a look back at this from Wunder.
Looks pretty straightforward to me,
Looks
Phineas.
pretty straightforward. Wunder just straight up kills him underneath the tower. He doesn't need much. All he needs is the damage of Akali. Wunder now sitting with a huge advantage over Bwipo.
And in a series that's been defined by early game leads, G2 getting off to such an explosive start is only good news for them. Fnatic have to find a way just to hamper some of this bleeding, to stop some of this bleeding, because otherwise G2 are going to run away with this game.
And as we got a glimpse of some of those trade patterns up into the top side, I really like how Wunder's using the mobility built into Akali's kit to really sidestep a lot of the CC that Bwipo is trying to put out there, and then just able to trade back much harder, especially with that Conqueror.
And Hylissang just used his flash in that exchange.
X-Flash.
Oh, my apologies. Yeah, of course, because he used the flash earlier on. Thank you very much, Medic. I saw him just standing there and I was like, wait, what? But yeah, he's going to be fine in that situation. They actually have the push. They have Broxah supporting him as well. Bwipo actually looking for a bit of a trade in the 1 versus 1.
Hylissang caught out Mikyx, flashes underneath the tower, lands the hook onto Broxah. But Fnatic will get their first kill. Now the teleport's coming in from G2. They're not willing to give this one without a fight. Rekkles caught out. Jankos and Perkz will take him down, and now Caps slices and dices up Broxah. Broxah no flash. Hylissang will escape to the top side, but Caps will fall. Hylissang uses the blast cone to get back towards the mid lane. Meanwhile, in the top lane, you can see Wunder and Bwipo are trading. It looks like Bwipo will survive for the moment, but Wunder has his ultimate if Bwipo stays underneath that tower.
Oh, hold on, Caps. Maybe caught here. Here's Hilly behind him.
Caps the level down. Nemesis looking to steal away that ult. Hylissang coming into the taunt, but Caps slices and dices and tries to get back onto Hylissang. Teleport coming in here as we see G2 looking for a bit more of the fight. Bwipo kills Wunder underneath the tower. And there is action all over the map.
First things first, I want to give credit to Bwipo right there. He really bet and just dared Wunder to look for the dive there, constantly positioning himself between the tower to make the stun easy to land. And as I talk about a dive, here's G2.
Jankos tanks it up with the undertow. The damage coming out from Rekkles. Rekkles gets that. It's an awful dive from G2. And Rekkles happily accepts the kill. The hook doesn't even connect. And Rekkles gets on the board.
Now this is what we wanted from a game 5 between Fnatic and G2. G2 start off by dominating, but Fnatic answer back. They're punishing these mistakes that we're seeing from G2. Wunder overextends underneath the tower. Bwipo gets a kill. They tried to 2-man dive Rekkles, and he picks up 1 for himself. The gold's still in favor of G2, but Fnatic answering back.
Okay, we're gonna get another replay of what happened in the top lane. Now this is multiple attempts. The thing is Bwipo puts himself in this corner, and he's just looking at Wunder. He's like, I dare you. And he puts himself in the corner for that reason. Makes it so easy to hit that. Wunder falls for the bait, and then Bwipo picks up the kill.
So now the problem for G2 is the wave is not underneath the tower, so they can't go underneath altogether, which means Jankos basically just dies to the tower while Rekkles secures some last hits. Definitely some peak League of Legends right now.
I mean, the reality is that G2 are feeling themselves, but they do need to respect Fnatic.
Oh, they
Fnatic
do.
are not just going to fall over in game 5.
7 minutes in, 8 kills on the board, 1,000 gold lead for G2. Let's have a look at some of these CS numbers. You can see a 20 farm lead for Wunder in the top lane. He's about 300 gold ahead. Meanwhile, Caps 600 gold ahead in mid. Those 2 kills he picked up really helping him try and force Nemesis down.
You can continue going up towards the top side. You can actually see Broxah ahead in terms of the gold up against Jankos. And again, we want to remind people that for Fnatic, it's all about mitigating and surviving the early game. Expectations are that G2 would just have an advantage within the first 15 minutes of the game. They have multiple winning matchups. They have lots of lanes set up for Jankos to gank. It is very difficult for Fnatic to actually find advantages in this situation. they can still look for plays themselves, as we see Broxah look for a gank bar.
Yeah, Hylissang went in with a Hex Splash, put the Spirit's Refuge down. He didn't take too much damage there. Didn't really get anything out of G2, but you accept that sort of trade. The hook not going to connect, and Rekkles will try and just freeze this wave underneath his tower.
For me, that one's a bit of a head scratcher. Yeah, Hilly does connect with the engagement, but you know, he's very lucky that Mikyx didn't hit the death sentence. I think that could have spelled the end for Hilly. I think he acted a little bit too soon before Broxah was actually in position to follow up on that CC.
We can see now that Fnatic actually kind of holding on to the pressure that G2 is trying to implement. We really want to reinforce that Fnatic's whole win condition is to get Rekkles into a position where he can carry and that they can look for team fights, utilizing the on engage, the versatility of Sylas in team fights. And now we actually see Bwipo roaming down. No ulti available.
For the damage, Cap stunned up, and here comes Wunder from the side, but Cap's locked up as well. Nemesis trying to do what he can in this fight. Cap splashes away, and now Wunder is not in the best of shapes as Broxah comes in from the side. Wunder uses the perfect execution to get away, but Nemesis chases him down. Nemesis is on the board. Cap slicing and dicing forward. Nemesis will flash away. Jankos popped the Ragnarok there as well, but they will not find a connection.
And once again, Fnatic is punishing G2. This is what they keep needing to do in the early game, and they are stepping up. They're not allowing G2 to roll over them, and this is extremely important if they want to stand a chance of coming out ahead in this final game.
But it also feels like G2 are trying really hard to brute force a lot of these plays, and they're not having the proper setup when they do it.
It does feel like that in that mid lane play, they just went for a 2 versus 2. They think that because Ornn is there without his ultimate, that they can come out victorious, but then Broxah joins the fight. It turns into a 2 versus 3. Caps is forced to flash out early because Nemesis steals away the Akali ult, and now that execution damage is available. So Fnatic demonstrating that they can go toe-to-toe. They're closing the gold gap ever so rapidly, and we haven't really seen much of a gank from Jankos over the last few minutes. On this Olaf, he needs to keep up the pressure. They need to keep up the dives, and if G2 keep throwing away these kills, then Fnatic will come into the mid game a lot more comfortable than they initially were.
Yeah, Jankos hanging around to protect his overextended bot lane right there. Unfortunately, it's only a Cloud Drake. If it was something more valuable like a Mount or Infernal, I'll hold it. Hilly.
Like going in, Mikyx going to use the play back. The Unleashed Power to Hylissang gets him so low. He dodges away from the Dark Spear, but you cannot dodge the death sentence. And that is another kill to G2. Meanwhile, in the top lane, Wunder is trading with Bwipo. Rekkles caught out, pops the Feather Storm, but Jankos is here, and he will smite Rekkles where he stands. In the top lane, Bwipo and Broxah took down Wunder in a 2v1.
And round 2, the dive eventually works for G2 on the bot side of map that time around. Back to the Dragon. I may have to hold it though because we're still fighting. Here comes Hilly, round 2, 1v2 Caps.
Dominus stolen away as the Stand United comes in. Caps trying to win the 1v2, but there's not really much you can do. Another shutdown comes out for Fnatic. There's 1,000 gold between these two teams, but the action is unrelenting.
Blood continues to be shed as Fnatic find 2 kills to answer the G2's 2 of their own. G2 will pick up some plates, but Nemesis may be able to do the same as he's pushing in mid. They're going to disengage, they're going to look to reset for now, but as we jump into the replay, we see Wunder sitting in the top, continuing to trade against Bwipo. He's very far up in the lane, even knowing that Jankos is bot. The ping comes out from Fnatic. They know that the jungler is bot side and Wunder is overextended, so they can afford to make this play. No flash available on Wunder, no ultimate available. They find themselves a kill.
Fnatic do lose 2 in the bottom lane in the trade, but they are keeping toe-to-toe with G2. They expect to be behind at the end of the early game. G2 have an early mid comp. Fnatic looking more for the later portions of the matchup, and if they can stay within touching distance, they could be incredibly strong.
But look at Perkz right now, 3-0-2 on the Syndra. He's level 8, and levels and items mean so much for Syndra, especially in an early game when she can have kill pressure and kill threat on anyone. And Perkz has that. He is very strong right now.
Oh, Perkz doesn't quite connect there from Mikyx. Hylissang dodging away, the scatters a weak will hit. Mikyx's gonna pop the Hex Flash. We can see if Perkz or Mikyx, Hylissang popped the Hex Flash. You can see if Perkz or Mikyx overextended, but in the bottom lane at the moment, it seems like all's fair in love awards. Broxah and Nemesis looking to come down. Jankos is waiting down the corner near the Krugs. You can see Nemesis fighting as well. Bwipo has the teleport. Caps going in as Broxah and Nemesis force him away for the moment, but Hylissang so low. Teleport coming in here from Fnatic. It's going to be Bwipo joining the fight. You can see Rekkles trying to do what he can. Bwipo comes in and Mikyx so low, but the counter downforce coming in here from G2. And now Fnatic are collapsing in the fight. Bwipo caught out 3 kills to G2, and Fnatic can do nothing about it.
Fnatic falter in the early skirmish. They do get an answer back onto Mikyx,
but it is only table scraps as G2 walk away with 3 kills. The defining factor in that fight was that Jankos was there first, but Broxah's not done.
Broxah looking for the kill here, doesn't have the ultimate, but Rekkles is on his way as well. Wunder coming in from the side, still has the flash and the stun, will connect onto Broxah. Wunder takes the kill. The dragon goes down to kill G2 as well, and maybe they'll look for the dive here. Rekkles needs to back away. He will escape to live another day.
I think they push their luck right now. They know that they're sitting on a lot of gold. They just pick up the Drake, so they need to make their reset and again, get even stronger than before. Taking a look at the replay, you can look at multiple people and kind of the outplays that they make. I do like that when the teleport comes in, that Perkz is able to hit the really important double stun.
For me, what's so important is the fact that on the minimap, you can see the Renekton keeps 2 people busy while Jankos is able to come bot. That immediately generates a numbers advantage, so it becomes 2 versus 4. Rekkles can't offer anything in this exchange. They don't have the people to fight back, and with G2 having 5 members, they collapse, they find 3 kills.
And now the question becomes, how much is too much? Mikyx dies at the end, but if Fnatic are 2,000 gold behind at the 20-minute mark, is it too much? If they're 3,000, how far ahead can Fnatic allow G2 to get before the game is out of their reach?
I think it's also really important where the gold is placed on G2. And again, the fact that it's in the Syndra and the Olaf's hands, we talked about how important it is for Olaf. He needs to get ahead early, so he has play patterns in the late game. And champions like Syndra really only work when they're able to 100-0 you, but meanwhile top.
Bwipo praying to the Forge God, but there is no one listening. Caps goes 3-1.
So notice that Bwipo has itemized fully towards magic resistance. He, against Wunder, was actually surviving well. But now they swap the lane. They send Caps top, and against a Renekton and you have no armor, it is very easy for this duo to run you down. Bwipo loses his life as G2 tried to siege onto mid. Fnatic forced on the defense.
And Fnatic are in a really tricky position right now. Is like you were talking about G2's composition, you expect them to be strong at this point in the game. Not this strong because kills have gone their way, so that's something Fnatic have to compensate for, but they're not playing weak side well. It's the fact that Bwipo shouldn't have been in that position. You should have known that G2 were rotating towards the top side to play around Herald with no dragon up and available. So they need to respect these macro rotations coming in a lot sooner.
Throughout this series, we've seen 1 or 2 players from G2 step up in every single game. Here, it feels like it's all 5. Everyone firing on all cylinders, and what a game to do it in. Perkz 4-0-5, chasing a record 6th title. If he wins, he is the only player to have ever done that in EU history.
I do want to mention that Fnatic are grouping up, they're looking for the flank.
Perkz gets onto the lantern! It was so close.
And Fnatic are looking for that fight because, as Betty has pointed out, they're in an issue with their side lanes.
Hylissang hooked up. Perkz does have the unleashed power, won't pop it yet as Hylissang walks wounded away, dodges across the wall. Now Rekkles not in the best of shapes as Perkz continues to push forward.
That's a lot of damage.
That's a lot of damage, and Jankos is unrelenting. He's on a rampage, and G2 are not stopping this game.
Jankos shuts down the carry for Fnatic, and G2 now look to group up in the mid lane. They have the Rift held. They're trying to snowball this game with the lead that they have, and they need to. They do not want to give Fnatic a second to breathe, and every time Fnatic tries something, G2 is shutting them down.
And the dive potential with this type of G2 composition, if Syndra ever catches someone out because of how far ahead she is, that can be disaster for Fnatic, especially behind a Herald. So they give the respect, they back away, and bleed 2 towers in the mid lane.
Notice how Perkz is sitting at 4-0-6, been involved in 10 of the 13 kills that G2 has found. And it feels like that even though he has become one of the best AD carries in Europe, he is still a mid laner at heart. This is what they needed to take down SKT. This is what they've needed to potentially take down Fnatic in the final game of this best of 5.
Because it feels like the theme of G2 is not just beating you at your own game, but changing the game completely. And that's really what Perkz is doing by bringing the Syndra down here. Kind of back to the bigger point of how do Fnatic play themselves out of this hole, the lane assignments. Ornn has to be very careful where he's matching up because he does have that overabundance of the MR, which means anytime he's facing down Caps, it's a bad time. So Bwipo's looking to push out waves and then find these windows where he can cut back towards his team and start to use that team fight utility. But when they don't find it, you see exactly what happens. G2 just hit them harder with the gold lead at this point.
The thing for Fnatic is they're getting towards the point where Bwipo is, starting to upgrade items. They're getting towards 1.5, 2 items on some of their key carries. Rekkles needs to get that rapid fire cannon before they can really have an impact in fights. But G2 are just so much further ahead. You've got 2 items already complete on Perkz. Rekkles is going to have to pop the Featherstorm to dodge away from that. But then how do you get away from the perfect execution? How do you get away from Caps? How do you get away from G2 when they are unrelenting?
Well, they don't need to for now because the Dragons are on Fnatic's side. It's double Cloud Spawn and Baron's not going to be up for another minute and a half. Right now, all Fnatic needs to do is put down defensive vision, clear out their jungle, and find safe farm waves.
And you can see it in the top side of the minimap. Look at all these wards that they have littered in their half of the jungle. They want to remain that pathway to allow them to challenge the Baron, given that it's spawning in about a minute's time. I promise you that G2 is going to be looking to force this objective because, again, they want to snowball. They don't want to drag the game out too long because Fnatic, if they get to that late game stage, their ability to force team fights is very strong. And it's an avenue with which they can come back into the game.
And right now, G2 grouping up towards this bottom lane, looking for their 5th tower of the game. Fnatic yet to get a single one. Wunder hits the shuriken, the knockback is going to land as well, but the wave is cleared pretty quickly here. And now Fnatic once again trying to defend. G2 back away. They realize they do not want to force this too hard. All it would take is one misstep and Fnatic would pounce.
And it's also the fact that they didn't have Caps with them. He was walking up. He does have access to the TP. And they knew that Bwipo was clearing up the wave, but also has his TP. So G2 not testing their luck and trying to put themselves in a disadvantageous fight. Because like Varius is saying, even though Fnatic are behind, their ability to 5v5 is still relatively strong if everything lines up for them.
Caps now hunting down Bwipo. Oh, he's in the shot. He's now found the crocodile.
Really doesn't have that much armor. Caps takes a lot of damage though. The teleport coming out as Hylissang uses the stand united. Now Mikyx looks for the hook, doesn't quite connect. It's a minion. Caps going back in. Counter TP coming out. And now the fight's going to erupt on the top lane because the teleport is behind G2. It's Wunder. He's going in, but look at the damage coming out from Nemesis. The lantern comes out. The death sentence is quite hitting Rekkles is finally joining the fight. G2 pushing forward in the top lane, but Fnatic are fighting back. Bwipo jumping in. Hylissang there as well. Look at the damage. It's Fnatic. They find the fight. G2 overstep and Fnatic strike.
And this is the team fighting that G2 had to be careful of. The stars align, Fnatic find the 5v5, and Nemesis and Rekkles come up clutch. The Baron is now alive. Fnatic can look to take this one away from G2.
A series of moments, a single team fight in front of the Baron. G2 are doing everything they can.
Broxah's almost dead. Caps and Mikyx trying to do it. Hylissang on the front line. Broxah flashes away, and maybe that means they can't quite do the Baron yet. Nemesis Wunder's on his way up. Hylissang misses the taunt. Caps is on the backside of this. He doesn't have the ult, but here comes Wunder. The Baron is too much for Fnatic right now. They cannot do it. Mikyx lands the hook. It's only onto Hylissang. Wunder coming in with a Hextech gunblade. Caps fighting off towards the top side. He takes down Nemesis. And now Broxah's not in the best of shape. Wunder jumping onto the back line. Another hook hits. And G2 somehow in a 3v5 take down 3. And Fnatic are going to limp away. Rekkles and Bwipo dismayed. Devastated as G2 now turn towards the Baron.
How do they keep getting away with this? G2 pull a magnet or a rabbit out of a hat right now. They are now on the Baron, and it is Bwipo and Rekkles left to defend.
Bwipo is the last stand. His ultimate is coming up, and Rekkles is behind him. Rekkles choosing to go back to mid lane. Will Bwipo even attempt the steal?
You've got to go for it. You've got to go for it right here. Here comes the Call of Forge God. But there's 2,000 HP left on the Baron. G2 waited out, and G2 secure it. 22 minutes in. They are 8,000 gold ahead, and they are knocking on the door of the title.
So we can see Fnatic found themselves the perfect team fight, but Mikyx and Caps hold the line. Broxah makes a huge mistake by face-checking the brush, and he gets chunked out. Without him threatening the Baron, Fnatic realize they've got to disengage. They've got to turn and fight. They've got to kill these members, but there's a split second of indecision. Nemesis goes on to Caps, thinking he can get this 1v1. Caps has the ultimate available. He's waiting for cooldowns. He shuts down Nemesis, and that's when the carnage begins for G2. He then walks into the face of Broxah. He takes him out, while the 3 members of G2 on the other side are securing kills onto the other members of Fnatic. Fnatic collapse in what could have been the game-changing fight.
And you may not like it, but it's G2's ability to force these split-second decisions. It's not that macro genius that you're used to seeing from the LCK, but it is an LEC and G2 special because they will consistently make the better choice in those tiny moments. That's where they push Fnatic. That was the difference there.
Fnatic pen back into their base. Final out of... The bottom tier 2 falls, mid has fallen as well, top still remains, but inhibitor towers have to be the target here for G2. 2 minutes left on the Baron buff. Let's have a look at how strong G2 are. Spear of Sojourn, Black Cleaver complete on Caps, Ludens, Banshees on Perkz, alongside a blasting wand, and now the fight starts in the top lane as Caps tries to slice and dice away, but Fnatic are looking for their fallen teammate. Caps falls to dominance, but he will fall. G2 pushing in the bottom wave though, and that will be the deciding moment as Fnatic have to try and get back and defend. The Baron buff minions are doing quite a lot of work. Nemesis clears it out. He manages to keep that inhibitor tower alive.
Good defense coming out from Fnatic. They recognize a small window where G2 weren't quite at the towers yet to then attack Caps. They find that kill where he has no flash available to him, and they're able to hold the line. For now, G2 do not break into the base of Fnatic, and they can buy more time to come back into the game.
Call of the Forge God goes a little bit wide though as Perkz takes the Lantern to safety, but you can see the initial cast pops the Banshees. That could be incredibly impactful as this game progresses. Dragon goes down, it's only another cloud. It means Jankos will be able to run quicker at boats, but probably not going to be the deciding factor in this game.
But you can see the wave being set up, the on-the-way pings for the top lane. The TP is coming in for Caps here, as they're now going to force this wave into the top side.
4 members, still a minute left on the Baron. They should be able to secure this objective as Wunder pushes in the mid lane. Sylas has to base, which means that for now it is a 4 versus 4 stun lands.
Key thing is that Nemesis doesn't have TP. He have to walk to this fight.
He's going to mid lane though as Wunder is pushing that in. Bwipo chunked out just a little bit. G2 unable to take the tower as of yet. Hylissang stepping forward. G2 realized that Fnatic had gone towards mid, so they reset. They go back towards top, and this should be the tower going down. Now Bwipo, his ultimate not available as the tower goes below half HP. G2 still pushing in. They've got a cannon wave here. Mikyx looking for the hook, can't quite land it onto Hylissang, and G2 are still able to defend. Fnatic is still able to defend. G2 chipping away. In the end, Fnatic say, okay, we'll give up the tower, but we haven't lost too much from this Baron.
Yeah, Fnatic are actually just trying to slow down the game, maybe catch out Wunder here.
Wunder still has flash. He will be able to escape in the Twilight Shroud.
Because the recognition is that Fnatic want to absorb as much of the Baron as possible. If they pick the wrong fight and they die, the game is over there. The series is over and they take second seed.
Here they go.
Now they fancy it.
They're picking their fight. They're looking for their moment, but Perkz once again gets onto the Lantern. Mikyx has been in the right place at the right time so often this series.
Fnatic playing extremely well considering the deficit that they're continuing the chase.
Oh, it's an incredible battle, but the Lantern again! Once again, Mikyx saves Perkz' life.
And this pick is coming up so clutch for Mikyx. Where he fell down in the previous series, he is standing very tall in this Game 5 right now. Clutch lanterns every single time.
I love the fact that Fnatic are able to hold the line against a constantly aggressive G2. Fnatic constantly looking for windows to try and get back into the game, and this was one of them in the top lane. That barrel should have resulted in a kill if it would for this Thresh pick being in the right place, right time, taking his carry to safety. G2 walk away with their lives.
But now, what did they set up for the map right now? You have Infernal spawning in 2040. The Baron probably the next big objective in 130. So it's about the priority of the mid lane, setting up the picks. You have so much pick potential with this amount of CC, Death Sentence, as well as Scatter the Weak. I expect G2 to start moving in, denying vision, and hunting for Fnatic.
But look at this. Rekkles already has his upgraded Infinity Edge, the Molten Edge on him. Abyssal Mask as well on Bwipo as the fight begins once again. It was Hylissang who was hooked. Ragnarok was popped by Jankos. The hook misses onto Nemesis, and Fnatic 5 members strong defending this mid lane.
Here comes the engage once again from Bwipo.
Call of the Forge God onto the Lantern.
They got him!
With the flash double taunt. They've got him! Fnatic strike. They find 2, and now G2 in a 3v5. They've done this once already this game. They're looking for the fight. Hylissang coming in from the side, doesn't land the taunt. The rest of Fnatic not quite here with the team, and G2 will retreat. They'll back away towards the bottom lane.
Fantastic fight once again from Fnatic. They finally find the play that helps them crack G2 open. They now have push in mid. The Baron spawns in 27 seconds.
And they've been able to stall out this game long enough. We talked about the items. You look across Fnatic, they have all of the items that they need. They're feeling much more confident. They know that when these windows present themselves, that they can punish G2 being too far forward, that they're going to immediately pull the trigger. This game will come down to execution entirely. Who gets the first punch? Who finds the right target?
The fight from Fnatic was great. They found the picks that they wanted, but they didn't get a huge amount from it. The Baron, not yet spawned, has just come up, but now Perkz and Mikyx are left alive. G2 backed away. You didn't see them lose any more players after the initial engage. So now, actually, G2 still have that river control. They still have this control ward in the pit, and Fnatic need a couple more of those. They're 7,000 gold behind. Yes, they're scaling, but all it takes is one fight, one catch from Jankos, one catch from Mikyx to turn this game in G2's favor.
I mean, I frankly think the same thing can be said for both sides. This is a single team fight, a single mistake that will blow everything open.
Bwipo fighting against Wunder here. Nemesis coming in from the side as well. The call of the Portugal comes out. Doesn't connect. Wunder able to dodge away with perfect execution. The rest of G2 are up towards the top side of the map.
That's actually massive. Using that ultimate right before the Infernal spawns. Finally, a decent Drake is going to be on the board in 30 seconds, and we're also playing for the Baron.
Ragnarok in there by Jankos, trying to force Broxah away. Perkz coming in from the side as well, and look at the damage from the Syndra with the Void Star shredding through Broxah's health bar. And now Fnatic need to defend this top lane. Protobout used by Nemesis to push it back. Perkz gets another Lantern. And he will escape in that top side of the map.
What this series of plays has done is it has allowed G2 to gain control over the top side of the jungle. This is going to make it a lot harder for Fnatic to be able to contest the Baron along with this Infernal Drake. So even though Fnatic have been finding these successful fights, G2 still maintains strong control over the whole map.
With those spider senses were tingling as he finds Jankos in the pit by himself. The Stand United coming out. There's no fight on the top side. It's only having in the goal. And Bwipo steals away the Infernal Dragon. Next up, we'll see if Jankos falls as he gets out of the GA. You can see the fight continuing as Jankos flashes away. Now Bwipo going in, the teleport coming out as well, and Hylissang dodges across the wall. TP in by Fnatic, who wonders already on the killing spree. Bwipo takes down Jankos, and look at that, Nemesis is falling at the start of the fight. It's all on Rekkles. He's the only damage source left for Fnatic. The G2 stun him up. They lock him down. He goes into the Featherstalk. Bwipo trying to do what he can on the front line of this, but he will fall as well. 3 for 1 in favor of G2.
And they don't have Jankos, so it might not mean the turn towards the Baron, especially with Broxah there, but they do have a massive numbers advantage. G2 marching down mid.
Fnatic picked the wrong fight. They spend too much time trying to kill Jankos, allowing G2 to get this collapse, which means that the engage from Bwipo wasn't there. Nemesis TP'd into an unfavorable fight, and all G2 are going to do is break into the base and secure their first inhibitor of the game.
They're going to devastate the base of Fnatic here. They'll take one inhib in mid, they'll take the inhib tower in the top and the bottom lane as well. Fnatic respawning, but the defense just got that much harder.
Yeah, and now the Baron setup gets that much easier for G2. You now have the super minions in the mid wave to work around, again, all of that pick potential. As we take another look at this one, it almost looks like disaster to start off for G2. The fact that Haley comes in with Bwipo, that they're able to force the GA off of Jankos, but he stalls out long enough, and G2 get there in time.
And again, look at the setup on the map. You don't have time for the TP. He's just going to come for the top lane farm.
I respect it, observers. I respect it. They were scared.
What was important to note there was how much quicker G2 could collapse on the fight. By the time Rekkles joined, the damage had already been done. Thank you, observers, for bringing us back into this one. So we see the initial play. The Infernal goes over in favor of Fnatic. They stick around to try and get this kill. Then the collapse comes out from the rest of the G2 members. And you can see how this is actually a 3 versus 5 or a 2 versus 5 as Nemesis teleports into the face of 4 members of G2. Rekkles and Broxah cannot do anything. And this is not the kind of fight that they want to be going for.
Not a great fight from Fnatic as G2 once again come out on top, but what a difference this game is from Game 5 of last week. A 19-minute win for G2 here. Fnatic continue to fight, continue to challenge G2 at every opportunity.
Let's quickly look at the minimap. You can see bot lane in pushing in favor of the side of G2.
Wait, the
hook does land.
Hook lands onto Hylissang. Call of the Portugal comes out. They're looking for Perkz to catch him out. Hylissang has the flash, has the taunt, but another great hook from Mikyx will stop him in his tracks.
But now the ulti is gone from Bwipo. One of the primary engage tools for Fnatic is unavailable, and G2 are slowly chipping away at Fnatic. They still have plenty of health, but G2 have control over the map.
Yeah, they've got the map control in the bot, and now marching up into the mid lane. Fnatic are forced off without Call of the Forge Guard. They can't approach this.
Fnatic needs to get back and defend because now their second inhibitor is the target of G2's gaze. Perkz going forward, Nemesis tries to get onto him, but he's dead! The unleashed power! The force of Perkz straight onto the face of Nemesis, and now G2 with 2 inhibitors taken are gonna back away. They accept the kill, they'll take the inhib, and they'll look straight towards the Baron.
But that showcases exactly G2's mentality about this game. They play this one very close to the chest. They take the single kill, they ping the Baron, they do not overforce this time around. This is Game 5 with everything on the line. They fall back to Baron.
All the pressure now falls onto Broxah. Does he even look to risk a steal? Perkz is hanging outside the pit. He's performing zone
control. Fnatic will not take the gamble. This will be Baron for G2 Esports.
33 minutes, 33 kills, a 9,000 gold lead for G2 in Game 5 of the LEC Finals here in Athens. Fnatic have fought every step of the way, but G2 continue to push them back.
And at this point in the game, from G2's perspective, you just get your mid lane pushing, you wait for your super creeps in both mid and bot to do the work for you, and then you can 5-man stack in that top lane wave.
And we'll see if Fnatic can find another moment of just another miraculous moment.
Let's just take a moment to appreciate this Game 5. We saw the two distinct styles of G2 and Fnatic. G2, the early game powerhouse, they came in with their unique picks, their unique strengths. Fnatic went back to what they were so famous for in 2018, their team fighting. And while they fell behind in the early game, they found so many successful fights. They look for another one, the engage falls short. They're now, once again, on the back foot as G2 look to engage, look to end the final, look to crown themselves as the Summer Split champion.
And again, Bwipo uses the ultimate. There's no follow-up. It's a huge cooldown missing. G2 are waiting for their moment. It is one last push.
Nemesis chunked out by Wunder down towards the bottom side of the fight, but G2 just care about this inhibitor tower. Wunder pushing in the wave, the super minions on their way. You can see the stun lands on Hylissang, the unleashed power from Perkz, but Broxah goes in. Perkz goes golden, right at the right moment, and Akali is jumping from the backline. Nemesis is down, it's all on Rekkles. The G2 have found the fight, they found the kills, they have found their moment. Fnatic are unable to defend, and G2 with 5 players are gonna look to close out this game.
Here comes the teleports.
Yeah, Caps is looking to base. The TP is coming in. They're looking to take everything away from the base of Fnatic. They still have the Baron buff. Fnatic did what they could to hold the line, but this is going to be it.
Wunder stunned up, but he is able to survive, and now the Nexus Tower is the target for G2. Fnatic needs something miraculous. They need something from the Forge God himself, but they cannot find it. G2 are pushing in. G2 are taking the Nexus Towers. Rekkles gets the stand united. Jankos almost forward, but he's going to go into the GA, and now Kaos is focusing the Nexus down towards the bottom side. Hylissang trying to fight as much as he can, but the Nexus is the target, and G2, they take it. They prove with the whole world watching, they are the best team in the world, and G2 are your champions.
We lost that game, we lost that game. Oh, it's like a great song.
It was all in the Rekkles basket. You saw that Fnatic composition, and then by changing the game, by breaking the meta, he is now the most decorated European player of all time. Your villain becomes your champion. He brought you MSI. He now looks to bring you Worlds as the #1 seed.
And you can see the heartbreak on Rekkles' face. Once again, he was one game away from taking down G2. One game away from becoming LEC champion once again. But in the final game, Fnatic could not pull through. They could not manage it. They fought damn hard. They made G2 work for it. Those team fights were spectacular. And they did what they could to hold the line, but it was not enough. G2 claimed the title of Summer Split champion.
But if you're a European fan, you feel damn good about this best of 5. Like you said, Fnatic gave it their all. They pushed G2 to their limits, and that's now twice that on the brink of Game 5, G2 showed that they will bend, but they will not break.
And you can see how much it means to Broxah, to all of Fnatic. They fought their hardest, the hardest we've probably seen a final in a good 4 years. But G2 once again show us why they are Split champions, why they are MSI champions, why they are Summer champions, and why they are striding along the golden road on their way to the World Finals.
G2 soaking it in. I feel like that's one of the most excited G2 players I've ever seen them. They knew how hard they were pushed. They knew how difficult this final was to earn. And they really did earn it. The smiles on their face, the relief as well. It was an incredibly hard-fought best of 5. It could have gone either way. And at the end of it, G2 Esports, they come out on top.
Take a bow, guys!
Take a bow. The best team we have ever seen in Europe. Undoubtedly, without question. They continue to dominate.
Shout out, of course, to all of the staff behind G2, not just your 5 superstars on the Rift. Promise Q, Grabs, Duffman.
And what a finals it was. That one will live long in the memory. Both of G2 and Fnatic and all of the fans here in Athens and all of the fans watching at home.
There's no way to sugarcoat it. Tonight, tomorrow will suck for Fnatic, but they should hold their heads high after that final performance.
G2 now make their way towards the trophy. You can see the elation on their faces, the excitement of securing first seed at Worlds and the Summer Split Champs.
Are we going up? We're going up.
It looks like a sigh of relief on Caps. Joy on the side of G2. Perkz now the most decorated European player. You said it, Frost. What a history this man has had for being the villain of Europe. The guy that let Europe down at MSI. The guy that was overconfident. He told everyone he was the best. Yet when it came to international performances, he could not prove it. But year after year, he got better and better. And at the beginning of this year, he made the ultimate choice to give away his position, the mid lane that he made a name for himself on, to someone else because he thought that it could elevate him even further. And by making that decision, it brings him now to the most titled player in LEC history and the first seed heading into a world championship where G2 looked down strong.
And as they make their way up to the trophy for the 6th time in their history, what a story it's been for them. Failing even to make it into the EU LCS, they lost in Challenger when they started off. Since then, 4 titles in a row, a year of drought as Fnatic won everything in 2018. And now, dominance in Europe once again.
Before we go to the lift, the Golden Road is still alive. They won Spring, they won MSI, they have now conquered Summer. It is a single trophy lift now of the Summoners Cup.
Athens, Europe, I present to you your champions, G2 Esports.
G2 Esports continuing to enjoy the moment. Each player having their moment of glory as Mikyx raises the trophy.
And it really has to be that way, because the fact of the matter is, the excellence and the level that G2 have set, it's individual playmakers. It's this guy right here showing up in Game 4 and Game 5.
Every single one standing up there right now made a name for himself, not only in Europe but throughout the world with this series. Jankos being the consistent threat, Wunder with his carries, Caps being claps, Perkz on the Syndra, Mikyx on everything. Everyone stepped up, and Grabs and Duffman, the men behind the team. I don't think we can ever overstate just how good G2 Esports are.
But again, it's important to recognize that they were pushed. They were exposed in many ways. There are still things for G2 to grow and develop on. You can see that there are weaknesses that can be taken advantage of, but that shouldn't take away from the fact that they are incredibly strong. And of course, how could you not lift the trophy without the greatest sub of all time, Promiscu?
That is MSI champion, Promiscu to you.
Two-time European champion Promiscu as well.
In all reality, again, huge shout out to everyone behind the scenes at G2. I know people get tired of hearing about it, but there is something supernatural and something very special about this level of performance from one squad.
And coming into Worlds, you can only think and hope and wonder just how good are we? Fnatic pushed G2, G2 MSI champions. Are we looking at a world title for Europe? Are we looking at a world title for G2 or for Fnatic? You can see how much losing out on the European title mattered to Fnatic. Of course it does.
They were one game away again. They were so close. They played so well today as well. Fnatic, like, us as the viewers get to sit there and be excited about our representatives going to the World Championship, but Fnatic this will hurt them forever. One different decision, one different champion pick, one different play, whatever it is, whatever they decide is what costs them the series will haunt them for a very long time. And while it may drive them towards trying to become better and improve and grow, I can only imagine that disappointment will live with them for a very long time.
And I mean, that's where G2 thrive. We talked about it during the cast. They force you to make these reactions. They force errors, and they themselves make the more consistent, better decision in these tiny moments. And that's what allows them to stand in this spotlight as frequently as they are.
I do believe we have Perkz getting over to Law right now and have an interview with him. The player that has stood with G2 through thick and thin, who's been there from pretty much the very start. As you said, Vedius has changed his role to accommodate what the team needed. Just the story behind G2 is awesome to say the least.
I mean, like, it led up to one of the greatest, if not the greatest European final we've ever had. 5 games once again. Fnatic versus Origin was the last 5-game final that we had. It's either been domination from G2 or domination from Fnatic. One team has always stood above the rest, but this was the first final in a long time where both teams felt evenly matched. It was blow for blow. It was who could show up in each individual game, which player was going to make that outplay that determined everything. And today, G2 became champions.
Well, that's enough from us for now. We're going to hear from Caps, who's standing by with Law.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Caps, for joining me. Guys, a round of applause once again for Caps. You had the best year. You came in strong in spring. You made the strongest statement at MSI, winning for Europe. Came back even stronger in summer, and now you're gonna go to World Championship as first seed of Europe. What does it mean to you?
It means so much, honestly. I think we had a really good early spring, but going to summer we were also very confident. But then getting challenged by Fnatic like this in both last week and this week it's crazy. I'm really glad we managed to get like the upper hand in the last couple of games.
I mean, playing versus Fnatic for you must be even strange because you were with the team last year. So how was it winning against them twice, especially in the finals today?
So I think last week was fine, and the same thing was the other times because it didn't feel like it like mattered the same extent as today. And I think today was really emotional for me. I think game 4, when we started winning the game, I kind of started tearing up a bit, and I started like having tears in my eyes because I'm playing against Fnatic, and these are the players that I've worked with. These are the players that I'm friends with, and to actually come in a series like this and challenge, like be the best of Europe, is really crazy.
Wow. They really pushed you to your limits here, taking you guys to 5 games. I want to know what goes through your head as you're coming on stage for Game 5, knowing that this is the last time. There's no more mistakes allowed.
So I think game 5, I don't even know what we thought, honestly. I think we just went on stage, we wanted to execute our comp, and we went to like shake it up a bit. And I think just just trying to get the victory home against Fnatic especially was really important for me. So we just wanted to do our best, and that's why we showed off a bunch of stuff that we maybe didn't even want to show, ideally in Europe. But Fnatic forced our hand, and we ended up getting the upper hand.
All eyes on the world now, I guess.
Yeah, I'm really excited, honestly. I think both Fnatic and us are looking really, really strong. And I think this is the Worlds where Europe takes the top. I like to think that this was just like the 4 match. Like this was like not the real match. The real match is coming in Paris. So I want to see Fnatic there, and I hope we can take them down there as well.
You guys sent a message to the world today. You said that Europe is ready and Europe is coming strong. This is our time. And I remember Faker during the LCK Finals saying that he wanted to take revenge on you guys in Europe especially. So do you have anything special to say to Faker right now?
So I faced Faker once before, and you know how they say like 3rd time's the charm? So maybe Faker will win the 3rd time we match up, but this Worlds is mine.
I'm going to send it back to the casters very shortly, but I want to ask, everybody believes in Europe this year. This is supposed to be our year. Can you tell the fans why we should trust you and why you will bring the title home this year?
I think for a lot of years we were not like that strong. We were getting beaten by the Eastern teams. But coming in the last couple of years, we've been getting stronger and stronger. And I think especially with like the rivalry between Fnatic and G2, we've pushed Europe to new heights. And I think this Worlds, we're going to show up and we're going to prove why we are EU.
One more time for Caps and G2 Esports, guys, please. Caps, thank you so much. Congrats again on winning Summer Split. Now back to you, casters.
Thank you very much, Law. Incredible words there from Caps. We are EU, as he says. But as we close out our weekend in Athens, we're going to check out the best moments from the Rift in our Alienware Big Plays. Now, first up, Hylissang pulled out his feared Pyke yesterday as the Pirates sent Schalke into Davy Jones's locker.
I think going for a dive this early on would be quite risky, so for now he's just going to assist. Maybe look for a pick onto Ignar.
Might be a lot risky unless Ignar gets caught out by the hook over the wall, baited and instantly destroyed. They're going to give the kill over to Rekkles, 300 quick gold.
This one, it looks like it's blind. He just guessed it.
And that is a disgusting play from Hylissang.
Can we catch Trash? Look, he's over the side. He's right over.
There's flash?
No. Oh.
Nice one. For me, I used ult, but that's fine.
All of Schalke are now in trouble because the TP is coming in. The Renekton is coming in. Trick desperate to get a kill. But Bwipo moving in. A lot of damage going down. And 2 kills for Fnatic in the play.
He gets him again!
Hylissang is unstoppable in this series, and he will find yet another perfect hook.
Alistair's free kill. Alistair slowly. Come.
4. 3.
2.
Oh my god, they're real. Actually, left.
I got it, don't worry.
I give you. Don't take it.
I took your middle team. Best of me. Yeah, got up.
Good job, guys. Okay, keep the focus up. Let's bring it home.
Yeah, I got to watch that one with Deficio and Yamato backstage. We lost it.
Was absolutely incredible. Now in Game 3, Bwipo surprised G2 with a clever teleport before he unleashed the relentless assault.
But here comes a flank from Fnatic.
Here we go. One fight to define the game, one fight to win it. If you're Fnatic, but Perkz jumps away. Bwipo trying to get in from the backside. Wunder jumping over the back of the Fnatic lines, and Nemesis has a flank position. He's caught over the Glacier Prism with the standing man. He will keep him alive for the moment. He's shut down. Nemesis goes down. Wunder goes into the GA, and the rest of G2 are trying to get them in time, but Wunder's on the wrong side of the wall. In the end, it will be a 1-1 trade. The talk comes out. Rekkles could jump forward. Fnatic are looking for that final kill. They just need one. They just need the resets. Rekkles opening up with the guns, but they can't quite find it.
Fnatic have the health advantage, and remember, Rekkles at this point in the game could just solo the Elder Drake. So G2 have to be so careful. Waves are pushing in the bot side of the map. Caps does have the teleport to join, but look, Rekkles is starting it off.
And look at Hilly, he got in underneath them.
Jankos caught out. The counter-strike comes out, but Jankos wants to stopwatch just for the moment. The taunt comes out onto Mikyx. Jankos is down. The TP coming in from Caps straight into all 4 members of his former team. And Caps cannot survive that. Rekkles gets away on the backline. Caps goes down. It's a double from Will.
Behind them.
I'm
looking on Sergio. I think we should go. We should go.
I'm going. Flash, just stopwatch.
Keep behind us, kill Sergio first.
Kill Sergio one, bro. Kill Sergio one, bro. Don't TP. No flash, no flash, no flash.
I get him.
I ult him.
He pulls it out. I don't. Dragon, I go to Dragon. I can solo.
Yeah, fine. Oh, actually, should we kill it that fast?
Yeah, I got to watch that one on stage with Maddie and Betty, and we lost it.
We did, we definitely lost it. And finally, G2 secured the LEC title after an intense finish. Let's have another look. Chunked out by Wunder down towards the bottom side of the fight, but G2 just care about this inhibitor tower. Wunder pushing in the wave, the super minions on their way. You can see the stun lands on Hylissang, the unleashed power from Perkz, but Broxah goes in. Perkz goes golden right at the right moment, and Perkz is jumping from his backline. Nemesis is down, it's all on Rekkles. The G2 have found the fight, they found the kills, they have found their moment. Now the Nexus tower is the target for G2. Fnatic needs something miraculous, they need something from the Forge God himself, but they cannot find it. G2 are pushing in. G2 are taking the Nexus towers. Rekkles gets the stand united. Jankos almost falls, but he's going to go into the GA. And now Caps is focusing the Nexus down towards the bottom side. Hylissang's trying to find as much as he can, but the Nexus is the target. And G2, they take it. They prove with the whole world watching, they are the best team in the world. And G2 are your champions.
That he's spawning.
Shadow flash.
I can land on you. Alright. Finish up. Nice, guys.
Best final ever. What a great way to end the series. Incredibly intense. Medic's lost his voice, so Medic, toss it.
Okay, yeah, sure. We're done for now. We're going to hand it over to Bwipo, who's standing by with Law for an interview.
More noise for them, please, guys. Come on. Bwipo, thank you for joining me. I know this must be a difficult time for you, but I really hope you realize the signal you sent to every team internationally, because no matter what, you're going to Worlds.
I think we set our foot in the door. I think that everybody over the world will look at this best of 5, and it's a good feeling knowing that we got to show that we can compete with the best, but still, it hurts falling short.
If you had any conclusions to draw from this series, what would it be?
Can you repeat that? Sorry, the crowd is...
If you had any conclusions to draw from this series, what would it be?
The series in general, I think, for me at least, I felt like I could have been a focal point in being a winning factor for my team, but I fell short, ultimately. So I think that it was really difficult for me because I felt like I needed to hold my lane well and make sure that there were no advantages gained there so that the game could be played in a way where my team could rely on me. But I wasn't able to do that. 3 out of 5 games, it was the opposite, and I think that was the biggest takeaway for myself.
I guess you don't have any time to just stay focused on that because you must focus on the regional qualifier that will happen next week. You could grab second seed for Europe here. So what are your expectations coming into regional qualifier?
I hope we're going to see some hungry teams. I think we showed them a good best of 5. I feel like both teams put all their money on the table and tried their hardest to win. So with that in mind, I hope to see that the regional qualifiers will bring some teams that are ready and prepared to contest us in the best of 5.
And ready to fight, hopefully. Now, I told this to Youngbuck earlier, you have no idea the amount of fans who came here today to watch you play. So is there anything you would like to say to them before tossing to PGL?
Just a big thanks for coming. I was very happy with how the crowd cheered for both teams. I think that's a very important thing. Very welcome. I'd like to thank my family and my girlfriend for showing up. I'm really happy that my family could be here. My only regret is not winning for them.
Thank you very much, Bwipo. Good luck for next week, hopefully, and I'll see you soon. Now let's send it over to Shox for post-game lobby. Take it away.
Thank you very much, Laure. Thank you very much. Always lovely to hear from Bwipo and Fnatic. Unfortunately, they didn't make it, but I'm here with the winners in Athens and your LEC Summer Champions, G2 Esports. And I won't keep you guys too long, because I can imagine it's been a long and intense weekend. Jankos, I'll go to you first. An intense series, once again, just like last week. And last week when we chatted, you said that it was a difficult one for you too. How did you live through this series, and was it more difficult than last week?
I think we came more prepared when it comes to the draft, but we still didn't expect few things, and I think that's why we lost those 2 games. Even though Fnatic played better as a team and we played poorly, I also think that could have been fixed. But except for it, I think Fnatic's a great team, and it was a really difficult series.
May I ask you about what we saw on camera and we didn't catch everything up? So there was the win moment, and then you were on the floor?
So I was really happy, right?
Yeah.
And I like jump up and hack Wunder. Like we both hack each other, and I was like screaming really hard. And I blacked out, and then I couldn't like stay standing, and I just like fell down. Yeah, it happened for the first time to me. Yeah.
Oh no! Oh no!
Well, we didn't have to show it, but now that we did,
Alien were a big place.
Yeah, I guess so. So anyway,
that's our MVP.
That's your MVP. Well, do you feel okay? Because blacking out doesn't sound too good.
I feel fine. I just feel like we as a team and like me, I should perform so much better in like game 3, 4, and 5. So I really hope that during Worlds. Thank you guys. I love Athens. Thank you guys.
Yeah, go
I
ahead.
just hope that during Worlds and in the future games I can like kind of show up more like I did in the first and second game, because I felt like I could play so much better in like both 3, 4, 5.
Okay, you're also Kia Player of the Game, so congratulations. You just have all the awards.
Okay, so I guess I didn't play that bad after all.
Or maybe everyone else played worse, who knows?
Maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm grateful for that. Thank you for voting for me. I appreciate it.
No problem. There you go. Congratulations, Jankos. Well, you snagged up all the awards, but I am going to move on to some of your other teammates as well. Mikyx, much like last week, kind of a slow start. Is that fair to say? How did the series go from your perspective, and do you feel like you needed some time to get into the series?
Yeah, I think similar to last week, I was playing pretty bad and died a bit in lane. But then I realized that the secret to success was Thresh. So I just picked Thresh 3 times in a row and we won all the games.
Okay.
So yeah, basically I have 1 trick now. But yeah, it was a bit of a slow start, and well, next time hopefully it won't be.
Next, I mean, it might be a while till you face them at Worlds, perhaps. What do you think the most difficult thing was about this series compared to the other one?
I think they just played better individually. Like compared to last week, we also played really bad, like as a team. But I think we played better this week, but they also played much better. So yeah, it was just like pretty intense. They were like making a lot of plays on us, and the drafts were a lot better, I think, than last week. So yeah, it was definitely very fun.
Yeah, I mean, it was fun to watch, but I know that then it's not always as fun to play. Wunder, what did you think about the series? Are you happy with your own performance to start?
Well, I think we had like a lot of on and off games. Just like last week, we had like games where we just like completely dropped the ball. But I think in this series, it feels like much better because they were actually like fighting. They were like fighting for it every single game, whereas last week, the last 2 games, it didn't even feel like they had a chance. But like this week, the win moment was so much more hype just because we were like throwing the game and we were almost lost, and then the one last team fight, and it was like really intense, and we couldn't just say, okay guys, it's a win no matter what. We have to actually communicate until their Nexus explodes. So it was like so much more, I guess, like intense and hype this time.
Would you say in terms of knowing that Worlds is on the horizon, it was good that you had these two 5-game series versus Fnatic in terms of your development going into that tournament?
For sure, I think it's good that we don't like just 3-0 twice, just like last year, or last split. But I also think it's probably good for Europe as a region that like we have like teams that can scrim each other, and now also we are bootcamping in Europe, right? So we at least have like some kind of insurance that we are scrimming at least like a good team, right? So I think it's just like good overall for us that we have good practice in Europe and we don't have to go to Korea or anywhere else as people usually do.
Yeah, the Golden Road is also still alive. We had a check-in at the beginning of the day with Daniel Jankos, but we don't know if the information is verified. So what level are you currently in WoW?
I'm level 51.
Okay. Why are you facepalming?
But it's just kind of funny, yeah.
It's very funny.
Yeah, it's pretty funny.
I mean, it just means that you can outlevel so many people in the world and still win an LEC championship. I think that's,
it's very efficient.
That's so efficient indeed. Perkz, let's go to you then. How do you feel after this title? I had the impression, you have 6 now, by the way, which is a record, that it was one of the most hard-fought ones, even though last week's match was also a test. How did you live through this best of 5?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, it's a lot of mixed feelings, as usually when like you win. There is like a lot of things that I regret a bit about our like preparation or even in-game play, but in another way, it feels very good to be challenged, and it's a lot more fun. I think we all, as a team, like strive to, like Wunder said, we want to 3-0 our opponents. We don't want to go 3-2 close final, but it is what it is. And Fnatic is the best team I've played against, I think. So kudos to them. They're like really good, especially Rekkles and Hylissang, and they're like I think the best players I played against in the bottom so far. So. And I played against a lot of international bottoms, and they're a lot better than them. So that just says a lot for Europe, and I'm really hyped for Worlds.
Yeah, absolutely. I believe a lot of your family is here, and your brother as well. I think it goes for everyone. Does it make it extra special when you get to win in front of them?
Yeah, it's actually the first time my parents are here.
Lovely.
And my brother is here, but he's been here sometimes. My 2 brothers are watching from home as well. And my nephew is here, of course. And it feels good to win, right? It will feel really bad to lose, but yeah, I'm going home this Tuesday, next week, and I'm just really excited to like have some time off and relax a bit because it's like it's been some stressful last weeks.
I can imagine that it's been some stressful last weeks. Let's start by talking about Worlds a little bit then. Cabs, you already said it. You sent a signal to Faker. In general, how do you feel you are stepping into Worlds compared to last year? How do you think you've evolved as a player?
So I think all of Europe has kind of evolved in the sense that we have a lot more faith in our own abilities. I think last summer we thought that we would be able to challenge for Worlds, but it was more like a dream, I would say. I think now that like the results have been put in the past, like we've had Worlds and MSIs where we did really well, that it gives me so much confidence going up against Faker, going up against all the other mids as well. So it's just this confidence in ourselves, and even though we might not be playing perfect because we are really not, like we do a lot of mistakes, so will all the other teams at Worlds, and we just have to trust that our play is good enough to beat them.
Yeah, is it fair to say that in the last 2 weeks, in Europe at least, you've been challenged the most and learned the most about yourself than maybe in the entirety of the year?
I mean, I would say so for sure. I think today's series especially felt like the hardest fought. I think we have had some best of 5s go game 5 before. We had against SKT, we had against Fnatic last week as well. But I think today especially felt different in a way. Just because it always felt like I always had this back of my mind that we would just win the series against SKT as well as also last week. But today just felt different. There was like a doubt, I would say. I think they played really well, and we kind of had to step up to actually beat them. We didn't just have to play our normal self, we actually had to step up.
Well, I'm almost afraid to ask, but was it a more difficult best of 5 than the one versus SKT, or just different?
I mean, I would say so for sure. I mean, I think it's also obviously a lot about meta and stuff like this, and I think Fnatic just had a lot of like innovative drafts, I think, and a lot of really well played fights, etc. But yeah, I think it was a hard series.
It was fantastic to watch. I'm going to open up the floor to any of you who want to answer. First up, I want to ask if anyone wants to give any praise to some of your support staff. Of course, Grabs got coach of the split. Carlos has been here. Duffman is often mentioned, as well as all the other members on the team. Who would like to thank them in name of the team?
Well, I would like to start, but instead of praising the coaching staff, I would like to praise Luca, because I think he's a great leader, and I think he really steps up when it comes to trying to win, and I think he became the best bot laner Europe has ever seen, and he can play so many champions, and I feel like sometimes he's not getting enough recognition, so I would like to say thank you, and they are really good.
I'm gonna
and then I think Duffman is doing a great job as an analyst. He prepares level 1s and like does all the other stuff. And we had a pizza party in his room yesterday, so that helped us to win. And then has a lot of things to improve on, to say the least. But hopefully he can do it maybe until Worlds. And he's not that bad, but yeah.
All right. Does anyone have anything to add? Is there no one who wants to praise Grabs? The man was there last year also, and things were really tough for you.
Yeah, I think Promiscu, he's helping me a lot, and he's also on the World of Warcraft grind, and we are kind of theory crafting a bit. So he's level 56 or something right now, and he can't even play right now. So like he's just
really
grinding, you know.
Out.
So he's helping me out a lot. Yeah, we have a good synergy going on in the World of Warcraft world.
Fantastic. Luca, must be nice for you to hear this from your teammate. Does that often happen?
I give it back at him as well. Jankos is the best player I've played with.
There we go. Sweet. Do we want to do a round of things? Does anyone else? Mickey, do you want to say something to Wunder? Cassie, you want to say something to Mickey?
I think you guys are all very good and carried me really hard in this past 2 weeks, so thank you very much.
Wonderful. Okay then, let's move on to Worlds. You are now first seed. How much did that play into your mind? Mickey, maybe knowing that, not only do you stand to maybe lose the trophy, but you could fall down to second or third seed, and that would then again influence the group you end up in.
I mean, I think we wouldn't really mind going to play-ins. I heard it's like good to go to play-ins.
It's so OP.
So we wouldn't really mind going in second or third seeds, because even first seed, there's like so many good teams anyway. And yeah, it doesn't really matter what group we get. I think we're probably going to do well anyway.
What is well? What is the definition of well?
Well, winning it.
Getting out of
Win
groups.
every game and winning it.
Okay, so we got getting out of groups, winning.
No. I mean, doing well in groups is like getting out of groups.
Yeah,
right?
getting out of groups.
Getting out of groups.
Oh, but like doing well at Worlds.
Worlds.
It's like winning Worlds.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Is there anyone who wants to comment on that kind of Worlds run? Because I know often people before playing it, you don't want to jinx it, so much can happen, Jankos, but for you, it almost seems like the perfect setup for you and the team. You got your MVP now. You got that recognition that you've earned over so many years, and you've got a team where it looks like it's the best team Europe has ever seen. What are your realistic expectations, and what are your dreams for Worlds?
Well, I think realistic expectations is probably making it out of groups.
Come on.
And then the goal is to win Worlds, but I don't want to jinx it. And also, I'm kind of indifferent. So we will just go and
So bad
play.
answer. Just stop. Like, we are going to win Worlds this year, for sure.
Perkz, right. Well, If you do, we'll check in with you in 3 months and have another interview like this. I wish you the best of luck. But the final note I want to hear is how do you think Europe in general is going to do at Worlds? We know Fnatic looks strong as well. We don't know who's going to come out of the gauntlet. You can tell me if you think one team is stronger, perhaps Caps. What are Europe's chances in general?
I mean, so I think when it comes to the best of fives, both us and Fnatic have a really good chance of going really far. I think the scariest part for me is like the best of ones. But as long as we get like NA in our group, we should probably be fine. So.
It's on Reddit, front page Reddit.
Yeah, so I think we will go all the way if we get NA. If we don't, then maybe we'll lose in groups.
Okay, we'll see, of course. Thank you guys very much for joining me. Perkz, you're just not happy with the answers of your teams today, are you?
No, I'm happy. I'm
Happy
just
with that
thinking that like Cloud9 is gonna smack us now.
Oh yeah, well they're usually pretty good. Finally, who would like to address the crowd here in Athens and thank them from their support, who have cheered for both teams very heavily in all three this weekend?
So I mean, I want to thank you guys a lot. I think this is like the first series I've had in Europe where it felt like we had a real chance of losing, and just going like backstage in between games and seeing you guys cheer for me, people reaching out for high fives, etc. It means a lot, and it really gives the motivation to keep pursuing further. Thank you guys so much.
You just have a look of pure admiration when you look at Caps.
Yeah, it's a good answer. Good answer.
It's a great answer. So nothing to add, Perkz? You're good?
G2.
All right, I think we'll leave it at that then.
I mean, nothing. I would just love to thank the crowd. It's pretty awesome here. I love Greece, and that's right, yeah. And yeah, I did hear a bit more Fnatic chants today than G2 ones, but I would say G2 ones were like trying to like match up as well. So I'm pretty happy with that. Like a couple of years ago, I would not hear one G2 chant. Like even when I was playing against Unicorns in the final, like it was only Unicorns. So right now, this is like a huge step up. So I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Fantastic. The G2 chants will keep on coming. I think you deserve every single fan that is chanting for G2 after how you've played in Europe this year. 2 titles, an MSI title, who knows what else on the horizon. We'll be looking at you guys, G2 Esports, at Worlds, and wish you the best of luck. Thank you very much for talking to me. Congratulations. And thank you so much, Athens and Greece, for your warm welcome for our LEC Summer Finals. You have been absolutely incredible. We love you. We're going to sign off, but we'll see you next week for the regional qualifier. And after that, it's Worlds, baby. Good night, everyone, and we'll see you next week.
shows how hard you can hit internationally.
We have stacked competition. We're ready to get into summer for that fight for that top spot in Europe.
Caps is running for his life. Electro Harpoon's burning him down. He's turning around. Caps going back in. Oh my word! With the help of Wunder, the solo raiders from G2 Esports do not care.
G2, great start.
Prophet in a 4v1 is still surviving. Vitality, how can you mess this up? It's a 4 versus 1. Bro, that was amazing. amazing!
Uses the shield, is in the GA.
That's a triple.
Xayah could have just taken the Nexus and upset do it in the end.
Wait, what is this? Mowgli forced to run for his life. The ghouls won't find him just yet. Cavish.
Oh, he did!
How did that happen?
Here it is, the two little laser beams, they're following him.
They're even hitting in the wall. He doesn't see him coming. Just gets ganked.
Wunder drew in paint during the game. Is that even legal?
Stuff there, but they're looking for the kill anyway.
With the gnaw. Oh, indeed.
Mowgli taken down. Combo on the backside. Attila, though, free firing into the backline. The forest is
First pentakill.
Want to move in. Attila, can he get it? Will the team die for it? Go for it. No!
I hate alligators.
Still alive, and here comes Nemesis. Trying to catch on to Wunder, but Wunder goes into the bush, out of vision, and here comes Cat.
Oh,
all the way from mid-lane.
Allowing G2 to gain any.
There's no way you should be able to hit that.
G2 is playing. Let's check it out. Wait, does he walk into it? What is No way!
What do you do against this team?
Nuke is so incredibly strong. Nuke is so incredibly strong. I'll say it one more time. Nuke is so strong.
He has to do something huge for Fnatic here. Already the bounce so low. Who else would do it but Rekkles? The Devourer gets it out just in time, but he's making back out. He gets a kill. And Excel turn this one around. Zeti trying to trade in. It's two.
Ben, is he focusing? Is he in the shot? It's not gonna matter. Double kill.
There's the strike you're looking for. That bowling was sublime.
Papa, Medi Papa.
Medi Papi. Medi Daddy.
I don't know about that one.
Crowd knows what it wants. That part is clear.
Oh, they let it in! All right. In this game, you can see Wunder struggles a bit. Gets one auto attack off there. Fancy four comes in from Uno. They're trying to turn the play. Is a hero. That was a monster play.
What has happened to Origin from finals to missing out on playoffs?
Last and also least, Misfits and Excel. Both teams were officially locked out of playoffs last week.
It is AD carry versus AD carry, and Kobe is feeling himself. Rekkles says not today.
Baron's going low. There's the engage. The Baron.
They got it.
It's a triple. The Baron's secured. G2 Esports take first in the regular season, and they do it in style.
The final fight in the race for playoffs, the tiebreaker game between SK Gaming and Vitality. Whoever loses here ends their 2019 season.
Vitality eliminate SK Gaming from playoffs and from the regional qualifiers. Vitality make it to the postseason.
1, 2, 3, Vitality!
There's only 6 teams left standing, but absolutely everything to play for. We are ready to start the LEC 2019 Summer Playoffs with Splyce versus Rogue. Fans at home are voting. Rogue is winning in the fan vote for now.
It does appear to be a bit of a Splyce favored matchup.
Here we go, Vanderoff. It looks like he finds it. It's a beautiful engage. Everyone goes in. Woolite takes down Kame, and Humanoid dies in the end, defying all expectations. The legacy of European rookies is alive and well with Rogue. They destroy Splyce.
Vitality find it all off the back of Jizuke. Attila's still putting the damage out. Oh, just give it to them. Just take it all. Abinage tries to trade in. Jizuke caught out. Oh, Abinage. Is he going to be able to do it? Jizuke trying to take this one. No, it's Abinage. Vitality fall, and Schalke book their spot against Rogue. So much on the line for these two teams, fighting for a place in Athens. Draven can push forward here, and here goes Trick back in. Oh no, slices them up. Schalke turning around, but Woolite stands up, and he takes them down, and now Igor will get him in the end. Woolite down to half HP on the back line, but he's still alive. Abinage goes in, Abinage goes down, but here comes Odo. He slices through them all. Schalke will not be stopped. Schalke will not be held back today, because they are making their way to Athens.
In the modern era of European League of Legends, there are 2 names that stand above the rest, G2 Esports and Fnatic. But never have these orgs been in peak form at the same time. Today, we witness a series 5 years in the making.
Nemesis is going to run for his life. Gold card Prime. The obliterate goes wide. It's one back for Jankos. Gold card again.
Fnatic are popping up, and
and G2 don't stand a chance. That's going to be the double teleport now from G2.
All right, Mikyx trying to help out Wunder. Oh, that's already a kill to Bwipo. Nemesis is now being focused down. We have a series on our hands as G2 Esports have bounced back. First blood secured one.
Akali is following. Look at Wunder come in. Oh my God!
Some sort of stun or ultimate. He actually just gets chunked out of the Take a look at that. The Hex and Caps turns it around.
G2 successfully makes the reverse sweep a reality.
And that was G2 breaking the mental of Fnatic before a potential rematch in Athens next week.
I present to you your semi-finalists, Schalke versus Fnatic.
They ignore Abadagi now coming over the wall. Fnatic had they bitten off more than they could do. They set their eyes on Trick, but he flashes out to safety. Broxah goes in. First blood, the Sonic Wave. Bwipo goes in. He's trying to save the day. He does so much damage. The resets are there for the Pyke, and it does not matter how hard you scale. Fnatic will out-execute. They sweep aside Schalke no fear, and they say, G2, we are coming.
Athens, I ask you now, will G2 be your champion? Or will Fnatic reign supreme?
Fnatic have a couple of dragons in their back pocket. Rekkles pops the Featherstorm, but the hook and still pulls him back, and Jankos goes in. That was beautiful! Now Fnatic are collapsing in the fight. Bwipo caught out 3 kills to G2. Rekkles gets the stand united. Jankos almost pulled, but he's going to go into the GA. And now Caps is focusing the Nexus down towards the bottom side. And it's like trying to fight as much as he can, but the Nexus is the target. And G2, they take it. They prove with the whole world watching. They are the best team in the world, and G2 are your champions.
Thank you very much for the lift, Trev.
Yeah, my pleasure, guys. Athens was awesome.
Yeah, it was really amazing. Guess it's time to start prepping for Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. You know, get some studying done, and I'll see you guys in a few weeks.
See you later. Have a good one, mate.
Right, World Championships is coming up, so we got to think about very intros. Hit me with what you got.
Okay, I've got it. Skydiving. We skydive into the arena. It'll be awesome.
Oh yeah, let's just go through a ceiling that is impenetrable and let's somehow find the budget for skydiving.
Okay, what do you have then?
I think we ride horses into the arena.
I thought we were both going to be riding the horses.
Quiet, Steve. Just act like a horse.
What about a cartwheel?
Here we go. Yeah. What about dancing? 5, 6, 7, 8. Let's go to the
secret agents. Very.
Dinosaurs.
Choir.
Boxing.
Magic.
It says bananas.
Does it?
And the Betty! Wait! I've got it. What if we do skydiving? Huh?
I love it.
Yeah.
Skydiving. Very
skydiving!
Isn't this dangerous?
Very cringes in the face of danger. Now take this umbrella. Ah, hey, quick shot.
Oh, hey, quick shot.
When you jump, you've got to make the swan dive image.
Oh, swan dive. Okay.
Yeah. And make sure to keep the umbrella behind you so it picks up all the air.
That's a hard motion to